Hey friends, this is Dolynny TV. Glad to have you aboard this evening as we get Game 1 for Dallas and Edmonton underway on a rainy, well, in southern Alberta at least, Thursday evening, which sets up a hockey night in Canada, or a traditional, I guess you could say, Saturday night game for the Oilers in the playoffs in the third round. How sweet does that sound? Sounds like a great time to me as we get set up for tonight's 6:30 p.m. game time. Puck drop to follow shortly after, and then of course we'll get into the play-by-play of this evening's hockey game. Thanks for being aboard. If you're just tuning in, if you're watching back on the replay, hey, buckle up. I have no clue what's about to happen. That's the best part of these, okay? You get to enjoy it even on a replay in real time with me as I kind of explore this whole situation here in game number 1. Matt, of course, who we had on the color commentary for games 5 through 7 in the Vancouver series, will join down here shortly, and then we will get fired up for, of course, what has been the regular broadcast so far here in these playoffs. All right, we've got Mick joining the chat. Gord, welcome aboard. Jonas as well. Toast, welcome in. Peter in here as well, saying that the Oilers, I guess, to say one thing, if they win one game, one measly game in these conference finals against Dallas, they've done more than they have since 2006, right? It was 2022, a sweep against the Colorado Avalanche. Brad, taking the victory for the Oilers tonight. We would all definitely take that with open arms for sure. And Oilers source, welcome aboard, my friend. Let's do this, absolutely. The Oilers getting set to do battle here against Dallas in what is going to be the biggest contest of the season so far. I know Game 7 technically would be, but right, you got to shake it out a little bit and got to look at the fact that the third round, setting the tone tonight against Dallas, would go a long way in the public discourse around this series. I think a lot of the friends and fans I've talked to, it's Dallas is pretty much going to win the series. That's almost a given what's happened for the Oilers over the course of the year, the goaltending, and obviously too what a team Dallas is. So I look forward to seeing, hopefully, maybe the Oilers proving all that discourse wrong right out of the gate, and then of course holding the lead at the end of the hockey game. That would be absolutely phenomenal. Robin, welcome aboard as well. And that is the thing, the Oilers can do this. That's not to say that if the expectation is the Oilers fail, that the Oilers can't, because they absolutely can. As we go here, let's go here. We've got Alan joining the chat, Tony as well. And, well, we got to wake along for the ride this evening here as well. So, obviously, passing along there that it is indeed no stream over on the Rig 72 on the Oilers Fanatic tonight. Well, I can echo what Toph's saying in the chat there about Patrick being busy. He has made it abundantly clear over the past several weeks that by the time we got to the third round, he was going to miss a couple games. Granted, he's still watching. I think I can follow up what Toph is saying here by saying, yes, Patrick is still watching tonight, maybe with some diehard fans, but, you know, it's kind of one of those situations. He's just kind of in the background tonight, but you will probably hear from Patrick post-game, I would assume, anyway, as it is a nice and early game, but also a kind of later finish. So should be seeing Patrick on the post game at least tonight. So Mohammed, welcome aboard. Vegeta, welcome in as well as we get set up for tonight's hockey game. As what time are we starting? Waiting with popcorn. What time are we starting tonight? Well, it's 6:30 is the game time. So if you're budgeting around that, friends, 6:30 game time. That'd mean traditionally puck drop's going to be somewhere between 6:40 and 6:50. Although we're in the third round, there's no other game tonight, so unless there's some ESPN shenanigans or maybe some Sportsnet shenanigans, one would assume we're somewhere slightly after 6:38 is kind of where I'm going to set it. We'll see if we get proved wrong, but we'll see what the Oilers obviously get to action with for a time on the clock here in a matter of moments. Gord, the Oilers have more depth than the Stars. No. Yes. No. Yes. The way I described it to somebody today is I had a Vancouver Canucks fan coming to work, and he said, well, the Oilers, they only have 2 lines, right? Dallas has 4. The thing with the Oilers, as has been proven in these playoffs, is they have 4 lines. The problem is those aren't 4 scoring lines. It's 2 scoring lines with some offense from the other 2. And then basically the bottom 2 are your just grinder, work ethic, penalty kill guys. And obviously that formula has worked for the Oilers to this point. So I'm not going to sit here and throw a guy like Matthias Janmark, a guy like, obviously, I think, too, Ryan McLeod, even though he had the turnover in Game 7, Warren Foegele, Derek Ryan, those guys, Sam Carrick, those guys aren't going to go score you all the goals. And frankly, I think based on what we've seen in these playoffs, we don't need them to. We just need them to tread water, don't give up goals, and as well keep playing stellar on the penalty kill, because all will be good. William, the Stars have struggled first game in the last 2 series. Well, the Oilers, I how do I put this? They've had their struggles of their own in Game 1, I guess, because Game 1 you look at against LA, you're up big, and then you start letting in bounce after bounce after bounce. And yes, you can't always stop the bounces, but at some rate, bounces are also a product of how you're playing, and that was kind of what I was starting to see in Game 1 against LA. And then I think, too, you go to Game 1 against Vancouver. You blew it. You choked, and you absolutely collapsed. So tonight, fingers crossed. Of course, if Dallas has been a weak Game 1 team, Oilers take advantage, find a way to the back of the net, and away you go. So we'll see, right? We'll see where we go, but I'm looking forward to hopefully the Oilers really putting in an effort here tonight that says, hey, they're on the big stage. They mean business. Let's see where this goes. So, all right. We have got everybody just hopping back in here on the chat, so we appreciate that. Again, friends, welcome into the stream. If you're just tuning in, we've got everybody aboard for, well, what is 38 of you so far. Obviously, the pregame shows over on Oilers Nation and EST should be coming to an end here right away, so things are going to peak up in the old stream here in a matter of moments. We are seeing shots outside of Dallas right now, as Randy as well, you're thinking it will come down to Edmonton and Florida. Well, I think Florida really put a mark in their series, winning that one 3-0, and I think too for the Edmonton Oilers, mark in Game 1 is going to be very, very important. We're on and welcome aboard Jeff as well. Friends, welcome into the stream. If you're just joining us, we've got shots of Ice District Plaza right now. Lots of Oilers fans obviously gathered downtown. I think they're estimating over 45,000 Edmonton Oilers fans, hockey fans in general, descending on Ice District per game, whether it be home or away, doesn't matter. And that's the exciting part here. The weather is starting to get better as we go along. And all of a sudden you see a new guest panelist here for the Sportsnet panel, and that's Rick Bowness. So that is interesting to see that he comes into the panel this evening. We'll see what perspective, I guess, he brings to this Sportsnet panel, but we will obviously as well have the broadcast of Gene Principe and Elliot Friedman. So, okay, this is Sportsnet assignments. I think this is, to be honest with you, the deepest Gene Principe has ever gone into the playoffs with a special, like, actual role with Sportsnet. I don't even remember back in 22 if he had a role this deep. So, awesome to see Gene Principe keeping going with us, and obviously a little bit more serious Gene Principe in the pregame shows that you're seeing now as opposed to in the pregame segments during Oilers games. So, friends, we are waiting for this one to get underway. We are about 35 minutes away from puck drop, hopefully, as we wait for this hockey game to start giving us results this evening. One might think the Oilers have a pretty good chance to do something special here tonight, given that, well, you know what, you just came over a massive hurdle in Vancouver, and now you can see if you can turn the fortunes a little bit compared to what happened in 2022 against the Colorado Avalanche. The interesting thing about the conference finalists, in the previous 2 years, all 4 teams, right, the previous 2 years to this year, have made the conference finals. So definitely 4 good teams in here, whether you want to say the Oilers are the most legit out of them or the least legit, I don't care. It comes down to these are the 4 powerhouses this year in the NHL, and I'm looking forward to seeing kind of what each team has for us as this goes along. Florida made their first move tonight. The Oilers hope to make theirs, as well. Dallas will look to make theirs in return as we go along this evening. So, Jeff, I don't know how much I even want to talk about Oettinger coming into tonight's live stream, to be honest with you. I think we'll save that for Matt, but I think the biggest thing is with Oettinger is I think the more we get concerned with Oettinger, the more we'll look for him to be kind of the reason we're losing. So I think with Oettinger, I'm just going to try and ignore, pretend he's not even there, pretend he's not the one in net, and hopefully the Oilers find a way to just keep putting pucks into the back of the net. I mean, for the Dallas Stars, it's been a by-committee job, but again, there's no one jumping off the page with you. Jason Robertson, after two playoff rounds, is the leading point scorer up front with 12. So, right, I don't know how you would quite put that one together. I know Sagan's got 8, Ben's got 8, Dadonov's got 6, Duchesne's got 6, Langkov and Johnson are up there with 6 and 11. So, I'm not saying Dallas isn't a good team, but the Oilers, again, don't go out there and feel it out. Go out there and impose your will, right? Go out there and tell the Dallas Stars that, hey, we mean business here, and it's on you, just as the Oilers put it on the Canucks in the last few games of the series to respond. We want the Stars having to respond to us in game number 2. That would be nice. Peter, Connor McDavid, and Leon Draisaitl can light up any goalie in the league. That is true. Although over the past 2 years, if I'm going to say anyone has given us fits in the regular season, I would honestly say it has been Dallas. They've kind of had our number. I know the one game we won this year was in overtime, so I'm very interested, right? Dallas, it's a measuring stick team all regular season, and now you get them in the playoffs, and now it's where it counts. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the Oilers have for us. Art, you've been dreading meeting Dallas since the 80s. You still can't wait to beat them. Well, the Oilers, again, this is almost 20 years since, well, over 20 years since the last playoff matchup between these two teams. But for an entire generation or two of Oilers fans, this one's going to mean a lot more than I even think for a guy my age or anyone younger, because it's kind of one of those things, right? There's an entire generation of Oilers fans that, not for a lack of knowledge, just a lack of experience in the hockey world, don't know that we hate Dallas with a passion, and they don't understand why. So there you have it. Lyle, tuning in, hoping that we can chew up the Dallas Stars next. That would be absolutely fantastic. And Darcy, would I put Gagne in the lineup? I'll tell you when I put Gagne in the lineup. Game 6, Game 7, Game 5, whenever we have a chance to clinch the cup, Sam Gagne comes in. That's just so as he can put his name on the cup and he can obviously lift it as a member of the Oilers on the ice with his teammates. So looking forward to that. Madison, welcome aboard as well as the Oilers keep going here. ABG, Oilers win the cup or lose to Dallas. That has been my consensus is, when it comes down to it for the Oilers and Stars, is, I know it's not a popular opinion from everybody I've talked to, but I will tell you, I believe whoever wins the West wins the cup this season. So we'll see where we go. Brian, welcome aboard. And because this series, I don't mind being considered underdogs. Go Oilers, go. Yeah, this is 100%, right? The Oilers, if you're considering the Oilers in a favorite in this series, I don't think you've paid attention to Dallas this year, and I don't think you're giving Dallas enough credit, even if you have. So kind of looking forward to seeing the Oilers embrace the, we got to go out and chase them down, right? Not chase them down and surpass them here in this series. That's what we failed to do against Colorado. I know those Colorado games, all told, were a lot closer than I think a lot of people give the Oilers credit for, but at the same rate, you got to go chase down Dallas a bit here and make sure it's not as close as Colorado was, but instead in your favor. So, Art, absolutely echoing that sentiments. And Jeff, old enough to remember Tom Marchand's overtime winning goal. Well, I'll tell you, I'll just let my face speak for itself on that one. As Oilers source, talking about SDPN sitting here. Good point that Perry shines at disturbing stuff when he's on an underdog. Well, that's kind of the nice part, right? The Oilers have assembled a really good crew of bottom 6 tier players. You've got Gagne, you've got, of course, as well, you've got Perry, you've got Carrick in there. You've got a laundry list of guys who all can impact the game in limited minutes. And that's what's kind of exciting here as an Edmonton Oilers fan. If you take Carrick out, you throw in Corey Perry. If you do this, you do that. You throw in Adam Henrique, right? We're forgetting about him. There's plenty of nice little pieces here to the Oilers team that are really going to give us a lot of options in this Dallas series if we have to make a change. So looking forward to seeing all that play out. As Peter, your prediction, Dallas in 6. I think that is, to be honest with you, the most reliable prediction I've heard so far for Oilers fans and of course Stars fans. Is I think people are guessing the Oilers steal one in Dallas, take one at home, and then Dallas just says, okay, we're done, and finishes the series. And I assume that will be the way it plays out. So, well, you recall that time when Dallas had no goalie breakaway, and then he muffed on the open net, and then went down and scored on their other end. That was a pretty big moment in Oilers history. If you look kind of back at what that means longer term after what happened there, there's some really big ramifications. I think, was it that year that cost maybe the Oilers a chance at Patrick Kane? There's something in there that said, like, the Oilers, if you look at the history, would have drafted first overall or something that year had they not won that game. Noah, welcome in. And yeah, we'll see what happens here tonight. His all-time games coach Paul Maurice is number 2. Peter Laviolette is number 9. Pete DeBoer is number 22, and number 295 in the NHL coaches list is Chris Knobloch. That, in and of itself, is absolutely insane. That for a second time in the conference finals in the past 3 years, we have a rookie head coach going in leading the Edmonton Oilers. And now, I mean, full credit. Chris Knobloch, I mean, the Oilers cleaned up some mistakes where he got out-coached by Rick Tocchet. Obviously, Rick Tocchet, Coach of the Year this year, but at the same rate, too, you got to think here, he's earned the right to be here. So we'll see where we go from there. As Peter, even though you say Dallas in 6, it will be very hard to close out the series in Edmonton. Yes, that will be. Murr, welcome aboard, and Roger, welcome in as well. As friends, we're just kind of getting booted up here tonight. I already see we are rolling along. I think already 3.1 times 316. Just like that, we're already up over 16.32 hours on the stream. So Matt should be joining us here in a matter of about 5-10 minutes. I know he just had to kind of stop the gas station on the way. Actually, he is here right now. So friends, stay tuned. I'll be right back. I'll throw up the subscribe ad for you, and we'll be back in a matter of moments. All right, my apologies, friends. Matt has arrived, and we are about set to get this going for tonight's hockey game as we are back underway on the pregame show here. The Edmonton Oilers, the Dallas Stars kick off just shortly after 6:30, as we'll see what the Edmonton Oilers have in store for us as this one gets underway. So, Matt, welcome in. Whoa, a little slidey there.
Howdy, partner.
All right, let's go. Rick Bonus is on the panel here. So he's getting going, but
catch me up. Where are you?
Well, we're just rolling through. I haven't talked about Jake Ottinger yet. Not much about the Dallas Stars, but I guess that's where I was leaving it for you to talk things when it comes to the Dallas Stars.
Well, you know what? You look at their season, what I saw, and especially my dad kept telling me because he watched a lot of sports. When they lost against big teams during the season, the next time they played them, they learned and they won. So they're a resilient team, so you can never leave them out.
Well, and that's where I think what I was leading into with the pregame show is for the Oilers tonight, right? I think Dallas has had some moments in the past two series where maybe they haven't been their sharpest. If you're talking about a team that's resilient, you almost want to test that, right? So if you win tonight, you want to see how Dallas responds in game two. So, right, a win tonight almost benefits the Oilers because they know they're going to get Dallas's best in game number two.
No, you're going to see them out tonight, Dallas. They've
Yep.
been resting more. They might be a little bit more fresh, just a touch.
So no rust.
Shouldn't be no rust on either side.
Okay. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm expecting a pretty good game this evening, and obviously Dallas will, no matter what game it is, be a tough test.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to see the Oilers try and push it and kind of command the game a little bit this evening, and then, like you're saying, see Dallas respond in game two, and then that's when I think probably midway through game two, similar to what we saw in the Vancouver series, that's when we'll say, all right, it's game on, right?
Yeah.
It's this one's gonna, like, we know where this is headed.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing. I think the chat's been talking about it. I think it's been a big focal point. The Oilers aren't the favorite here.
Well, no, Dallas is number one,
Yeah.
right? So that's why they have the home advantage. So they're definitely the more odds to win. But at the same time, Dallas has changed throughout the years. They used to be a lot slower teams. This year, I've seen that they were a more speedier team. Like when they play against Colorado, Colorado's a really organized, speedy team, but not as more weight per player. And Dallas always had the weight, and they were never speedy. And now you can see this year, I see that they're flying faster. They got some more blood in there that's younger, and they're just rolling with that speed. And so tonight, I'd like to see a really fast pace back and forth between these two.
Well, and that's where, you know, a guy like Evander Kane's going to excel, because he's got the feet to be fast enough to stay in pace with this kind of game. But he's also like the Oilers' key component up front when it comes to weight, at least in tonight's lineup.
Yeah.
Where you saw the impact he had in games 1 and 2 against Vancouver, where he got in against Quinn Hughes, bumped him up, threw him off his game, allowed the Oilers kind of those moments to breathe against the top defenseman for Vancouver.
Yeah.
So, talking about Chris Tanev, talking about Miro Heiskanen, how important is Evander Kane going to be tonight?
Evander Kane, he always brings who he is out in the ice, right? He's there for his players. He's there to win puck battles. He's tough. And he has a lot of good speed to him. And when his hands are right, his hands are really smooth and quick.
Yeah.
But who I like to see is Holloway tonight.
And that's a guy that we'll see. I think as far as we know the lineup this evening, we will see Holloway in the top 6. So for the Oilers, I think you've still got Holloway and Kane up there with Draisaitl. So you kind of got this weird situation where now all of a sudden, the way Holloway's emerging in these playoffs, you've got two legit lines that can beat you the same but two different ways as well.
Yeah. But with Holloway, the last 2 games of the series, you actually noticed him more. He was more speedy. He was grinding the corners hard. He was, even if they're defense in their own zone, passing back and forth, he went to one to the other. He was running around like, it's like, is that McDavid's speed? No, not as fast.
Yep. And that's, I'm really looking forward to seeing kind of, like you said, right? Who is that guy that shines for the Oilers? I like that you're picking Dylan Holloway because I think...
I just saw he moved his feet, and when you see people move their feet, they're more noticeable.
Yep. And I think Dylan Holloway is a perfect example of a guy that, hey, if he shows up in this series, all of a sudden that imbalance we're seeing in favor of Dallas starts to slide a bit more to both the Oilers and Stars in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
So friends, welcome aboard if you're just joining into the pregame edition. Matt, of course, just joining us here. Dean, welcome in. RJ, welcome in as well. RJ is actually saying the Oilers in 7 and Leon and Evan Bouchard will be the difference. Well, that's what we know from round 2 against Vancouver. Leon Draisaitl and Evan Bouchard is a clear difference there. Donald is actually going for Oilers in 6. And what you might not know about the chat is there's obviously things you pick up along the way. Donald has been the guy on the spot every single game. He's had the goals in the chat an hour before anyone else. So the thing is, if I'm going on that, right, if this guy knows what's happening, technically ahead of time, not really, but you get where I'm going. I like that Oilers in 6 prediction right there. I'm gonna cling to that one for a moment.
Yeah.
As well, Clausy is saying what scared him last round out is everybody was picking the Oilers to win. They turn out right. Now the same analysts are predicting Dallas to win. So that, again, that's a point. Magic, welcome aboard. Feeling that the Dallas Stars will win the Stanley Cup. Again, that's to my point. Whoever comes out of the West, I feel will win the Cup.
That's just a tough one to say, though.
It is, but again, I'm just, if you're going to beat the Oilers, go win the Cup, right? And if the Oilers go, they got to win the Cup. Daniel, welcome aboard. Matthew, welcome aboard. Linda, welcome in as well. Glad to have you be aboard here this evening. Of course, you might bring out the slippers if we're not wearing the Oilers jerseys tonight, friends. What you might have missed on the pregame is I'm actually wearing the Dolynny TV Oilers Fanatic dual T-shirt. Again, we've had some luck in this one, this playoffs, and what you are missing as well back home is this is the plaid that I was wearing at the end of the series in Game 6 and 7. So until otherwise proven, we'll stay in the plaid, and that should line up as far as it goes. If the series kind of go back and forth the rest of the way home, that should line me up to at least use the jerseys in sequence the rest of the way home. So I think basically going through the plaids I wanted to use and going through this jacket, I now am able to go 6 jerseys, and I'm guaranteed to finish the year in an Oilers jersey if the Oilers win the game. And of course, that would be, I'm wearing that jersey at Rogers Place.
Yeah.
When the Oilers win the Cup. Getting ahead of ourselves a little bit. 7th, welcome aboard. Playoff hockey, anything can happen. And absolutely. Orbit saying, to your point, top 6 Holloway is a different guy. And that's something, right? I want to say 6:30 Ched had it yesterday saying that Dylan Holloway wanted to be a top 6 guy. He wanted to be a difference maker on the Oilers this year. They chose instead to send him back to Bakersfield. His time came again at the end of the year.
Didn't he get hurt, though?
He did, but they sent him back to Bakersfield instead of bringing him back when he came back. And they said, nope, we want you to just dominate, right? Just go out there and really shine.
Yeah.
He did. He came back to the Oilers, really was noticeable, like you're saying. Kind of took a step back in the playoffs because of Henrique and playing positions in the lineup. And now all of a sudden, Henrique's out again. And look who's stepping up.
Yeah.
So that's awesome to see. Joe, welcome aboard. BMAC, welcome in. James as well. And Northern Farm Girl joining the chat. Joe mentioning there that the Dallas Stars just have too much depth and all the Stars have to do is shut down the McDavid line. No. What I will add to that, we've already talked about this here on the pregame, but what I will add to that is what the Stars need to do is actually score on the power play. That's the thing that neither LA nor Vancouver were able to victimize the Oilers on, right? Is the Oilers penalty kill through the playoffs, what you said it last game was 90.5 or something?
Yeah, 90.1 or something.
Yeah, if the Oilers have a 90-plus penalty kill percentage at the end of the series, they win the series.
Yeah.
There's, the Oilers are, even if you shut down McDavid and Draisaitl for 50%, 60%, 70% of the series, if you're not scoring on the power play, with the Oilers, with just kind of the ability of Connor McDavid, you can shut him down for 59 and a half minutes a hockey game. Exactly,
but at the same time, this is a different series.
Mm-hmm.
2 different teams, completely.
Yep.
Especially how they play. It's going to be a really, really good series, actually. I'm going to really like this one because of how Dallas changes through the series. So we're going to see how Edmonton has challenged themselves this year in changing, which they have. So just like what we were talking last time, Paul Coffey as the defensive coach, tighten up that D, which we never had last year. It was too many goals. So this is, you're seeing the true team now because it's been almost a full season together.
The nice part, actually, Joe was the first person to bring up in the chat Skinner getting exposed by Dallas. I think to your point about the defense, it's kind of a hand-in-hand thing, right? The Oilers' defense is only as good as Stuart Skinner stopping the puck.
Yep.
But Stuart Skinner is only good at stopping the puck if the defense is good, right? It's kind of
no.
but
Through the year, he broke out and he did good through that hot streak,
Yeah.
and he actually laid out some amazing
But-
saves.
generally, like we saw in Game 7 and stuff, when the Oilers break down, you're not going to get that big save every time. But with Stuart Skinner, I think the question is, can you at least get that above a 50-50? And that's really the question, right? With Stuart Skinner, he has the big save ability in him. Like you're saying, we saw that in that 16-game win streak. There was a lot of times where if he didn't save that puck, we're done.
Yeah, well, it was like 2-1 games. It was tight. It's tighter hockey now. Right now, you're just seeing nerves.
Yep.
And he's what, 25?
24, I think, for Stuart Skinner. So.
And that right, second year. Last year you saw his nerves, but this year you can see he is maturing.
And I guess to anybody saying Stuart Skinner is going to get exposed,
Go ahead.
Calvin Picard.
Yeah. No, I would say go ahead, expose Skinner. He's just gonna it's just gonna make him better.
And that's the big thing here, friends, is tonight, obviously, there's so many storylines, but really nothing changes from Game 7 to Game 1. Nothing changes. If the Oilers go in with the same game plan and just adapt the little areas of their game along the way as Dallas challenges them differently than Vancouver, and you kind of maintain that good penalty kill, keep the shots to the outside and allow Stuart Skinner to make the saves, and you get your offense, not necessarily all from McDavid, Bouchard, and Draisaitl, but you kind of keep the power play rolling, you kind of keep the offense ticking, right? Don't go missing like you did, what was it, in Game 1 for 22 and a half minutes, right, where you didn't have a shot. If you keep ticking along like you did through the last 2 games of the series against Vancouver, this is a winnable game by every metric for the Oilers.
Yeah. Well, honestly, the big thing is the power play. Like we saw a couple games, they got a goal after the power play, so they got that from there. But in power plays, I think it was 19 power plays, only 2 goals.
And
so that's huge through a series. In Dallas, they're going to need that.
Yeah.
Because of Ottinger is sitting there waiting for you.
Yeah, and that's where a guy like Leon Draisaitl, a guy like Evan Bouchard, as we're seeing in the chat already, could really be the difference makers, right? Yeah. You see Bouchard pounding in pucks from the point, scrambles in the crease, Hyman jamming them in, or McDavid, or
hey, CC put one in from the point too. Hey, you can see CC out there.
Just it is. There's a lot of guys that for the Oilers, if they really just kind of play to their strengths, and that was something you were talking about. Stop forcing the pass. Right, you were going into Game 6. You said stop forcing the pass, start shooting that puck. Right, and Ottinger is not Shilov's. Right, Shilov's maybe a little bit more easier to beat overall than.
Well, no,
Ottinger.
He's newer into the NHL. He's just now. Ottinger's been out for a couple years, and look how Ottinger though played in the playoffs against Calgary.
Yeah,
his first year in the playoffs, and he played amazing.
So that's where I think when we look at it is kind of. What we've seen in the Oilers in the last 2 games is simplify your game, play solid, and don't break down. You break down, bad things will happen.
Yeah.
But if you keep plowing straight ahead, doing your job the way you should, good things will happen.
Always. Yeah.
That's,
it's more stick to the grind.
Mm-hmm.
They got to just stay to their game plan, grind it out, and opportunities will come, but you got to make some. That's why I say just put it on net, even if you want to hit the pad just for fun.
Yeah.
Look for a juicy rebound, anything like that.
And that's right now, as we see, right, is that against Dallas. I mean, if you're expecting the Oilers to win 5-1, 5-2, 4-2 like that, I think you're expecting a little bit too much from the Oilers, and you're really not crediting the Stars enough. For the Oilers, it will be put it off the pad, hope for a rebound, put off the whatever in front, because you might have to win 2 games this series, 2-1, 1-0. If you really want to win this series.
Yeah. I think Edmonton just has to stick to their strengths, and that's their speed and how they find those actual long passes. Yep. For those rushes, that's what they really need out of this one.
And that's another whole thing too, is we haven't talked about. For Dallas, they've got a pretty rock-solid defense. 5 out of 6 players have played like 270 minutes in these
That's
playoffs.
the thing. Everyone keeps saying that, but you look at this is actually probably the best team I've seen in lineups that's actually stacked because everyone's been there a long time, so they're an actual unit. How deep Edmonton actually is. So they can say Dallas all day, but Edmonton is equally but been together longer.
And that's where you hope for the Oilers, like you're saying, they take that time, stay to the game plan, and find those holes in Dallas's game, right? I think everybody talks about other teams finding holes in our game.
Yeah.
But if the Oilers truly have learned something after 5 playoff series victories over the past 3 years, right? You got 2 in 22, you got 1 in 23, and 2 this year so far. If you've learned anything is, hey, if we keep our deficiencies away, we have time to actually start focusing on finding holes in other guys' games.
Yeah.
And that would be such a change as an Oilers fan, watching the Oilers attack somebody else's weaknesses without sacrificing our strengths, right? Where, hey, our defense really having a good game at the blue line. Well, I see a hole open, I'm going to force it.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas instead, just keep playing that blue line defense like we have at times in this series, right? That almost somewhat trap. And then all of a sudden, yeah, like you're saying, right? Something will open up. Oh, yeah. And you don't necessarily have to look for it. You just have to go out there and earn it. You just have to work for it.
Yeah.
And eventually it'll come.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, how many times in this series are we going to have to rub this flag by the end of it, right? Is if we get 6, I'm assuming at least 2 overtime games. Like this, if the Oilers are truly in this to win it, whether they do or not, it's going to take extra time between these two teams. The Oilers play to their strengths, and obviously Dallas is who they are.
I would like to just see first game before I can say something. Just to see how they are. First period, you're going to see them slowly figuring out. It might open up early spurts.
Yep.
You know, it's all about, we'll see how they play against each other because there's 2 completely different teams.
And that is completely fair, right, friends? If you don't know where this series is headed, if you don't know what you're expecting, I think asking for the first period or even the first 40, right? If you're an Oilers fan saying, hey, I want to see the Oilers go out there and play 2 periods of hockey, 1 period of hockey like you're saying, and then I'll start making judgments. Then I'll start making predictions.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the 3rd round of the playoffs. Again, anything can happen, as we've seen in the
I never watched these 2 teams play, but I just look at how much both, like, Edmonton's grown and how different Dallas has changed their roster.
Yep.
Since they were at like the Cup and in the playoffs before. So they're completely different this year. Just like Edmonton's, it's gonna be great to watch.
And that's where I'm really looking forward, friends. We've talked away the pregame. Sorry if you've just joined in the chat. Glad to have you. Again, I'm seeing Johnny welcome in, and as well. Let's go here. What are we doing there? Let's go Christine, Verdon, Matthew. I think I caught you earlier. Canucks Nate is in here saying Stars in 4. But hey, you know what? If you're a Vancouver fan coming back to Dolynny TV just to cheer for the Stars, I'm here for it. Obviously, don't be a you know what. But hey, I'm glad you're aboard. I'm glad I made that much of an impact. You want to come back. Glad to also have Matt doing that. So let's go here and let's go quickly do that. And let's go here as well. Orbit. This anyone's series right now, that's the fair question too, right? I mean, we can make all the judgments we want. Even 1 period's not going to tell us truly where we're headed. It gives us an indication.
No, I know. I'm only talking to them on the ice.
Yeah.
They're going to be figuring themselves out. And you're going to see how this game plays out.
DC, welcome aboard. And we've got Jack tuning in, Alan aboard. We've got JJ as well. JJ's photo looks like it's the Dallas Stars logo, but that's just my eyes being terrible, cheering for the Oilers. And Jesse and Jordan in here as well. So, friends, as we go along, let's see here as well. I missed Tim in the chat. I saw Tim earlier, but see, the nice part about Tim is if I missed him in the chat, he'll just send me a message. Tim is saying, going to take a game to see which team exerts its will game plan on the other. And that's where I think kind of my point earlier on was, I want to see the Oilers do that first, and then I want to see Dallas respond, because then it'll be game on. And obviously, I say that as an Oilers fan simply because I don't want to be the one chasing.
Yeah.
Right? If I have to, as an Oilers fan, say, okay, Dallas really blew us apart in game 1, and now we need a big response, immediately out of the gate we're chasing. I don't want to do that. I want to see the Oilers make the Stars respond as they did to the Canucks late in that series, and hey, you know what? Let's get Oil Country going nuts. I want to see Game 2 downtown Edmonton, the craziest place you have ever seen in the world for hockey, simply because the Oilers put the Stars in the hole first.
Oh, exactly. But you know what? I'm from Edmonton. I love Oilers. But me, I like certain teams for how they play and certain players they have. So to me, how I see Dallas, they're going to come out just with the same firepower that Edmonton is. And I'd like to see them actually just start like flowing and going Speedy Gonzalez back and forth.
Yep. Good bodies banging, good like.
Not the bodies, just flying,
Okay.
good passing, like like a really good speedy game is what I like to see tonight.
So I wonder almost if that's what you want to see, right? If that says, hey, I really respect Dallas, I respect the Oilers.
Yeah, but Dallas, what I say about Dallas, because they know how fast Edmonton is, so they have to keep up.
And that's where I think almost maybe it would I'm almost expecting the reverse. The Oilers try and slow it down. That might favor Dallas, though, like you're saying, because obviously if Dallas has to keep up, then if you slow it down, Dallas would technically have the edge in that thought theory. But I wonder for the Oilers, if you really go out there and hit Dallas hard early on, give them a completely different look, right? Everybody's expecting the Oilers to be fast.
Yeah.
But if you slow it right down, but again, if you slow it right down and then give up a goal.
Yeah, but then you're grinding more.
Yep. And
with Dallas, I don't think they can do that. Honestly, they're bigger bodies in Dallas. They can throw you around easier. They're way more each, but they have that speed. That's why I think Edmonton should use their speed. But that's why I'd like to see Dallas use theirs, of course.
Yep. All right, well, friends, let's get back to the chat here for a brief moment before we get to the anthems. It is a 2-anthem night, so stay tuned. We get a few extra minutes on the pregame show. Roxanne, welcome aboard this evening. As well, Matt, welcome in, and Ace, welcome aboard. 3-2 Oilers unless it rains. If so, it will be 12-4 Oilers unless it's foggy. So I don't know what you're getting out of that humor. Obviously, down here in southern Alberta, it's been raining all day. On the 6:30 Ched weather forecast at the end of the news today, on the way home listening to the pregame show, it's supposed to get foggy tonight in Edmonton.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what it is like when it's foggy in Edmonton.
Yeah.
It's pretty dicey out there. So I think to say where Ace is going with that one, if it gets foggy, it could be a dicey game for the Oilers tonight, and I like that. So, Ghost, welcome aboard. And, of course, Scout, as far as we know, Adam Henrique is out of the lineup this evening. And Michael, welcome in as well. Glad to see you come back in, for another live stream. Michael, of course, the resident Canucks fan last live stream. And Rodrigo, welcome aboard, sending all the best positive energy towards the Oilers. And now let's get to this, friends. We've got the anthems going here. I guess I can turn this up just enough so as us two can hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, just so as we can hear a little something in case I need to tune in the ear quickly here, friends. Welcome aboard again if you're just tuning in to Dolynny TV. Glad to have you aboard here this evening on the channel. What I will tell you is if you are new, I encourage you right out of the gate here to hit that subscribe button. Basically, we left last series against Vancouver just over 15,900 subscribers. Well, tonight we're at 15,905 entering action, so we are 95 away from the countdown to 16,000. So definitely, if you could, that would be greatly appreciated, as we've got at least 3 more games after tonight against Dallas. That's again.
So the main question they were talking about, what's the series going to be? How many do you think it's going to be?
I've already kind of agreed with the chat here. I'm gonna literally say I think it is Stars in 6. Now, that's just looking at it objectively and saying, okay, set aside my super fandom Oilers hat and look at kind of how the Oilers and Stars stack up, and obviously what you were saying, right? When the Oilers impose their will, Dallas has been really good at responding to tough competition. Yeah. So I think that leans towards the Stars in 6. And I think, too, talking with a lot of friends and other fans over the past 3 days.
Well, Dallas is the bigger team.
Yeah.
They're top of their Western Conference. But you have to remember, that's Edmonton, too. That's why they're here. And I'm taking Edmonton in 6.
And see, that, again, I give Stars in 6 the slight edge. But obviously, anyone that knows me, I'm going to sit here and be here until the final minute when the Oilers win in 6.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's how to put it.
Yeah.
Is don't for a second think I'm doubting the Oilers.
Yeah.
It's just if you're asking me in a non-biased situation, I'm going to say Stars in 6. But I think the Oilers quite handily can wrap this up in 6, especially if they take care of business tonight.
Me, it's more this team's been together for so long, and this is their year.
Yep.
To me, this is their big shot.
By the way, that is literally how long the U.S. national anthem just took in Dallas. This whole back and forth is how long it took to get through one song, the national anthem. But yeah, it is a tale. The Oilers, like we're saying, they should have by now learned something about themselves, and being together this long should produce a result.
Yep.
In a moment 2 years ago where maybe you weren't ready. This year you should be.
Well, before they used to play a high-fired, high-speed game, so there's big scoring. With these coaches that they've changed this year a lot, so they're a different team, and they can change that back to how they were if they want right quick. So they have it in them. They have the nucleus. I think Dallas has a little bit less of the nucleus than Edmonton to me.
Well, Jake Ottinger draws in 8-5 in the playoffs thus far. 209 goals against average. So, again, tonight, a good sign for the Oilers is maybe getting to them early.
Yeah.
As we have face-off ready and underway, Connor McDavid in the draw, and face-off won back by the Dallas Stars, fired into the Oilers' end. And all of a sudden, this Dallas Stars camera angle is a little bit more reminiscent of the Oilers. Far side, Duchesne's going to slap it off the boards, picked up by Nugent Hopkins inside his own zone. Tapped out to the blue line by the Oilers. The Stars all over the Oilers here early on in the first 15-ish seconds. Past the far side. Tanev's going to be able to tap it down in the far side corner. Dallas in behind the net here, and the Oilers yet to really break free as Dallas back to the blue line. They've got the shot loading. Shot blocked in front. There's the Oilers again committing to the shot blocks. And right through the middle. That was a big hit in the middle as Connor McDavid spins off the check. Fires a pass into the middle and a little bit too little on that pass. You don't usually say that about Connor, and it's going to be flipped in on Stuart Skinner here as this camera angle is really low. Like, I feel like I'm in the first bowl right now.
I like it.
As Desharnais will go over to the far side. It'll be picked up by Nurse, slapped along the boards. There's Holloway on the ice as it comes down to Ottinger. Ottinger up along the boards to Leon Draisaitl. He kind of actually turned that puck over before Dry lost it in his feet and flipped back along the boards into the neutral zone. Desharnais against Johnston here. And this is where I'm going to have to learn some new names because I have not watched Dallas very much at all this year. Back up the near side boards. Dallas was able to steal it around back in behind the net. They're battling there against Draisaitl. Draisaitl's got the size advantage on that guy at least as it's back to the point. Loading up the shot, tipped away from the point there, and it'll be jammed along the wall and into the benches. So, first minute and a half, I think you're giving the edge to Dallas on that one.
Well, they're throwing the body more, but Edmonton is going speedy.
Yeah. And I mean, that, like, you watch that hit there on Bouchard. He took a hard jolt, but that's again a tape pass.
Well,
to
Dallas
McDavid.
knows they can wear him down.
As this one's now picked up by Kulak off the center ice face-off. Turned in the neutral zone by the Stars. Back down to Ottinger. This one reversed to the far side. The Oilers collide there against the wall. Bounces right into the slot, but the Oilers unable to handle it. McLeod now speedily back into his own zone. He's dicing up his own end here as he tries to load up the McDavid instead to the Game 7 goal scorer Cody Ceci back into Ottinger. And that's one thing I can notice in the first 2 minutes. Ottinger's touched the puck like 4 times already. So, well, this is a problem. Breakaway stopped by Skinner. Rebound stopped by Skinner. And the Oilers get away with their first critical mistake of the series. 17:54 left in the first period. Stuart Skinner, not once but twice, just bailed out the Oilers from themselves. And that's what we were talking about. When the Oilers make mistakes like that, usually Stu's a 50-50. Well, how about 2 for 2? 100% on that one. Back into the near side corner. Brown back to the point here. Bouchard down the wall as Brown sees it go past him. But Brown again almost got that puck. Dallas, first one's to it in the corner. Flip out in the center ice area. That puck lost in the sky. Comes near side. Stick goes flying. Picked up by Bouchard. 17:20 to go in this first period. Up the wall. Carrick across the line. Brown battling there. Carrick will come up with it. He'll play down now for Matthias Janmark. Janmark leaves it there for Carrick, and yeah, it's starting to look rough. The Oilers are kind of getting thrown around here by Dallas a little bit early on as Duchesne's across the line. He's turned back by Bouchard. Bouchard again disrupts, and then Connor Brown does a good job disrupting, but the Stars continue possession before McDavid strips a man of the puck. Back the other way it comes for Nugent Hopkins. He's going to gut into the zone here as Hyman tries to win a battle. Hyman along the wall there. Sees it flip to the near side point, but Dallas keeps Desharnais out of the zone. Hustling back, Nurse flipping into the Stars' end as Hyman goes chasing after it. And so far the Stars' defense first to the puck inside their own zone every single time. A couple of turnovers high here, and the Oilers are going to be able to pick this one up. McDavid over to Nugent Hopkins. Up over top of the net. That was I saw you jumping out of your seat there, as that was a good-looking opportunity. The Oilers' first one goes up over top of the net as this to the far side boards. Picked up now by the Stars. Across the line, tapped into the Oilers' end as Stankoven comes up with the puck. Draisaitl reverses back to Desharnais. Oilers regain possession out to center as this will be Draisaitl as the far side wing. Now feeding inside, Kane back to Dry as Kane just delivered a massive check right there. Stood right into the man. And that puck goes deflecting into the left-hand corner from the point. 15:51 to go. Holloway with the puck. He'll go now to Kane. Kane reverses again down low to Draisaitl. The ref doesn't even know where to go here. Shot from the point by Ceci goes wide of the net. Rebound in front or near side boards, I guess, as the Oilers continue to roll. Dylan Holloway to the middle of the ice as Kane fired a shot off the side of the net looking for a rebound. Holloway with this puck battling back to the blue line. We've played a long while without a whistle here all of a sudden as Kane goes battling along the boards there against Suter as Holloway continues possession for the Oilers. Holloway fires to the behind the net area. It'll be chipped along the boards and out, and Draisaitl's saying icing. That's a heck of a response.
Yeah.
That is, again, you're talking about Holloway in the pregame. That is about what I want to see out of the Oilers every single shift in the Dallas end. Keeping pucks alive, and obviously...
But you see on that turnover, though, Skinner made a first good save and a second good shoulder save.
Yep, and that's obviously the Oilers. I don't even really know. Like, I'd have to see the overhead angle to see how that one broke down for the Oilers, but both defensemen caught flat-footed in the neutral zone.
Yep. As
McDavid had won the face-off, the puck over in the middle of the ice, if it's flipped up in the air, and Dallas has done that twice, have seen the Oilers lose it in the middle of the air. As this one's across the line, there's that stretch pass for the Oilers. Immediate success here early on. Hyman! Shot blocked in front. Actually, save made by Ottinger. It didn't even look like he touched that one. He just swallowed it right up with a clue. As the Western Conference rankings since January 1st, the Oilers are first, and second. And guess who's second, and first?
Right.
So...
Hey, it's top two best of the West.
Yep.
Right here.
And this has been a good hockey game thus far. 14:49 to go. Like, we've only played 5 minutes and 10 seconds. A 9th career series versus Dallas. 7th is the Dallas Stars. Over across the far side for Tanev, but through the neutral zone. Ben leaves off there to Dadonov. Puck goes over top of the net as it's fired back down to Nurse. Nurse will pick this puck up and just lift into the neutral zone off a tape. And this one's batted back in by Dallas. And this is where now all of a sudden we're starting to get towards that middle part of the period. And now I'm expecting to see both teams really settle in here and start. One team will try and dictate, the other team will respond, and then all of a sudden we'll start getting a storyline tonight as it's going to be Desharnais flipping into the Stars zone. It comes up free to the far side for Tanev. And I think, too, what you're going to see is the Oilers try and target Tanev early and often in this series just because that prior history against him in Calgary in 22 really says if you get to Tanev, you kind of start crumbling the D-core a little bit there against the other teams. So this one back along the wall there. Ceci's battling for that puck. Carrick's trying to free it up. Ceci down low to Brown. Brown will go behind the net. He'll take a jolt, but get it back to Carrick. And so far the fourth line, like I said, treading water and doing productive things. They got a shot from the point there out of nowhere, and Dallas immediately chased back and deep into their own zone. And across the line, this puck is moving out there, that's for sure. This puck has been whipping around quite fast, and not necessarily guys skating fast, but the puck is being moved at an accelerated rate tonight. Skinner out to touch the puck now to Bouchard. 13:18 to go in this first period of play. Up to the left wing, it's tipped into the Oilers' offensive zone, and the Stars touch back for icing, but you weren't kidding. I mean, maybe not the traditional speed game where guys are darting up the ice, but definitely in terms of the pace and in terms of how fast that puck is going. Zip,
But you're right on the body, though, and Dallas is using their body to their advantage.
Yep. And it's definitely been an interesting
Yeah.
first 6 minutes, but not a terrible first 6 minutes.
It's a good game.
It's been really good to start as the Stars load up a shot from the point, tip through the slot there a couple of times before it's batted out by the Oilers. 13:05 to go in the first period. The Oilers only have one shot, but the Stars only three after that flurry on Skinner earlier on. And this has been awesome to see out of both teams so far. A little miscommunication there by the Stars. They fire in from center. Bouchard back together. He'll bat along the wall as comes for a stoppage in the neutral zone. And it looks like Kane might have taken a little run at Heiskanen in behind the play here.
Yep.
I think that's the only player in the neighborhood is Heiskanen's right there. And then Kane comes in and oh yeah, Kane knows what he's doing there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to sit there and say Kane didn't know he might take a penalty there, but you obviously know as well, kind of from what you saw in Boston, Florida, if you can get that, not necessarily cheap shot, but that extra shot that isn't quite legal.
His elbows were too high.
Yeah.
That's all. You gotta use the shoulder into the chest.
And this is kind of the thing, right? If you're going to take what people are calling a stupid penalty or
it is,
whatever,
sadly,
right?
though.
But again, if you're going to take it early in the series, and especially don't take it against the fourth line scrub that's played 2 playoff games. Take it against the guy that's the number 1 defenseman on the other team.
Yeah.
Right? And not that I'm advocating for the Oilers to purposely injure Heiskanen or Tanev, but it's the game within the game, right?
Yeah.
You don't win if you're not healthier than the other team.
Yep.
So quote it how you want.
Yeah.
I'll dance around it all night. But stupid penalty, right idea.
Exactly, but at the same time, he sees what Dallas is doing. They are throwing the body a lot, so he actually wants to throw it back and say, hey, I'm here too, right? Look out.
Well, and that's just the thing. The Oilers know that they've got some emotional guys on their team.
Yep.
And they know they've got some guys who will get into the scrums.
Oh, big
right? I know people will say, well, Darnell Nurse doesn't get as physically engaged as he should. Or this guy is soft, or whatever the case might be.
No, he's just trying to play clean, less problems for the team.
Exactly. So if you start all of a sudden seeing this series heat up, don't you worry. You'll see a Darnell Nurse involved. You'll see...
Oh, yeah.
Right? And obviously, Vander Kane's going to be the first one in the scrum every time.
As we just saw.
So that's where, again, I think a little shot like that, penalty kill's been above 90, all playoffs. So what?
Yep.
What's the harm?
Yep.
Dallas scores, they're up 1-0. You're not. I mean, as the Oilers, if you lose a 1-0 game, that's probably credit to the goaltender on the other side all night.
Yep.
So,
you have to look at how Edmonton plays on their D. They're chasing the puck, staying in a perfect triangle, then square, and taking away all the passing lanes.
Well, and right off the face-off, they get clear into the Dallas zone. The power play for the Stars has been pretty good in the playoffs so far, 29%. As this one goes back now for the Stars 91. In their own zone. But the Oilers penalty kill 91.4. Like I said, if they keep that above 90 here in this series, by the end of it, they win the series. As this one's across the line to the far side, Derek Ryan eats it in the chin, is able to kill the puck pretty much dead on his tape, and then fires back over in the neutral zone. That's 30 seconds killed off thus far. Ben across the line again. Good work there by Dene Harnay. Picked up by Ekholm, slapped down the boards, and there you have it, 40 seconds plus gone on the penalty kill thus far for the Edmonton Oilers, as this one's now Heiskanen through the middle of the zone. Buck 14 to go now, is picked up again by the Stars in the neutral zone. A little bit of a curl there to the far side boards. Across the line now, Robertson spinning back to the boards. Buck 05 to go here in this power play. The shot for the point.
Nice save.
And Stuart Skinner, you were talking about, right, with Picard and Skinner late in that series against Vancouver, they were really searching for the puck. But they weren't searching because they were lost. They were searching to find it.
Yep.
And that's a really good example of that right there. Skinner looked around a couple of bodies. Right there you see 3 bodies in traffic.
Yep.
And he just saw it and was able to get the glove out. And I think that's one really good sign for the Oilers. And there you have it again. Cody Ceci kind of takes a double-handed whack on a guy's stick and drags him to the ice. The Oilers definitely a little bit of gamesmanship early on in this series, as those be fired to the far side boards. Dallas obviously looking to score a goal here with 43 seconds to go. Puck to the point, shot from through traffic, rebound in front. Skinner makes the save. I'm genuinely impressed. That's a couple of key areas where you normally see Skinner surrender something, that he's made some big saves already to start. Puck to the far side, Stankoven loading up for the far side for Sagan. Sagan down the right wing and now to the near side. Picked up, shot by Duchesne in the middle, tipped out by the Oilers to center ice, and the Oilers trying to break back 2-on-1. They're going to do it 2-on-2. Pass to the far side for Janmark, just couldn't handle it, but call it as good as done. Kane's penalty is exactly what you thought it would be. A little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of, I'm going to get in there nice and early, right?
Yeah.
As the Stars only get one shot on the power play, they're turned back at center ice by Connor McDavid. The puck misses as Ottinger's out to play it. He goes along the boards now. Draisaitl gets on the body and ends up stealing that puck away, dancing around the man. And this one forces Dallas to the near side boards. Back into the neutral zone it goes. This puck, I mean, the bodies are moving fast, but this puck is moving faster tonight. Another turnover there by Bouchard along the wall. The Stars pick up to the middle of the ice. Shot coming down the left wing. Steered away by Skinner's stick again. That's a couple of big saves here early on in this period so far as the Oilers bat this one into the Stars' territory. And an icing call. The Oilers might not be the best team on the ice in this first period's 10 minutes. But they, to their credit, aren't the worst either.
No.
Right? They're like, I mean, Dallas is obviously the better team through 10 minutes, but that doesn't discredit what the Oilers have done to begin the hockey.
No, Oilers they're using their speed. Yes, Kane threw the penalty, but you know what? They killed it. Skinner made some good saves. It's just constantly, they're just doing great. Honestly, I think it's a 50-50 right now.
Yeah, actually, speaking of the penalty kill, I guess that would tip it kind of back in the favor of the Oilers. Is Bouchard and Stankoven, I don't know if you just caught that, kind of chopped at each other a little bit there off the failed face-off. A little bit of gamesmanship in and of itself there, as well as this could be a very fun series. And I think we're starting to see the shaping up a little bit here in this first 10 minutes. It's come back off the boards now for Ekholm. Though the Oilers kind of need to get some shots on net across the line. Here's McDavid darting in, stolen off his tape. Draisaitl back to try and get it for the Oilers. Instead, the Stars exit out into the neutral zone. Nice play by Hyman to come up with the puck. Turnover there to the Stars. Back the other way. Johnston firing back onto the tape of Robertson. Turn back, and the Oilers again speeding back the other way. We'll get across the line. Look for that pass to the middle to McDavid. That's Ekholm as he gets turfed. Oh. That was a hard hit on Ekholm in the middle of the ice, kind of face down right into the ice. And Johnston tries to play this one back along the boards. That'll be picked up by Dallas. 9.5 to go in the first period. A Dallas Stars player got turfed in the middle part of the ice, and all of a sudden, this one's shaping up pretty nice and dandy so far, as that's a puck to the middle there by Dallas. But the Oilers, good to their credit, other than those, again, Bouchard just hauls down a Dallas Stars player. This is what I was kind of expecting, but I'm actually surprised to see it, right? You expect to see it because it's playoff hockey, but one effort here so far for the Oilers, and that will be a home run pass and a half missed by the Stars at the Oilers line for icing. So, wow. Okay, wait, did he get tripped or did he get hit there?
Tripped.
But he was...
By his own stick and by his Dallas guy threw the stick into him. So it was a trip, but it's too early to call penalty. Yeah, no, you can't. The Kane thing is a little too obvious. That one, again, if you're going to start calling that because he called the Kane thing, we got a problem with the ref and immediately. Is this going to be shot towards the net? And that's me saying I don't want the Oilers on the power play. That seems strange. As this one's back down in the near side corner, the Stars chasing in their own ends. Carrick just handles the guy along the boards as well. It goes to the far side boards, and Dallas is able to flip out into the neutral zone. Ceci bats it away from them, gloves it over to Carrick as the nice little tap there as Carrick tries to feed down low to Brown. Sorry, that's Janmark. And Janmark puts a jolt into the man there along the boards, and Carrick starting against the boards there will try and tap it again past Ben as it comes to the point. Ceci handles, loses it, back the other way. Desharnais pretty much puts the stop on the blue line, and the Stars are offside, so they have to flip in. This has been a change of pace, but exactly what we were used to. I don't know how to fully describe it. We'll need a break to kind of dig into it more as this one comes now near side boards and then flipped out to the blue line of the Stars as 8:08 to go in this first period of play. And back into the offensive zone for Dallas. They're looking to get something going here at the blue line, but again, it bobbles. That puck, you just can't contain it tonight. It's flying out there, and again, the Dallas Stars just flip it into the Oilers' end.
Desharnais over to Nurse, picked up now by Draisaitl. Draisaitl backhands right on the tape of the Dallas Stars, but a good second effort from Kane forces them to go back a little bit more into their zone, and the pass through the middle throws the Dallas Stars player, I thought, offside. It's not. And in behind the net now, Dallas picks up the puck as they're going to try and work towards the front of the net. Instead, it's off the end wall. Desharnais keeping his man to the outside. He got away with a clutch and grab there a little bit.
Yep.
As this one comes back now to the blue line. The shot loading for Dallas, blocked in front by Holloway. And then a diving effort by Kane gets it out of the zone. 7:19 to go in the first period of play. My goodness, the Oilers are here to play, but so is Dallas. Breakaway for Holloway, one-on-one towards the net. He just didn't have enough time to get the handle there.
Nah, I should have just did a one-touch shot.
Yeah. And tried to handle it there, but just could not quite get a hold of it, and that's okay. The Oilers get the offensive zone faceoff.
Yep.
And that's, you see, Draisaitl gets handled down to the ice, and you're going to see a lot of guys getting shoved to the ice,
yeah.
right? We're at that point in the playoffs where it's not you get knocked to the ice.
No, this is just how Dallas plays.
Yeah.
Dallas is a more physical team. They're going to finish their checks constantly.
And so far, so good for the Edmonton Oilers here in this game.
Yep.
Obviously, not perfect.
Yep.
Dallas has had some problems too, but you look at it here, 4 won the shots.
Yep.
Who can really complain about that? I think, too, you look at it from an Oilers perspective, you haven't played the entire game in your own end. You've had some good moments in Dallas's end. And the fourth line, Carrick,
Yep.
Janmark, Brown, have been positive playtime players for you.
Well, 100%. They're moving. They're actually Brown's digging, and then basically they're throwing more bodies now because they're seeing how Dallas is playing.
Yep, and that's one thing, right? The Oilers' fourth line is not oversized. It's maybe against Dallas it's actually undersized.
Yep.
But again, right, Brown's got that amazing stick-to-itiveness where
Yep.
he can dig in those corners, kind of like Hyman, for that extra 3 seconds more than he should have been allowed to.
Yep.
And then as well, you've got Carrick, who he's just a wrecking ball. He'll get in there, he'll hit, he'll poke, he'll do whatever he has to.
Yep.
And Janmark is hard to describe. He's a workhorse. He gives you good minutes as often as he possibly can. But he doesn't really have one show of what he can do. Now here's the other side, friends. Mr. Stuart Skinner on the road is 4-1 in these playoffs so far. A 1-2 record in games 1 through 3 against the Vancouver Canucks, a .906 save percentage, 150 goals against average in his next 2 games in the series, Game 6 and Game 7. So far tonight, perfect on 4 shots, as this one will be a face-off in the Dallas zone. Skinner's getting reset after the draw gets redone here, as this will be picked up for Nugent Hopkins out there. McDavid got waved out as Hyman comes along the boards. McDavid steals that puck away down low. Tanev fires it to the far side corner, picked up again by the Oilers as that one again. I just following that puck tonight's a little harder than it was in the Vancouver series. It is just I don't know if you're watching this back home, but to be honest, this puck is moving a lot faster than I think it did against Vancouver. Here's Hyman down the right wing. Hyman gets the man to bite to right to the middle of the shot. Through traffic, goes wide of the net as Nugent Hopkins line one up now, looking back to the point there. McDavid off a bounce to Bouchard. Bouchard back to McDavid, standing at the point, and maybe a little bit too much juice here from McDavid early on.
Puck flipped over his stick. He was a little antsy.
6:26 to go in this first period. Up along the right wing, the Dallas Stars will flip into the Oilers' end. But here's the other side too for the Oilers. When they've had an offensive zone chance, they have hustled off the ice as fast as possible.
Yep.
Right? They want to get fresh legs, go back the other way as soon as they possibly can. Just like that as it goes wide of Ottinger. And they still play on. I guess maybe that hit Ottinger on the way. Maybe his paddle as it's right to the middle of the ice. Near side now. Picked up by the Dallas Stars. Firing down low off the end wall. Picked up by Kulak as Ryan McLeod comes in there as well. And what a timely game tonight would be for Ryan McLeod's first point of the playoffs, as this one's picked up along the wall now for Kulak. He's working the right wing over the far side, looking for Foegele. Foegele into the corner, takes a jolt. It'll be now picked up again by Foegele and Kulak as they're both battling there along the end wall. as McLeod comes in to help. There's a nice pass there by Fogle, almost fooled Cece, but he kept it on side. Back to Fogle, Fogle off the wall. The Oilers' third line all of a sudden getting something rolling inside the zone, though Ryan McLeod touches and it breaks up in the neutral territory. Picked up by Dallas, fired in, and now all of a sudden, you know what? That's a couple of 2 shifts in a row there where Edmonton gains momentum inside Dallas' zone, and there comes the fourth line as it's backhanded over. And I think it's the same thing we saw in Games 6 and 7 against Vancouver. The fourth line might not be the one to score you the goal, but they're going to do the work to set it up. As this one's off the wall now, poked away by Dallas inside the Oilers' zone. Desharnais battling along the boards there against one Tyler Seguin. Brown's able to come out with the puck. He's going to bat it into Dallas's territory, but Heiskanen and the defense there are too much to get that back into the neutral zone, and this will be tapped into the zone. But here you have it. Fourth line didn't lose you minutes, and now obviously the Draisaitl lines across the ice, and Draisaitl will pick this one up in his own zone as this picked up and fired into the neutral. Holloway across the line. He just kind of scooped that into the near side corner. Along the wall now, battling Lindell. Lindell sees it in the feet of everybody. He'll fire it along the wall. CC trying to keep that one on side. It goes out to the neutral. Oilers caught back a little bit, but Kulak's first one to it. And back into the neutral zone. Picked up now. Here's Draisaitl with Holloway. The shot by Draisaitl. Steered away by Ottinger. And now Holloway will try and fire back down low to Draisaitl, the second line. Suddenly cooking a couple shots here inside the Dallas zone, as well as the Stars break back the other way. Go for a line change while also rushing up the ice. And Holloway will contend with the Stars down low inside the Oilers' end. Draisaitl, a rip pass over there as that will be fired to the far side point inside the Dallas zone. And Dallas tactfully again with the defense. Plays it. Now one was coming right for you. Right in the living room up over the glass. As friends, this is
where's my glove and blocker, eh?
This has been best on best so far. This has actually been solid. I mean, the Oilers not getting much.
No, and Dallas not getting much either.
No, that's
and this is the type of game I was expecting because of how both these teams play. And we still haven't even got to it yet because it's still just the first period.
Well, on that last play where Dallas kind of, on that last full rush up the ice where Dallas pushed it over to the zone right after the Oilers got in, and Brett Kulak was the lone defenseman back.
Yeah.
You were saying right off the bat, like, Dallas has got to play with speed if they want to contend with the Oilers.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there calling that moment. It's like, oh no, Kulak's caught. But then you see Kulak scoop in there, right?
Yep.
And that's one thing I guess maybe we'll see is, can the Dallas forwards be that little bit of extra jump in their step to get on the Oilers defense?
Yeah, exactly.
Because since these pairings have changed, we have seen the Oilers defense lock things down.
Yep.
And if for the Stars they can't get the jump on the Oilers defense, little by little, there's less and less ways the Stars can find a way to win.
Yep.
And that's one positive thing to see out of...
One thing Edmonton does need to do is stop the cough-ups. Because they've done that, and they've gave them opportunities. Skinner's bailed you out. You got to tighten back up again.
And that's, hey, you know what? There's little moments in this game that the Oilers will find those issues. But so far, I guess, to say they've done a good job keeping it where it is.
Yeah.
And now there's actually an Oilers fan with my exact Oilers flag up in the Ice District right now. But, yeah, little by little, the Oilers just have to find a way now to keep it where it is and then tighten up, give Dallas nothing, and then eventually your chances will come too.
Yep.
So,
but you got to remember, too, this is in Dallas. It's much warmer there, so the puck's going to bounce more.
Mm-hmm.
They're freezing the pucks.
So, here we go. To the far side, picked up through the middle, fired into the Oilers bench. And out of play. The Oilers and Stars, 4-3 the shots on goal. And the Oilers will face the top-seeded West team for a third straight playoffs year. So, again, when I talk about the West winning the Stanley Cup, I mean Colorado, Vegas, Dallas this year. So if the Oilers don't win, how can you not want Dallas to win the Cup? Because then, hey, 3 years in a row we got beat by the Cup champions. We're right there, man. Like, if we beat them, we're the Cup champions. That's at least the theory of the thinking that I'd try and tackle there as Stuart Skinner plays this puck along the wall, turn over to Dallas immediately. And that's one of those plays we're going to have to watch as this series evolves. is I don't know how well you know Stuart Skinner's puck handling ability, but sometimes when he flips it up along the wall, teams tend to crash down a little harder and try to get it on him a little quicker.
Goalie's a lot different. That paddle, it's tough to shoot like a player.
Yeah, so that's where I think the Oilers have to be a little more cautious, as this one's now to the near side for Bouchard. 2:48 to go as McDavid winds it up. You haven't really seen McDavid wind it up right through the middle. Just lost the handle last second. I know that's a good defensive play by Dallas, but not very often you see McDavid in that area lose the handle. So that's off a couple of Dallas Stars players, and the Oilers are really starting to get to the attack here as this period goes on. Back across the line, the shot fired, save made by Skinner. Or that puck went up over top, it looks like.
No, Skinner made the save.
Skinner made the save, and then,
yeah,
the puck went over top.
Yeah, he made a nice blocker save.
So there you have it. Connor McDavid, a good-looking opportunity, and I mean, we did not see that much at all against Dallas or against Vancouver, and just that last stick at the last second kind of pulled on the stick enough to make McDavid flip up. McDavid's been held pointless in 3 of the last 5 games. I know people were saying he's a little under the weather or he's a little banged up or something.
No, it's just teams are defending him differently and tightly.
Well, I'm watching him tonight. He doesn't look any worse for wear.
You give him space, that's what he could do, but they didn't give him space at the end.
So here we go. Face off now inside the Oilers zone. 2:24 to go here in this first period. The puck off the boards on the far side, out into the neutral zone. Nugent Hopkins across the line as my feed. I think we
offside.
I think we might have a little bit of bad weather out there. You know, it was kind of pouring cats and dogs all across southern Alberta today, and I think we might see the old stream leg out a couple of times here if it keeps raining as hard as it has today. So, all right, here we go. 2:18 to go offside of the line. It was actually Janmark at the line who was offside. So far, Heiskanen no worse for wear after that. A little bit of a high ride-up elbow by Kane. So, and they ruled it an intentional offside, so it'll be poked away now by the Oilers. Back the other way on the attack. Foegele to the net. Drags it just wide of the post as Ottinger followed him all the way across the side. And now the Stars back the other way. 2:06 to go down the left wing. Shot fired. Sticked away by Skinner, as that'll be picked up by the Oilers and fired back again in Dallas' zone. And then Foegele, a nice little pick play on Suter. I don't think he's taking a penalty here, as the Oilers will play on. Foegele behind the net, and then Suter tries to jump right on the back of Foegele. Back to the blue line, Ceci with the puck. Far side pass for Nurse through traffic, bounces off the glass. Back into the corner, as this one will be Holloway now battling for this puck against the Stars. Jamie Benn, Holloway battling there.
That's right.
Who do we have a penalty up against?
The defenseman for Dallas.
Is it Dallas taking the high stick?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was just interference. You can see. Basically, there was 2 Dallas guys. One guy had the puck, and the other guy was just holding Edmonton's guy behind, right? Holding him up.
But that right there,
he
just
fumbled
lost it. And is this...
Right, see?
Oh, no, it's going to be a hook on Dylan Holloway.
Really?
Tough. It's actually a holding call. I don't know how you get a holding call when the stick's under the arm, but sure. But I see exactly what you're saying. That Dallas Stars player grabbed on Holloway's back of the jersey there.
Yeah.
So $1:32 to go in this first period of play. 2-minute power play now for the Stars. And this will be a face-off now to the near side board. Slapped down the ice by Desharnais. Out it goes. Count off 10 seconds off the clock. The Oilers again have already killed off 2 minutes and 10 seconds of power play time for the Stars this hockey game. Across through the middle, the Stars already losing 15 seconds. And again, interference in the neutral zone goes uncalled. But we'll obviously see where the line is set as this game goes into the second period. As Nugent Hopkins up along, firing it down. And the Oilers, they thought about touching that puck, instead let it go all the way down. Half a minute killed in the power play here. Through to the far side, across the line. The Oilers will chip it again off the glass and out into the middle of the ice. This one's picked up by McLeod. McLeod's skating with it. He's sealed along the boards by Heiskanen. A good solid effort there by Heiskanen to throw the hip into McLeod. $1:12 to go in the power play now for the Stars. Time winding down. 40 seconds remains in the first period of play as the Stars through the neutral zone. Picked up by Duchesne over to Stankoven. He'll roll off the boards back to the high point. Oilers turn it into a little bit of a mess at the high point, but the Stars able to force it down low. The shot from the dot, save made by Stuart Skinner.
Yep.
And what a stop by Skinner.
Yep. He came out of that net and took that angle away.
As you like to see that, 23.5 seconds to go in the period, and Stuart Skinner, I mean, like, that was a beautiful pass by Dallas. I mean, the only open area was right between Nurse's skates, and instead of Nurse going down to one knee, deflecting into the net, he stood tall and let Skinner make the save.
Yep.
So we'll take that. The Oilers win the face-off, flip it down the ice, and, I mean, you can pretty much kiss this period goodnight as the Oilers and Stars tie up for a pretty good first period. The Stars fans leaving for the exits here while on a power play to go grab another beverage as this Duchesne down the wall, shot fired towards the net, 5.6 seconds to go, 3 seconds into the corner, back to the point, far side pass, the shot comes in, Stuart Skinner blocks it away, and the period ends 0-0 after 1 period of play, and a little bit of Nugent Hopkins grabbing hold of some Dallas Stars players. I'm impressed. That is...
On which part?
By everything I saw in that period.
It's just a really good hockey game.
That was playoff hockey.
Yep.
I mean, you give me the definition of playoff hockey or what it should be in 2024.
This is it.
The Dallas Stars and Edmonton Oilers just gave you 20 minutes of flawless playoff hockey. There were mistakes. Goaltender bailed it out. There was chances. Goaltender bailed it out.
Yep.
Hard hitting, fast pace, moving. There is nothing that you can't not like in that period.
Yep, exactly.
Because even if you want to talk about the Oilers getting caught on a breakaway for the Stars, Stuart Skinner coming up with 2 saves immediately on that play, erases and gives you more to cheer about than that.
Yep.
So, no, fantastic.
But look at Edmonton, they had the little breakaway.
Yep.
But he fanned on it.
That's just it.
So you never know.
So, yeah, that's... Friends, after 1 period of play, I mean, it's scoreless, and what can I tell you? There's a couple of shots on net.
I can tell though that the puck's bouncing more.
Oh yeah,
it's much more bouncier because the weather probably in Dallas, right? That we're not used to in Vancouver and Edmonton. It's a little bit colder, so the puck doesn't bounce as much on the ice.
Well, and the stats after 20. Here's where we're talking: 6 shots on net for Dallas, 3 for the Oilers. I mean, the Oilers had some chances on net. Like you're talking about the breakaway for Fogle, it actually went wide.
Yep.
But he was in the blue paint by the time it went wide.
Yep.
So count it, don't count it, don't care. The Oilers had their chances.
Oh, yeah.
So did Dallas. 14-8 the hits for Dallas. Getting out hits, nothing new for the Oilers. But the way that period started in the first 2 minutes compared to seeing 14-8 at the end of the period.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think that Dallas just is a team that finishes their checks, and Edmonton's going to have to change how they play with that. And you have to look at it back in the day. Remember when Pittsburgh Penguins, Crosby, they couldn't get past Philly because Philly was such a physical team. It threw them off their actual mental game.
Yep.
So that frustrated them, and then that's how Pittsburgh kept losing against Philly in those couple series in a row. So I'd like to see Edmonton just keep their composure, just keep throwing the hits.
Yep.
But stay out of the box.
Well, that's again, right, that Evander Kane penalty.
Yeah.
The Dylan Holloway penalty, you can argue that one all you want.
He did hold him up, but he was getting hold up actually like for maybe 20 seconds before that the whole time. So
yeah, argue exactly. Like I'm saying, you can argue that one all day, and I'm not going to stop.
That's just grinding, good playoff hockey right now.
And for the Oilers, right, that Evander Kane shot, if it was on anyone other than maybe Heiskanen or Ben, I'm upset with that play. Yeah. Because that's a dumb play right out of the gate, and now you're shorthanded. But again, it's on Heiskanen, and even if it had been on Ben, it's one of those, well, you almost have to, right? At some point.
For Dallas's power play?
No, for like Evander Kane taking that call against.
Yeah.
Right? You almost have to do one of those plays.
Yeah. And
the fact that you did it early on after your penalty kill's been riding hot for 2 series. Yes, I'm upset. But who cares?
No, this is actually the teams Kane likes playing against.
Yes.
Right? He likes that physical aspect, so he gets excited and he just wants to throw the body and play a good grinding game.
Well, and for Kane, it's not a 5-minute elbowing major. It's
No,
not
luckily.
it's not a 5-minute charging major. It's
Yep.
not a charge. It's literally just a roughing.
Yep.
So again, if you're going to tell me Evander Kane took 2 minutes for roughing, am I going to be upset at that? I don't think you can be.
No.
Because if Evander Kane's not taking 2 minutes for roughing, you're asking what the heck he's doing out there.
No, what's wrong with him?
Exactly. So that's the nice part. Friends, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks for being aboard for the ride here. We'll be right back in a matter of moments, and we'll get things going in for this hockey game. First intermission, but Matt and I are going to quickly go refill the water bottles. I know I've drained this one pretty
I'll
heavily
get more
already.
coffee from
but
you here.
we'll be right back, friends. Stay tuned. Make sure to subscribe. Well, friends, if you had the Oilers and the Dallas Stars being tied at 0-0 after one period of play, congrats. That's a pretty good call, as it's been a pretty good hockey game thus far for the Oilers, and obviously an effort we can be pretty proud of as Edmonton Oilers fans thus far this evening. I do want to say, to those of you watching back home, I don't think I've mentioned the watch time yet this evening. Well, let's take a quick look here, as we're at 4 obviously already. 4.25 minutes watch. So how about that? 236 hours on the stream. So by the end of the intermission, we should almost be to that 300 mark, and we're well on our way this evening. So thank you for being aboard this evening. I see the chat kind of humming along so far this evening. Everybody just kind of really just talking with themselves this evening. Trent, welcome in. I know I've missed a bunch of you already this evening. We've kind of been able to keep the discourse between Matt and I going pretty solid so far this evening. But as we go up the chat, Action Jackson, welcome aboard. Fabio, welcome in. BMAC, I caught you earlier, I think. Insane, welcome aboard as well. And I think we're good there. McToad's even making an appearance, and Kako as well, being in for the ride. As yeah, I think we got everything. Christy missed you, and I think Spencer as well missed you earlier on. So we got everybody aboard for the ride here tonight. Thank you for being aboard. As I'll kind of transition back to the middle here for a brief moment to take a look at what we're looking at in the back end of the stream this far this evening. It's, I think, by a couple of degrees, maybe a quieter stream tonight, as obviously the Dallas Stars fans will take their time to find us here throughout the series. But thanks again for being aboard. Nation as well, tuning in, as everybody's been aboard so far this evening. Jack, where is Stoney? We have not seen Stoney in the live chat here over the past few streams. That is for true, as we'll obviously see everybody kind of climb aboard, I'm sure, by the end of the playoff series as we get towards the Stanley Cup final, as we continue towards the second period in tonight's hockey game. Again, friends, I know I mentioned there to say, as I mentioned, hit that subscribe button as we go here right now this evening. I'm just waiting for this to load. How about 15,923 subscribers? So if you haven't already done that, make sure to do that this evening. We are now 77 away from 16,000 here on Dolynny TV. I know Patrick as well over on the Oilers Fanatic. Go quickly search up the Oilers fanatic. He is about to hit 7,000. In fact, I think by the time the postgame has been live for 2 hours tonight, he will have 7,000 subscribers if I was doing my math right. So Stars top 3 lines so far in this series tonight. Marshman, Pavelski, Duchesne, Ben, Sagan, Dadonov, and then Robertson, Johnston, and Stankoven. So interesting to see that there right now. Obviously game 6 versus game 1. And the Edmonton Oilers so far 0-0 against the Dallas Stars. A good welcome sign. Mike, hoping the Oilers can win for your birthday today. That would be absolutely stellar if they could. Obviously for all of us, but for you especially, and obviously 2 friends. 97 likes, much as I love Connor. We're just about to hit the 100 if you haven't already done that this evening. Other than that, the stats after 20, there really isn't much to report. Stuart Skinner has 6 saves. Jake Ottinger has 3. 14-8 the hits for Dallas. 9-7 the face-offs for the Oilers. And other than that, the stats are negligible so far. And the Oilers will start on the penalty kill in this second period of play. So stay tuned. We'll see where we go here this evening. And McToad's Bouchard needs to just fire pucks at the Stars and see if they want to block them all night. That's the other thing too. I think on the power play, the Oilers are guilty a lot of trying to line up an open shot for Bouchard. I think if you're Bouchard, every second puck, look to fire it right past the first one, shoot the second one, pass the first one, shoot the second one. And just look to fire it into traffic and hopefully hit somebody in front, whether it be a Star, whether it be an Oiler, and get it to the back of the net. But hurting a Star along the way isn't necessarily going to be the worst strategy either for the Oilers based on what we saw in that first period of play. So we continue to wait for this hockey game, obviously, to get underway here in this second period. Matt will rejoin us in a matter of moments. But, friends, we're definitely rolling along here tonight. We're getting closer to figuring out who might score the first goal. I mean, we might not have the first goal until overtime tonight. Not saying, but saying, as the Oilers and Stars have really played a pretty impressive hockey game thus far. We're now over 250 hours on the stream, so we are about to really get to what could be a fun finish to tonight. And again, for those of you tuning back home that are Dallas Stars fans, thank you for being aboard here on Dolynny TV, right? I'm obviously hardcore Oilers fan, so is Matt. But I guess to really say it, is these live streams don't end up doing as well, don't end up being as fun without you, the opposition fans, because it's that element, right? It's not allowing an echo chamber, and that's kind of the awesome part about it here so far. So looking forward to seeing what the Oilers have in store for us in this, you betcha, second period of play upcoming as we're closer and closer to puck drop in the second. And then we'll see what the Oilers can do for us. So I just want to quickly check kind of what the other live streams across Oilers YouTube are doing this evening. I know Patrick's not live. Obviously, you've got Austin over there on Austin Hockey Live, 81 following along over there. So good to see. And obviously, I don't see anyone else that's live in my direct feed. But for the Oilers tonight, obviously, probably a lot of coverage across YouTube. And I'm just lucky enough to have you here along for the ride. So, all right, friends, Justin, welcome in as well as we get things going towards the end of this first period intermission. We're just at that kind of weird point where we have commercial break, studio break, commercial break, game. So we'll be about set for hockey here in a matter of moments, friends, as the Edmonton Oilers and Dallas Stars. I don't even know what to tell you, right? It was kind of one of those weird first periods where it was so good you almost don't want to talk about it because you're at risk of maybe not replicating it the second time over. And it'd be pretty awesome to see the Oilers go out there and replicate that one for sure. So yeah, the Oilers now just need to find a way to break through in this hockey game. If they can find a way to score the first goal in this hockey game, that could go a long way to the end of this one. So right now, the Oilers, we'll see where it goes. As McToad's obviously has been subbed since before 1K. That's a crazy time ago, friends. McToads can tell you what was happening back then, but for those of you back in the day, I mean, a lot of you, I think, are aboard after about 6,000 subscribers here on Dolynny TV, but there's a good bundle of you that I know still tune in time to time from before the 1,000 mark, from around the 2,500 mark, and it's pretty crazy to think that it's now been 10 plus years here on YouTube on this channel doing these things. So yeah, looking forward to keeping that going, McToads, as we have, well, another good off season upcoming. And I think for McToads, would know the random stuff, I can promise you a little bit more of that is coming this year, this summer. I'm going to try and mess around a little bit out there. As Scooter, a total feeling out period. Thing is about that, it really had the playoff feel, right? Yeah, both teams trying to figure each other out, but it still had the playoff feel, right? There's hard hits, there's some chances, there's a lot of good stuff to like about that period. So I'm really excited to see kind of what evolves here tonight as this game goes on. So the Oilers and Stars obviously doing their thing here this evening, and now we gotta kind of settle it up. Like I said, the studio break, and then we are back to commercials, and now we are on those commercials, so we'll get things going here in a matter of moments. As Johnny, I like the sentiment, but of course, yeah, you kind of broke the rule, but we'll just take care of that. And Mr. Doom, am I having to planning to have my friend on during the regular season next time, or is it just going to be a playoff game? Probably just a playoff guy, to be honest with you, simply because those regular season streams are a little bit more difficult to set up, and obviously too, I'm usually only live for 15 minutes prior to puck drop, so we'll kind of evolve that as it goes on. I do have some bigger plans for the regular season next year to kind of make it a little bit more fun, so we'll see how we go there. Matt, you all fired up, ready to go?
You know it.
All right, well, the chat's just been rolling along here tonight, and we're almost over 300 hours on the stream here tonight going into this second period of play, friends. So we are on pace to do exactly what we normally do, game in, game out. Kind of normalized here in the playoffs, and that's kind of nice. You can kind of almost expect consistency. We're at 267 hours, so right around there, right?
Yep.
As we are just about set for the Oilers to take the ice in this second period. I know Scooter was mentioning kind of a feeling out period for both teams, but what I countered with and what I really liked about that period is no matter how you break it down, it was still a really good playoff period.
Oh no, it's huge, right? Dallas was throwing the body, making sure that they know that you're going to get pounded this round. You're going to get beat in, and Edmonton was resilient, right? They're using their speed like I wanted them to. Dallas was flying though. They're not no slouch.
Nope.
I've seen a couple of times that Dallas was actually being faster than Edmonton, and Edmonton in the end we're starting to throw bodies back, saying we're not going down.
Yep, and that's where I think we're really it's anyone's game for the next 40. And the nice part is, too, maybe this next 40 isn't enough, right? I like, given how both teams have played this, I don't know, based on the first scoreless period, what happens when a team scores the first goal, right? Like, if Dallas scores the first goal, do the Oilers come right back a minute and a half later and score?
Well, you don't know. But you know what? Because it's the playoffs, you can see that nerves are going to hit. And honestly, floodgates might open.
Well, that would be a welcome sign. I mean, seeing a couple of goals in this second period would kind of get us out of your chairs, right? That Nugent Hopkins chance just about had you out.
He had the whole top shelf wide open, and he put it straight onto the net, but he was just too high, and I just kept following it.
Well, you were going, and then all of a sudden you're just, oh, nope, it's not going. So, all right, friends, we are watching a little bit of baseball coverage here. Sportsnet, stream on Sportsnet, obviously. For those of you back home, we will have a little bit of Blue Jays coverage as this summer evolves, kind of to fill those live stream gaps, right? You can't live stream the hockey during the playoffs, or during the summer once the playoffs are over. But I think once we get into that, I'll kind of try and cover off the Blue Jays a little bit here. As we're rolling along, friends, now into the second period. And these Edmonton Oilers ready to take us home for 20 minutes of hopefully exactly what we saw. Just maybe this time Fogle tucks that one into the back of the net. Nuge puts it top shelf. McDavid doesn't have a dribble off his stick.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
This is a good fast-paced game. And one thing that you have to say that McDavid, he got room to open up. So with Dallas, you can see that he can open up more. Vancouver, they're tying him up right away.
Yeah. And that's where for Dallas, they're a very good backtrack team.
Yes.
And right, even though McDavid opened it up, they still tracked in on him after all. So I guess for McDavid is what do you do with the open ice when you're giving it, because it looks like Dallas is going to give them that little bit of room.
Yep.
But if you get in too tight, sorry, too bad, we're on you now.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to that. Here we go, friends. Face off down at center ice. The Oilers have 26 seconds to kill on the power play here for the Dallas Stars. Desharnais off the face off. Rims it up along the wall. It's batted back into the neutral zone by the Oilers. Takes a hop into the Dallas zone. All the way down to Ottinger. 15 seconds remaining in the power play. Picked up by Heiskanen. He's got a big old smile on his face. We're back underway here in the second. Puck's tied up in the middle of the ice. Batted out again by the Oilers. 5 seconds remaining. And officially, unofficially, the Oilers are 2 for 2 on the penalty kill. 2 shots this time for the Dallas Stars on the power play as Nugent Hopkins leads across over to Derek Ryan down the right wing. The shot, save made by Ottinger. And that's a shot we haven't seen a lot of from the Oilers in the playoffs.
No.
But one of those, I know it's not going in. I'm still going to make you make the save.
Yep.
But you're also going to hold it for the face-off. And a very sneaky good play by Derek Ryan, because penalty kill expired. He's still on the ice, takes a shot, gets the whistle. Who's on the ice now?
Exactly.
McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman will take a full shift right in the offensive zone here to get things going in this second period, just 39 seconds in. McDavid's only got 4 minutes and 45 seconds of ice time so far in this hockey game. That's an interesting differential, I think, compared to what you're used to seeing as this puck goes around to the far side. McDavid jamming along the wall. He kind of ate a stick in the hands there. Reverses again. Gets taken down. Hyman in front. Kulak activates the shot from the point. Block. Draisaitl scores! There you have it. The Oilers force the puck to the middle of the ice. Get the shot towards the net. Yeah, it's blocked, but they score.
And they got a lucky bounce because Ottinger couldn't hold the save.
That's just it. So there you have it. The Edmonton Oilers, just like that, take the 1-0 lead. And now how important was that shot by Derek Ryan? That was as veteran of a move. And McDavid from his bum serving it up to Hyman, and a block in front, and the Stars just could not collapse back on the block shot. And Draisaitl, right from his spot. I mean, he's not going to miss from there. That's
Ottinger was right there, though.
Oh, yeah. Ottinger's going to give him his fits, but that was a heck of a goal. And just right there, you have 19:02 to go in this second period, and the Edmonton Oilers have found the back of the net. And that
was good.
That's almost one of those kind of, it is a power play goal based on the way it's set up. The Oilers get the kill, and then immediately to the 5-on-5, they get the goal as this one's to the far side, bounced into the neutral zone. And right now, until about the 17-minute mark, we got to really see the Oilers hold their own here against Dallas. As they're in behind the net, Dallas forced it in front. Janmark was able to skate it away as this one comes back across the line. Here's Janmark. It's poked back and it's fired in the neutral zone across the line. It's cut off there and fired back by Stuart Skinner to the far side for Ekholm. Ekholm over to the near side, picking it up now. Darnell Nurse. Nurse will lead ahead. Nurse over to Brown. Brown taps in, and here comes Carrick down the left wing into the Stars zone. A big hit there along the kind of net side area, as that's a shot from Ekholm that, again, the Oilers are definitely,
they're buzzing.
They're buzzing, and they have not had a shyness about shooting the puck towards the net.
Nope.
But they only have 4 shots. Again, it's early in the series. You make the Dallas Stars block a lot of shots in game 1, that buys you favors in game 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
6. I'm not mentioning 7. Key reason, we've already talked about that.
Hey, they can go 7, and it just more means more hockey.
18:08. I don't think my nerves can handle 2 in a row. As this one comes to the near side boards, the Oilers see it batted off the end wall by Dallas. Off the face-off win for the guys in green as they'll bat into the neutral zone. Picked up again by Dallas, and they'll quickly throw it into the Oilers zone. Off the end wall, it came right on the tape of Stuart Skinner. A bad pass there by the Oilers, bounces into the middle of the ice, and then Dallas fires it down low as Bouchard goes along the wall, battling there for Draisaitl, trying to come up with it. Will backhand into the middle of the ice, and then a nice little scoop there by the Oilers, able to get it into the Dallas Stars zone, backed out by Dallas again. Both teams now starting to go back and forth here as Hyman and Kulak got the assists on that Draisaitl goal, and that was a heck of a rip there by Robertson, but Stuart Skinner ain't going to let that beat him.
I would like to see Skinner a little bit more out of the net.
Yeah, that was the one thing there.
He was a little deep.
He stayed right inside the blue paint the whole way, and then...
Like, that was a point above the hash marks, and he was still touching his post.
Yeah. He's got... I mean, and hey, end of the day, if we're sitting here saying, Stuart, you could have made that save better.
Yeah.
Right? You could have made that save.
Yep.
Not you could have stopped that goal. We're cooking now. 8 shots for Dallas, nothing so far in the goal column. 9 shots for Dallas, nothing in the goal column. And that one right there, Stuart Skinner he kind of lofted himself out there to challenge it. Gets the glove save, makes the stop. And you can see as well, it was exposed on camera on the flight into Dallas. Leon Draisaitl's got a little bit of tape on his finger here. It's the longest point streak to start a playoff game or playoff series. Draisaitl's 4 back of Brian Trottier.
Wow.
For the all-time lead is this one along the end wall to the far side boards, picked up by the Oilers here as it goes back inside the Dallas zone. Around the boards, this puck is just buzzing here as it's picked up by Dallas. Duchesne backhands out into the neutral. It'll be Pavelski just tying up along the boards, helps it along. And this will now be McLeod along the far side wall. Duchesne cuts it off. And all of a sudden, you're inside that little bit. So far, so good for the Edmonton Oilers. They take the next minute and a half and don't give up a goal against Dallas. So that was what we were talking about in the intermission. Maybe a little bit of fear there that the Oilers would cough one up if they got the first goal. They didn't. And backhanded into Dallas's zone. Ottinger with the puck to the far side. Suter down the left wing will fire into the neutral. Cut off by the Oilers that time. And McDavid throws himself a yard offside as Bouchard threads a pass over to Nuge. The shot, rebound in front. Hyman can't get to it. And it'll be tapped ahead by Dallas. But again, that was a really good looking pass by Bouchard. And then Nuge to fire that shot as this one goes off the end wall inside the Oilers zone. Around the boards now to the middle of the ice. The Stars see it picked off there by the Oilers. They force it back, just keeping it onside last second. And this one now behind the net, right in front, blocked in front. The Oilers start away. Here's McDavid and Hyman coming up the ice. McDavid's got Hyman. Hyman in the middle of the ice. Shooting, holding, 5-hole score!
Wow!
Hyman puts it home. All I could see is that one somehow went through Ottinger. And that is, again, like we saw in Game 6, Hyman just sticks with a puck that died, right? I mean, in Game 6, it died in his feet, and he was able to angle to put the 9-iron up. That one, the only guy on the ice that knew where that puck was Zach Hyman.
Yep.
That's this one right in front. I mean, the Oilers collapsed to the middle of the net, and were able to get the goal going back the other way. Is this, like, right? See, everybody just... Nobody knew where that puck was, and then Hyman's got it on his tape. Tanev had him tied up, but you watch this replay. Tanev didn't really know where that puck was by the time Hyman shot it. He was looking over his shoulder, so...
Right.
What an unreal change of events here for the Oilers. 6 shots, 2 goals, 10 for Dallas, nothing for them. As this one comes back in behind, and this one to the front of the net, batted off the wall there by Dallas. They will exit the zone, and here's now where the Oilers desperately need a good... next 5 minutes in this period. You're up 2. You got to really settle in and play with the lead. That's something that I know has been difficult these playoffs.
No, it hasn't been until the last 3 minutes of the game.
There we go. As Desharnais inside his own zone, he's looking off the end wall. Will bat up along to the near side. It's picked up now by Brown. Brown bats it to the far side boards. Tipped in, and I guess they missed the man there at the boards, and it's an icing call. So... interesting to see here that the Edmonton Oilers have jumped out to a 2-0 lead and really have just made good on 2 opportunities.
Well, look, McDavid was flat on his butt and still got it somehow in front of the net, and then they're fighting in front and then went back. You get a good opportunity, so it's good puck battle games is what you're watching right now.
So now we'll see what the Oilers can do on this face-off with exactly 15 minutes to go in this second period. Draisaitl inside his own zone. Face-off down. The Dallas Stars win it back. Shot fired towards the far side boards. Brown along the wall will battle here, and it'll be Stankoven coming away with the puck. But again, that puck is just bouncing that little bit extra that I think both teams fighting it enough that they haven't been able to fully set up. As this one in the middle of the ice, the shot from the slot by Johnston. Save made by Stuart Skinner.
Yep, he's just coming up. He came out of the net a little bit, and then he actually just took square to the body.
And this is absolutely Friends, if you're just tuning in here, this has been an absolute change of pace as an Oilers fan in these playoffs. They played a really great styled playoff game in that first period.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden they kill the penalty, get the power play. Again, break that one down how you will. And then all of a sudden find a puck in front and fire it home as well. So that puck hops up over the boards. Drysdale gives a shove there to Marshman. That's interesting.
Right?
Drysdale coming in to defend Dylan Holloway. Epiphany, welcome into the chat. Missing you there as well, but this is
it's good. It's a good physical matchup, is what you're going to see the rest of the series. They're going to get worn right down.
As Drysdale in the draw against Duchesne. It will be redone. The referee didn't like the puck being dropped so far. So 14:33 to go. Draws scrambled up. The Oilers able to win it back, and all of a sudden we have another redo underway here. Or is Drysdale? What are we doing here?
I am not sure. Puck?
So there you go. Puck is officially dropped this time. They rule it good. They didn't give us the camera angle to see who took the draw. But a little Drysdale mess right there in the middle of the ice. This will go to the far side boards. Tapped right to the left of Ottinger. They will say play on. And then Kane delivers the train to the station. Throws the man right down to the ice with the big old body check. Drysdale's first one back to it on the flip into the Oilers zone. And safe to say, Evander Kane's arrived in this series here early on. Holloway with a big hit along the wall. Now Kane back to the point. It comes back inside the Oilers zone. Down to Stuart Skinner. He will tap over the boards. And this will now come. Shot fired for Dallas right in front. Tapping it. Goal line save. Dallas eventually scores.
Yep.
That can't happen.
Nope, that cannot. And that's where the turnovers will kill you.
Yep. Andrew, thank you so much for the Super Chat entrance right there. But that's, I mean, the Oilers, Stuart Skinner did everything he could to keep that one out of the net.
Yep.
But you can't.
No.
That's the same level of inexcusable as the Ryan McLeod play in Game 7 against Vancouver. I mean, it's literally the exact same play, and then Kulak just doesn't tie up the stick in the crease afterwards. Yep. But, I mean, Skinner left no shooting angle there.
No. Skinner went down, and then he couldn't compensate for the final right up against the post, right? And that was, out of nowhere, right in front of you, a turnover. That's tough.
But, like I said, the Oilers have to have a good 5 minutes here. Shot fired by Bouchard, immediately responding up over top of the net, back beyond the net. Now Hyman is battling for this puck. He comes up with it, wraps it behind the net. Right. I thought he was going to wrap it in front, but he wrapped it behind. I don't think he fully meant to do that. I think that's the only thing he was allowed to do. Is this puck's picked up now by Ekholm. He'll battle along to the far side boards. Ben spins into his own guy, and this is going to cause chaos back the other way for the Oilers, as this will be a backhand up over top of Skinner. I mean, to Skinner's credit, the Stars have a penalty here.
Yeah.
I think they slashed the stick out of an Oilers player hand, or is it Bouchard? I think it might be Bouchard here.
Oh, wow. Dallas's refs really love Edmonton, This is third or fourth power play?
This is the third one.
Oh, man.
But I wouldn't want to be Dallas. They nailed him for that?
A slash to the hands.
Oh, it was on the hands.
Yeah.
But
it looks like it goes around the hands.
See,
I've been seeing some bigger hits and tangle up than... That's just a weird call.
But what I'll say is I don't want to be Dallas if you get all the first half power plays.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If, eventually the refs will call something for Edmonton. And if...
I don't think so.
I just... Again... You can't have 4 or 5 straight power plays for Dallas. You can. But if the Oilers get one, it's not going to be pretty for Dallas.
Yep.
And that's where I think if you're Dallas, this is your third power play opportunity of the game. If your urgency level doesn't crank past 100 here, you're down 2-1, almost halfway through the game. I don't like where this is going for Dallas already. That said, right, the Oilers choke in the last 3 minutes. Everything's moved.
But right now they just got to focus on the penalty kill and what they've been successful at.
Yep.
And not get this physical game, get them emotionally off balance.
Yep. So, friends, welcome aboard. Daniel, welcome in from Trail as we get as well Mr. Steve joining the chat here as well as talking about that Kulak thing. Again, that Kulak turnover, friends. No matter what you think of Stuart Skinner, and no matter what you think of that play, just straight up that turnover in that spot is inexcusable. Whether it's Kulak, whether it's Desharnais, whether it's Nurse, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. That can't happen.
Yep.
I mean, I don't care if it's saved. I don't care if it's not a save. That's not even on the hands.
That's not even on the hand. No. That was on the stick.
Yeah, there's Chris Knobloch
wow.
saying what? Okay, so if you're the Oilers, I think
that's a dirty call.
I think you got to expect a makeup call.
What's going on here, refs?
As this one will be spun now for Pavelski. 2-minute power play here. As this one goes battling. Derek Ryan's taken to the ice. Nugent Hopkins fires it down the ice. And maybe it is just a little bit of intentional. The Oilers getting that penalty kill above 90% to win this series. I'm not going to complain. We keep killing penalties. I like where we're going. As this Nugent Hopkins batting down the ice and 20 seconds gone in the power play already. As this will be Heiskanen around the far side boards, rolling up into the neutral, onto the tape of Johnston to the far side off the wall. Again, that's another one of those plays that shouldn't be happening on the Oilers penalty kill as this one continues zone possession. As this one goes down the wall, Robertson back to the point, Heiskanen to the far side, back to Heiskanen. Heiskanen at the point, now loading. Robertson is jammed away from, and here comes Foegele, one-on-one against Heiskanen. He's got McLeod following. McLeod down the right wing, the shot right in Ottinger, but you've got 55 seconds killed off in this penalty kill, and you just got a shot on goal from a prime shooting area.
Yep.
And it's Ryan McLeod nonetheless getting the shot. So, yeah, you like to see that from the Oilers. The penalty kill, I think, has been the most impressive thing about the Oilers all playoffs.
Oh, 100%.
But tonight, time in, time out, it seems to get better and better. And now we'll see what happens here as Nugent Hopkins along the walls has a little trouble with that puck. The Stars skate across the line. Nice play at the blue line to keep that onside. That could have been danger. Janmark twisting that one up still along the wall is back to the middle. Here's Sagan right in front, blocked. What a save made by one Mr. Matthias Ekholm. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting things here, but this is absolutely unreal. Is this one back to the middle of the ice now for Dallas. Dallas looking down the boards. Duchesne along the wall, spun back to the blue line. The shot from the point, save made by Skinner. As this one now comes Duchesne in the corner again, back to the near side for Duchesne, looking to rip the shot to the point. The shot now loading for Duchesne again, shot towards traffic, fired up over top of the net. 12 seconds to go in the power play. Puck flips up on Dallas and counted as good as gold. The Oilers kill off another penalty here. Across the line, it's turned back by Desharnais. And officially, the Oilers killed the penalty.
Yep.
As Matthias Ekholm with the puck will come up along the near side boards. It's forced back towards the Oilers zone here by Dallas. The Oilers have the numbers back in force. And Desharnais is able to just steer Dadonov to the far side boards as it comes now near side again for Dallas. Back to the middle of the ice. Dadonov trying to skate through traffic. Can't really do it too well. Wrap around in front. Batted away by Desharnais. Over to the zone. And again, the Oilers just escaping pressure.
Yep, Dallas is coming on.
As this is now Matthias Ekholm batting along to the near side wall, into the Dallas zone. No, I don't know. There was like 3 different jams at that puck there, and Tanev fell down finally and ended up inside the Dallas end to the far side boards. Through the middle of the ice now, the Dallas Stars cross into the Oilers zone, near side rim over to Bouchard. Took a hop on him there. And it bounces back into the middle of the ice where Stankoven fires the puck towards the middle. Nice little deflection play by Kulak to get it onto his tape. Back the other way. Here's Hyman across the line. Hyman looking down low along the boards. Hyman battling there. Can't get past basically the yellow boards.
He lost it there in the corner.
And this one will be fought off the stick back the other way by Kulak, and it'll be back into the neutral zone. Yeah, this is gaming out to be a good one. As Kulak will bat along the boards, picked up by McDavid. McDavid again has the puck flip up on him, and then that's a big hit by Hyman, knocking the man to the ice. Here's now A left puck by McDavid for Drysdale, just didn't skate onto it. 2-on-2 back the other way for Dallas, as that's another big hit there. Nurse sends the man flying, and then big hit from Drysdale following that up. And the Oilers come out of the corner with the puck, passing it to the far side. Turnover there? Yeah, not necessarily what you think of, as the Oilers do indeed get it out. And here's McDavid batting inside the Dallas zone. That was a long shift for McDavid, Hyman, Draisaitl. They're now off the ice, but here's behind the net Petrovic for the Dallas Stars. Of course, former Edmonton Oiler. Petrovic, I think is how he pronounces his last name now, as this one's picked up through the middle of the ice by Pavelski, over to the far side, boards for Sagan. Down the left wing, the Stars come to the middle, and again, nice play there by Darnell Nurse to erase the man in the middle of the ice. Incidental contact goes uncalled, so we'll take that as Holloway down the boards here to the far side for Nugent Hopkins. Back to the high point, Ceci keeps it on. What a keep by Ceci, and then a play down low and gets the freeze out of Ottinger. That is...
He almost got it to Kane, though. He was trying to set Kane up.
That is a heck of an effort right there. So, the Oilers, so far, in this second period, up 2-1 after 12 minutes almost.
Yep.
And they've played more than half this game in Dallas and have the lead.
Yep.
I can tell you, I don't think the majority of Oilers fans out there would have thought that would be the case in Game 1.
You know, this is the type of game I was expecting, though. Right, back and forth, but Dallas is trying to get a second one. You can see they're really hungry, so they kept being in Edmonton's zone for a while, but Edmonton kept getting it out.
Yep.
They're playing a lot more close grinding in the corners and keeping away from the front of the net, so they just got to keep it up.
How, I know I was mentioning it earlier.
Sure.
How automatic do you think the Oilers' power play will be, right? If they get their chance or when they get their chance, do you think it's, given that the Stars have gone 0 for 3, 2-1 game or whatever the score might be at that point, how automatic do you think a goal is for the Oilers power play?
Might not be the first, might be, or might not be the second, but for sure it's got to be 3 or 4 or 5. The first ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dallas is a good defensive team, so they're going to have to work for it.
Okay. Here we go, friends. The Edmonton Oilers obviously up 2-1 in this hockey game right now.
Right? 2 high fives. Loving it.
Commercial break. Again, thank you to Andrew keeping us commercial free here in this second period of play. I will say, if you're new to the channel, make sure to consider hitting that subscribe button tonight. We are closing in on 16,000 subscribers over here on Dolynny TV. Hey. And what you know, 15,924. So looking for about 76 of you to hit that button by night's end. It is possible. It is doable. And by the way, we're up over 4,500 views in the back end of the stream. And what that translates to over to the watch time at almost 5 minutes this evening. How about this? A grand total of 369 hours watched. And we're just starting to hit our peak of the stream here. We're at 280 of you aboard tonight. Jim, Chris, welcome aboard as we go here as well to Keck tuning in for the Edmonton Oilers. You like to see it. The Oilers obviously have 40,000 people downtown Edmonton right now watching this game. So I can kind of understand a little bit why the playoff numbers are a little less this year on the live streams. Oh. When you factor in that there's 40,000 people in downtown Edmonton watching the game on big screens, right?
Right.
I can't fault anyone for doing that. As this is a face-off by Draisaitl, battling there is Holloway trying to win it. Instead, Dallas had it, but then Kane knocked it down. Back to the point, Draisaitl got it over to Bouchard. Bouchard rolling along the near side boards. He'll go down to Ekholm, and that's kind of what you were talking about here in the second round. As Bouchard knocks that puck down, that's Ekholm with the one-timer from the Draisaitl position. Draisaitl was covering the point. That's what you were talking about in round 2 against Vancouver. Start rotating that defenseman down low, and Ekholm's the guy that does it a lot for the Oilers, and that was a good-looking chance. As this now Kane to the far side, just missed Draisaitl down low. As this comes along the near side corner, Draisaitl lost that battle, gave up on it, got back into position instead. Dallas back the other way. As this one comes now for Draisaitl, flipping it up into the middle of the ice. It's turned back by Heiskanen as it'll bat around the neutral zone all the way down to Ottinger. I don't know how that puck ended up on Ottinger, but sure. As this one comes near side for Smith. Smith will avoid the linesman, fire it into the Oilers' end. Ceci along the boards, big hit there. Steele kind of battles in there too, and now comes McDavid the other way. McDavid's had limited ice time tonight. they've really been keeping him kind of calm here to start tonight's hockey game, one might say, as this one's forced towards the net. Nugent Hopkins peels it off the back. Oh, Hyman with a one-timer there. Just couldn't quite get it fully through traffic. And then that puck might have hit somebody on the bench. The Oilers got away with that. Heiskanen with the puck fires it up the boards and bounces onto the tape at Darnell Nurse inside his own zone. Shots 13-9. We got 6:51 to go in this second period. And that's not nice and call, so we continue to play on here. This has been some good playoff hockey tonight. Stankoven fires into the Oilers zone. Brett Kulak bats it off the wall. Turnover there. Desharnais the first one to it, though. Gets it out of the zone. So, again, if you're going to turn over the puck,
Yep.
just get it out. And even though it's an icing call, the Oilers happy to avoid any more calamity inside their own zone on that last play.
No, and you know what? Getting puck out, they probably just need a reset. At the same time, they got a couple really good opportunities there.
Ekholm hit the crossbar on that opportunity
Oh!
right there. We were that close to 3-1. That is unbelievable. So here we go, friends. 14:02 to go. 14:02 is Matthias Ekholm's ice time tonight. So he's played pretty much a good chunk of tonight's game. So this one's across the line now for Derek Ryan, firing it into the near side corner for Ryan McLeod. Shot fired towards them, then Derek Ryan follows up with traffic in front. Derek Ryan's looked dangerous. Shot from Desharnais. Save made. Rebound. Ryan McLeod off Ottinger into the corner for Fogle. Rolling 4 lines tonight for the Oilers has paid dividends like we have not seen at all this playoffs. As Kulak back inside his own zone. 6 minutes to go here. As this one's along the boards, picked up again by McLeod at the line, fired in. Fogle gets the turnover. He's battling there against Suter as both teams see it fired off the boards and now back to the near side. Johnston is able to lift up into the middle of the ice, getting out of the zone. Brown, as the fourth line takes a shift here, as this goes over and back into the Stars' territory. And knocked down there at the line. The Oilers seeing Johnston bust free to the shot. Save made by Skinner. And what a good job by the Oilers there to keep everybody to the outside as this one's battling along the end wall. Desharnais is eating minutes tonight. He's played some tough ones as Janmark over now to Brown. Brown back the other way across the line. He tied it up there. And again, one of those moments where he just kept that puck alive long enough for the Oilers to get into position. Across the line, Janmark couldn't bust freely. 5 minutes to go in this second period as Stuart Skinner leaves it there for Nurse. What a footwork by Nurse to come up with that puck as that one just about found Draisaitl alone at the Stars line in behind the defense. Ben drags a shot off of Skinner. This one back to the point, loads up the Oilers 2-on-2 the other way. Draisaitl with Brown. Draisaitl spinning backhand down low to Kane. Heiskanen against Kane. Kane gets bounced off the boards. And now here's Draisaitl battling there as Kane goes chasing to the far side boards. And this will be the Stars through the middle of the ice to the far side. Picked up Bouchard battling his man in the Dallas Stars defenseman, I believe, as this one's flipped now for Ekholm over to Kane. Kane will fire to the far side. Onside now for Draisaitl. Draisaitl looking for a trailer. Just about had Ekholm. Good stick in the lane there for the Dallas Stars by Marchment. And it'll be fired back again inside the Dallas Stars zone. But you can sense here a little bit. Dallas is a little bit back on their heels to some degree here. They, I don't know if they were fully expecting this effort from the Oilers.
No, definitely we're not.
As this one's fired back to Ottinger. Down now Tanev fires along the boards as it comes back into the neutral zone. Across the line, Duchesne tries to get it free. And he will find it behind the net on the pass. The shot one time there along the boards doesn't come up with it. The Oilers still battling. Duchesne sees it come free now. McDavid back the other way. He's trying to get it across the line. He'll fire in. 3:35 to go in this second period. Suter fires around the boards. Nugent Hopkins trying to bring it up off the boards, and instead it'll be fired back inside the Oilers' end. But time and space for Dallas starting to be swallowed up by the Oilers, which is something that is great to see, but I'd like to see that around the 3-minute mark of the third period too, not just the second.
It's Oilers are getting into the passing lanes, getting on their stick, showing that they're there, but not physically, but that they're right there, fight those battles each split time.
Lundell in his own zone, backhands ahead, and it's the weird part here as it comes chasing off the end wall. Desharnais just rode his man into the end wall, not exactly physically, right? Not a
No,
hard
just
hit.
held him up.
Just held him up.
Hey,
and,
box him out.
Yep, Stuart Skinner freezes the puck with 2:54 to go here in this second period. I gotta say, like, this is again reminiscent of what we saw in that series against Vancouver at times, where the Oilers really have that natural calm in their game.
Yep.
Skinner's making the saves rhythmically.
Yep.
The Oilers' offense is getting opportunities, and something that's new here is four lines are constantly generating opportunities inside the Dallas zone.
Yep. Well, hey, they know it's round 3. Let's go.
Yep. Here we go. Third line shift now for the Oilers. Ryan McLeod's getting instructions from everybody. This is a face-off won by Dallas. Shot ripped, save made by Skinner. As Dallas will fire this one along the boards now as Hyman's out there with McLeod and Fogle as a SPAC. Now for Nurse, a shot loaded from the top of the dots. And
Shot right into the logo.
hey,
It was a nice one-timer, though.
Yep, you just surrendered a shot in your own zone off a face-off.
Yep.
You get the shot back in Dallas' end, and now you get a face-off in Dallas' end.
Oh, exactly.
And, I mean, Hyman was already out there. How much do you think we see Drysdale and McDavid join him on this next face-off coming out of the commercial break?
Right.
That's how the Oilers scored their first goal of the game, so...
Yep. Well, hey, coach is mixing it up, changing it up,
Yep.
because it's what he thinks they need to do against Dallas.
Yep. And that's honestly like the one difference maker in this game right now, right here, is the fact that the Oilers killed that penalty to start the second, and they came down the ice, and instead of forcing a pass, Derek Ryan, knowing he's been on the ice a few seconds too long after the penalty kill, shoots the puck, gets the cover by Ottinger.
Yep.
Immediately after the Oilers win the face-off with McDavid, Drysdale, and Hyman on the ice, 25 seconds later, it's in the back of the net.
Right.
So, right, I think the Oilers, obviously Pete DeBoer is one of the top coaches in the NHL over the past 20 years. And Chris Knobloch has been flawless so far matching him in this hockey game.
Right.
Something that I think was a concern against Tocchet, something that was a concern all year long. Is Knobloch going to be able to measure up against the good guys that he's going to face on the other bench in the playoffs? While we saw him tactfully throughout the series against Vancouver, ever so slightly lead us to a 4-3 series win. And now here in the game one against Dallas, in which is not a friendly building, which is a rugged team like Dallas.
Yep.
They're just as fast as you are when they want to be. And you have done this job through almost 2 periods.
Exactly. They're just going to keep the intensity up and keeping the opportunities coming.
Yeah. So now, obviously, we'll have this face-off here for the Oilers. 4:32, tuning in here from the drilling rig in Alberta. I can tell you, we got a couple of friends tuning in. As 13 game point streak now for Draisaitl. He keeps climbing the ladder. 2:39 to go. Face-off inside the zone, and it's instead Kane Holloway that joined him on the ice. You like to see it here. The Oilers again. Yeah, they could have gone saw that in chat. Draisaitl, McDavid, Hyman. Instead, they go with the second line. Immediately, Kane shoves the man to the ice. Dallas comes up with the puck, however. Back the other way across the line to the far side. The shot loads. Save made by Skinner, and then he snapped it away with the stick out of midair. As that one, you don't see a goaltender get a high sticking whistle too often, but he almost did there. As the shot loads up, rebound off of Skinner's pads, denied again by Sagan. As Stars coming heavy here, shot fired into traffic. Skinner makes the save, battles in front to the far side post, scooped away by Draisaitl, and that was a sequence that the Oilers really haven't allowed too many of tonight. Yep. And Stuart Skinner stands tall as this puck comes down low. A nice hit there along the wall by Holloway on Lundell. And this one will come back now into the zone across for the Dallas Stars as Ekholm bats it right to the middle of the ice, and Dallas unable to get that chance fully through. Faxa with the puck, slot stolen away by Derek Ryan. Up the middle now, Kane lifts into the Stars zone. $1:39 to go in this second period. Far side boards as it's lifted out by Dallas. Bouchard with the puck along the benches, turns it over to Dallas. All they're capable of doing is lifting it back into the Oilers zone. As this one comes up along the near side boards now for Bouchard as he will skate over to the far side with the pass as that's Fogle tapping it. And I think, do we have too many men on Dallas? I told you the call was coming. And now we might have too many men on Dallas, but they're going to show the chances here on Skinner. And that's one save off the pad, second save off the stick by the looks of it. And then that one right in front as Drysdale tied up Sagan and then drove the puck behind the line. That's you want to see there too. So, yeah. This has been Dallas or the Oilers with too many men. Dallas had possession. Did you see 6 anywhere there?
No.
Sure. I'm not.
We'll take it.
I'm not 100% sure on the too many men calls. Never have been. Bouchard with the puck here at the point. Over to Nugent Hopkins. Let's see how automatic this power play can be. As McDavid's circling around back to the point. Here's Bouchard back to McDavid. Down low to Draisaitl. One-timer in front. Stopped by Ottinger off the boards. Now Dallas is going to fire down into the Oilers' end. As this one comes now for Bouchard. Bouchard over to the near side. Buck 35 to go as Nugent Hopkins across the line. Bats it through traffic. The Stars able to come up with it. Firing it back inside the Oilers zone. Well, we've seen the Oilers get about as many chances here on this power play as Dallas has tonight. As this one will rush up the ice now. McDavid across the line. He gets free. Shot fired. Save made. Last second by that scoop glove there of Ottinger. You like to see that one. As this is going to be picked up now by Bouchard. Bouchard with 25 seconds to go as this one goes back down low now for McDavid in the neutral zone. He got across the Stars line now for Bouchard over to Nugent Hopkins. 12 seconds to go. Shot fired by Nuge. Just couldn't quite get the handle on that one. Back into the Oilers' end it comes, and you can call it good for this period.
Yep.
The Oilers up 2-1. Bouchard pumps a shot from his own end on Ottinger last second. Wouldn't have counted no matter what, but you don't often see that one on the Oilers power play.
Nope, not at all. But you know what? They weren't getting opportunities on the power play by circulating the puck. They were getting it by the rush that they got going into their end.
And you know what? After 2 periods of play, there's nothing you can be upset about this Oilers game. Yeah, okay, you gave up the bad turnover goal.
Yep.
And that's unacceptable, but are you screaming from the rooftop that the Oilers are doomed because of 1 turnover?
Exactly, right? And right now they're playing a good, give it a good 35 minute, but even if it looks like they're not for those 5, they're still battling.
Well, and that's just it, right? Is you're good, like a 60-minute effort to me, right? Is everybody thinks a 60-minute effort is you control the entire game, right? You dictate everything and you win hands down.
Yeah. Here they're grinding on defense.
That's the thing. Playoffs, sometimes a 60-minute effort means getting it handed to you.
Yep.
Right? Just because you get it handed to you doesn't mean you're putting in the effort.
Yep.
But again, it is, like you said, what you're doing when it's coming against you, right? Are you grinding in the corners? Are you battling to get it going the other way?
Exactly.
And 35 minutes, the Oilers have controlled this hockey game. There's been, like you're saying, 3 or 4 instances where Dallas has really owned the Oilers' end of the ice.
Yep.
Goaltending, defense, timely clears, penalty killing. That's all.
And right now, Edmonton's getting a couple lucky bounces, and it went in the net.
And that's, right, we've seen them go against the Oilers how many times over. And now, right, in game 1.
Yeah, Dallas even got the lucky bounce in.
Yep.
Honestly.
If you set the tone early, like the Oilers have with getting that lucky bounce there to Draisaitl for the one-timer, and then, like I said, right, well, that means nothing because the Oilers are going to give up the 1-1 goal in a minute and a half.
Yeah.
They didn't. They made it 2-0. Cool. Okay, you made it 2-0, and you need a good 5 minutes. Now, a good 5 minutes, well, Tyson, shouldn't it just be another minute and a half if that's what you're expecting after the first?
They got a triplet almost.
Well, exactly, right? You have to now not cough up a 2-goal lead.
Yeah.
So just like you can give up a goal within the next minute and a half, but it's about that next 3.5 settling back in.
Yep, and they did.
And that's exactly what they did.
Yep.
So far tonight, I have to say, I'm right there with Josh's comment. Oilers just need to keep it up.
Yes.
I mean, you got nothing to argue after 2 periods of play.
No.
And this is a series that coming in, I stepping aside from the Oilers fandom, Stars in 6. But
you can see how.
Yeah, 100%. But any Oilers fan that was saying that because like, well, Dallas is pretty good.
Yeah.
Dallas is really good. I don't think anyone expected to see, right? Anyone that was saying that didn't expect to see this tonight. 2 periods of this, I think anyone, myself included, it's turned the perspective a little bit. Not in the series, but the confidence going into period number 3 compared to where I think maybe the confidence would have been going into period number 3 pregame.
Yeah.
Is completely different.
Yeah, but that's, that's how everyone thinks. But you know what? That's why I called Edmonton in 6. It's just the nucleus they have this year, and they've grown. You just saw it. They're running all 4 lines.
Yep.
They're speeding, throwing hits. Kane's out there throwing hits, right? Even McDavid threw a couple little hits. I think I saw.
Well, and that's
and
what
you
it
saw
takes,
Draisaitl
right?
getting in there and getting a little gritty, which it opens up your game.
Yep.
It changes your game. It challenges you, and Edmonton's up to the task.
Well, friends, shall we try and review the stats to back up that claim? Because
I like they know.
I think your claim is pretty well bang on.
Geez,
friends, 17-16 the shots on goal for Dallas after 2 periods.
that's not good.
19-18 the hits for the Oilers. At what point in the playoffs, outside of one game against Vancouver, have the Oilers out-hit the opponent?
Well, it's Dallas. They threw down in the first. Edmonton says, they're not going to let that slide.
And there you have it. So the Oilers also dominating the face-off dot.
Good.
By an Edmonton Oilers fan perspective. They're above 500.
Okay.
It's not great. It's 18-15.
No, but you're above.
We're above
Yep.
50.
Yep.
As well, right? The giveaway is 8-4 for the Oilers. Like I said, that's the one thing you can argue about tonight's game. Fine and dandy. Takeaways are 8-5 for Dallas. Again, it is Dallas. They're a heavy, hard team.
Yep.
And you're going to get stripped because they're going to hit you.
Yep. You got to get rid of that puck safely.
I'm not worried about takeaways.
Nope.
Now, 9-8 the block shots. I think considering both teams have double-digit shots, high teens, am I really going to sit here and say the Oilers should have more block shots? No. Would have been nice to see Kulak tie up the stick in the crease on the goal against.
Yeah.
Yes. But whatever, right? After 2 periods of play, those stats, if you told me that's what it would look like after 2 periods of play against Dallas,
You probably weren't expecting that.
I wasn't expecting that at all. Right? And that's...
Me playing hockey, this is what I expect from these two teams, especially how Edmonton reacted. Because they had, 3 shots in the first?
3 shots. It was 6-3 after the first period of play.
So there you go, and they got 2 pucks in on the net. So if you can get some more shots and get some more chances, you never know what you're going to get. And like I said, after 1 goal, floodgate might open.
And it did, right? 3 goals in a period compared to period number 1.
Yeah, after 1, 2 came out. So
Yep. So friends, it's been a good second period. I don't even know where the second period realistically went. We're going to have a lot of time on this intermission, one might feel. But Matt and I are going to take a quick break, go upstairs, finish off the little Oreo rack I got up there. You know what? It's still playoff time. We got this going. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Be right back. Friends, what a 2 periods it has been for the Edmonton Oilers. My goodness. Color me shocked. This is not what I expected in game number 1, but you like to see it, obviously. The Oilers doing a good job thus far of keeping the Stars off the board this evening. Obviously, Stuart Skinner has been doing a good job here this evening. So, Greg, well, welcome aboard, and as well, everybody in the chat, if you're just joining in here tonight. The Oilers and Stars have given us a doozy of a hockey game thus far. It is, after 2 periods play, 2-1 for the Edmonton Oilers, and we'll see ultimately where that takes us tonight as the Oilers look to try and take a 1-0 series lead. That said, it's getting ahead of ourselves if that's where we think we're headed this evening, as it's been a kind of a more quieter night tonight. But again, like I said, as those fan parks grow downtown Edmonton, I expect the live streams to actually kind of quiet down a bit as we wind towards the Stanley Cup final, as obviously no matter what happens here in this series, whether the Oilers win or not, a team in this series is going to the Stanley Cup final. So as we kind of get towards that, I assume as Oilers fans descend on downtown, it's going to get pretty interesting here to see that pretty much all us out-of-towners are joining on the live stream, and then ultimately we get towards the Cup clinching game. Whether the Oilers are in there or not remains to be seen, but if they are, when the Oilers get down to the Cup clinching game, I can promise you there's truly is at Rogers Place hanging out as opposed to here. So if it is an away game, I'll be here. If it's a home game, I'll be there. As this one, they're showing the highlights there of Ken Holland in net for the Medicine Hat Tigers back in the day, alongside some good old Detroit Red Wings as well. As there's a whole bunch of history here. I think that's some former Medicine Hat Tigers there on the ice there in that Dallas photo. But friends, we continue here on the intermission report. Again, if you're just tuning in, the shots 18-16 the shots for Dallas, 20-18 the hits for the Oilers, 18-16 the faceoffs for the Oilers. And, well, it's kind of been a good game so far. Again, the goal scoring summary so far this evening: Leon Draisaitl from Brett Kulak and Zach Hyman. Zach Hyman from Connor McDavid. And then Tyler Seguin from Jamie Benn, as the Oilers have done a good job this evening of keeping the Stars' chances limited. And when they have had chances, it has been Stuart Skinner making the save. So, Jack, your buddy. Your buddy asked if Paul Coffey could play on the ice that your friend rented. That is pretty good story right there. As friends, we are rolling along here in the intermission. I think, yeah, tonight the only thing I can say is let's get wild in this third period, right? Like, let's not give up the lead, but let's make this one fun, right? I think here in the chat we're gonna have a good time, and I think too we're gonna have a pretty fun go if we're the Oilers fans trying to bring this one home, because this is not expected territory by any means, right? It's kind of an unexpected situation if you're an Edmonton Oilers fan tonight, having this game the way it's gone after 2 periods of play. That said, you think you've seen Dallas's best tonight, you just wait, because Dallas's best is coming. It's going to be fun here tonight, as yeah, we're going to see where this one goes. As we'll quickly check in on the watch time once again this evening. Of course, a quieter stream means the watch time is a little bit more substantial, at least in the background fun of it, as we're up over 489 hours watched. CG just joined aboard, as well as K Ferg. Margaret's in the chat hanging out as we get things going here tonight. Dog's going crazy. Kind of let the dog out, and obviously I'm sure he's having a fun time up there. As we go towards the end of this intermission, I think the Oilers should be set for a pretty good period of hockey here in this third one. It's just a matter of are you going to close it out, right? We had problems against Vancouver. We had problems at times against LA in that first game. And in Game 7 against Vancouver, we also choked up a couple of goals. And tonight, the margin's only 1. So as Matt comes back down, What do the Oilers got to do in this third period to avoid kind of what's happened to them several third periods in these playoffs so far?
Well, you see it in the game, right? Whenever you have a penalty kill, they're being on Dallas and then coughing the puck up and then getting it out of the zone. So they just got to keep up what they've been doing against Dallas this game.
So the weird part about this period, maybe the unfortunate part about this period, given what happened in period number 2, we start 40 seconds on the power play in the period and then go back to 5-on-5. Dallas's guy comes out of the box. What we saw for the Oilers, they made short work, like you're saying, and got the 5-on-5 goal out of the penalty kill.
Yep.
So you're up 2-1. Dallas is obviously looking for that momentum shift. It was a huge momentum shift for the Oilers to get that goal. Dallas has to look no further than what happened in the second to find what they have to do early in the third.
Yep.
How important is this containment of this last 48 seconds, right? You're talking about what the Oilers have done. But now on the power play, they have to not allow Dallas to do that against them?
No, they got to clean up the power play and make sure that they don't take any bad calls. Because as you can tell, all the penalties have been on Edmonton this game.
Yep.
Right? And a couple that we saw that weren't even really penalties. So they just got to clean it up a little bit so then those opportunities don't happen. So maybe they can get a couple here in this period.
There you have it, friends. We are getting set for this third period of play. We are just about ready. We are on the last commercial break here on the channel. I'm going to send you quickly before we get going a quick commercial break here in this one. Oh boy, what the heck happened here? Why has monetization been turned off? Oh, monetization's back on. Okay, weird. I'm not sure what happened there. Lost the ads for a second. I'll send you an ad now. I really didn't know that had happened. I guess
Good old internet in the country.
Yeah, right. I lost track of myself there for a second. There's an ad sent to you, but obviously for the Oilers tonight, 20 minutes to close down game number 1, and something we were talking about in the pregame, game 1 being massively important for the Oilers.
Yep.
So if you find a way this evening to win tonight in game 1, and convincingly, right, the way the Oilers have played tonight, how important is the third period effort in setting the tone for game 2?
Well, to me, you look at it as they brought it from the last series, the last 2 games, right? Because they had to come from behind in Edmonton and in Vancouver. So they're just running off that adrenaline rush that they had off of that and trying to keep building off it. As you can tell, they're playing a good tight game. They are getting some good opportunities in that second period, as you saw. So if they get opportunities, things can happen now.
Yep. And friends, we are just about to get back underway here. We've got just a few more commercials to go. It looks like we got a new Canada's Ultimate Challenge episode here, as the Edmonton Oilers will get back underway. Adrian's asking, have we even heard the fans chant once this game? They're so quiet. That's kind of what you're saying, right? The Oilers have done a great job at playing their game tonight, carrying it over from what was a really just beat you down game for game 6 and game 7 against Vancouver.
Yep.
For Dallas, they haven't had much to cheer about at all. They've had, like you said, maybe 5 minutes where they've had really good zone time in the Oilers' end.
Yep.
And other than that, the Oilers have penalty killed.
The cheers have been crowding for the big hits. That's that because Dallas in the first period were throwing bodies right away, and then after the first goal for Dallas, right to make it 2-1, crowd went nuts. So crowd's in the game, and just Edmonton's playing some really good defense right now. But Skinner is standing on his head. That
is true, as you see 9 high danger chances for Dallas, 12 slot shots, 8 cycle chances. The Oilers have half that, if that, in all categories.
Yep.
As Andrew, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Again, thank you there, as we'll keep that going. And obviously the Oilers will get back to the power play here in this third period as the face-off at center ice. 20 minutes to go, 43 seconds on the clock on the power play. Oilers win the face-off. So no matter what, we're going to bleed down 10 seconds before we enter the zone here. As Bouchard rushing up the ice, he'll fire right in on Ottinger. A pass right over now off the rebound. Bouchard can't knock it down. A nice shot from the blue line there by Ottinger. And this will be Bouchard going on to the near side, far side now for McDavid across near side to Draisaitl. Draisaitl down the right wing. He's pushed off the puck. And back to McDavid. Fired in front. Hyman. Hyman knows that puck's coming every time. I think that even caught him off guard a little
big
bit.
time.
As Bouchard with 9 seconds to go in the power play here will play back. And this is where the Oilers need to get the offensive zone face-off. No matter what happens on this rush by McDavid to the outside, down the right wing, pass to the middle. Puck now to the point, picked up. Bouchard fires the shot. It's blocked in front. McDavid back to Bouchard again. Back to McDavid. 5-on-5 we go. Shot fired, blocked in front. Rebound opportunity goes off the side of the net. Draisaitl near side point. All of a sudden, here's the Oilers controlling zone time inside the Dallas end. McLeod leaves it off there now for Hyman. Hyman spins off a Heiskanen. Hyman pushing down into the corner. He's erased there by Marchment, and it's passed near side by Dallas out of the zone. Duchesne lifts into the neutral over to the far side. Pavelski fires as Stuart Skinner just comes out to play that now niftily along the boards. Kane will fire off a tape of the Dallas Stars. No, Petrovic never got a piece of that.
No.
That's an icing call. So just like that, friends, the Oilers continue to roll along here this evening. And that's exactly what they needed to do on that power play.
100%.
Generate a chance. Did. Now, don't give up a goal right after. Did. Don't give up the face-off in your own zone immediately. They do now, but not immediately. Bing, bang, boom. 18:35 to go in this third period. Shots are 17-17. Face-off inside the Edmonton Oilers end. As that we'll see Jamie Benn waved on. We've had some weird face-offs tonight.
Yeah.
Stankoven's coming in. Johnston's coming in. Who's coming in? Somebody is for Dallas. 19-16 the face-offs for Dallas as the Oilers force that one to the boards off a couple of bounces. Jamie Benn along the boards trying to see it past the Oilers defense. Instead it's Fogle flying down the right wing inside the Dallas end. Nice big hit there by Kane. Took himself down, but he put the punishment on. As that puck bounces to the far side boards, Ben down low into the Oilers' end. Stuart Skinner out to play this puck, lifted up near side now. Kulak playing ahead. He's down the right wing. On the rush, the shot by Kulak forces the cover there as Kane sniffs around. Oettinger gets it. So all of a sudden the Oilers have the shot on net. And this has been...
They're coming out flying.
Yeah, it's been a good start to this third period for the Oilers. As we'll see what they can muster up here. As this is one shot, 3 attempts for Kulak tonight. Famously, the first attempt of the game for Kulak, blocked in front. Draisaitl scores. 18:05 to go in this third period as it's Janmark back to the point now for Ceci. Shot fired. Glove down by Oettinger, and then he just let it loose right in front as Carrick backhanded it in front. As this will go to the far side. Shot by Janmark again, looking far side, just couldn't beat Oettinger out wide. And this comes back down low again for Brown. The fourth line continues to look great for the Edmonton Oilers. Kulak, the shot through traffic. Save made, and then, Carrick just got bent in front.
Oh.
That was, Petrovic just kind of stood into him, right? Nothing malicious there or anything, but it was kind of one of those things in front. Carrick's down low, and then Petrovic just kind of says, don't sniff around my goalie, okay?
Yep.
17:42 to go in this third period play. 2-1 the shots on, or goals for the Oilers. Brains fried. As this one will be a face-off now for Connor McDavid. Hey, if you can't laugh at yourself, you can't laugh at anybody, right? This one now near side for Robertson. Over through the middle, he'll lift into the Oilers end. Bouchard, though, climbs the ladder, dekes around him on the follow-through, and then comes back up the right wing with a pass over to Nugent-Hopkins, firing into the Stars' end. Puck is starting to bounce a little less here in this third period by the looks of it. This one's off the boards, handcuffing, though, as Nugent-Hopkins turnstiled himself trying to keep that puck alive. Dallas flipped it into the Oilers' bench. We'll have a stoppage and play again, so... the Edmonton Oilers doing a good job here in this third period. Again,
keeping the pace up.
Yep, keep the pace up. Bleed clock, 17:14 to go. You've almost killed the first 3 minutes, so keep it rolling, guys, and good things will happen. Pete DeBoer seeing it now inside his own zone here as the Stars lose the face-off. Desharnais down into the near side corner. The Oilers need some zone time here to just kind of keep it going here. as Holloway along the wall, 17:04 going. Holloway escapes out of traffic. He backhands in front. The puck now all of a sudden the puck bounces several times. Gets back up near to Desharnais. Shot fired towards the net, goes wide. 16:50 to go. The Oilers still have not exited the zone here, and the Stars will fire up off the boards and try to get this out a third time. Instead, now turned back by Kane, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Oilers inside the Stars zone, giving them fits as they're trying to break out and really eating clock, right? Every 20 seconds, the Stars get hemmed back in their own zone on a breakout. That's more time for the Oilers. Clock kill shot from Nurse right down Main Street, right on net, as the Stars only have a grand total of like 45 less seconds of ozone time than the Oilers, but you look at what the Oilers are doing without the puck in the Stars zone, as this one's fired towards the net there by Holloway, ended up in the middle of the slot, flipped out by the Dallas Stars, and this one will go to the far side and fired up off the boards back into the Stars' end. 16 minutes to go now. That's already another minute and a half bled off the clock here. As down low, Fogel's going to get to the attack. Suter sits him down. That was not even a contest, as the shot from the outside there by Ekholm was helped along the boards. The Oilers continue to try and force this in front. Fogel was unsuccessful. Near side boards is flipped by Dallas along the near side wall. McLeod in the neutral zone came up with it through the middle of the ice. Knocked down by Dallas in their own end. Back up across the Oilers line. It opens up a second up over top of the shoulder of Stuart Skinner, as Jamie Benn sees it knocked off his stick there by Brett Kulak. Both teams battling along the wall. Coming now for the Oilers, a 3-on-3 back the other way. Nice little play by Nugent Hopkins to just steer the ship back into the Dallas zone. That was, again, right now, 15 minutes to go. You want to get shots on net, you are, but at the same rate, make the safe play. 10 times out of 10. Ceci along the wall against Ben. I don't know how that is in some form of holding against either of them there. The stick's up high above the helmets, but good battle there for Ceci, and Ben continues to the half wall there, as will be picked up by the Stars right on the pile. A shot over top of Skinner. That was a good looking chance for Dallas. And now coming back the other way, McDavid tries to make the pass, as the Oilers will again just flip down into the Dallas zone. Shot from the outside there, trying to get out of the zone. Dallas is successful. They'll flip into the Oilers' end. Nurse backhands down to Desharnais. Desharnais along the wall now for Brown, who will flip into the Oilers' offensive end. And it's a pretty dry third period, realistically speaking, but exactly what you want to see as an Edmonton Oilers fan.
Yes.
This period, as this one comes now for Janmark, the fourth line back on the ice. Carrick fires it down low. Again, you're rolling 4 lines in the third period against Dallas.
Keep you guys fresh.
Yeah, come on. This is awesome. Back now, Dallas has the Oilers caught a little bit. Dadonov trying to sneak one in. Just flipped it through traffic off a body, and the Oilers are going to come back the other way. Carrick plays a... he didn't even do that. He misplayed that puck, and now Dallas right down Main Street, shot blocked by Bouchard, as this will be Nurse now for Kane, lifting into the Dallas zone, and precious seconds clicking off the clock here for Dallas. 13:30 to go in this third period. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. This is a shot from the outside, save made by Skinner. Puck is forced back the other way by the Oilers, and this one is starting to slow down substantially.
Yep, hits are still going though.
Yep. As Holloway delivers one along the wall, and it's going to be Dallas trying to force it back the other way. And it's what you were saying. It's not because it's a slow pace out there. It's the sticks are in the lanes for both teams.
And Edmonton's doing lots of good turnovers here to keep the puck into Dallas's territory.
That's just it. As Drysdale bumps the man off the puck here, Duchesne sees it battled away from him. Ekholm up off the boards, picked up now by Fogel. Third line takes a shift as it's going to be lifted inside the Dallas end. Fogel off the end wall, coming up with it against 2 Stars players, gets it over to Ryan. Near side pass from Kulak to Ceci, the shot pumped towards the net. Blocked there, broke Faxa's stick. And then because Dallas didn't want to get caught with too many men again, just backhanding it through the middle of the ice. And this one will be forced into the middle now for Ryan McLeod, who just jumps right in, fires it into Ottinger. 12:22 to go in this third period of play as Ceci battles that one at the blue line. Instead now Dallas out wide, 3-on-3 back the other way, shot fired towards the net. Skinner off the end wall, scoops it away. Faxa there sees it stolen by Nugent Hopkins. That was a dangerous play by Faxa all the way in the offensive zone, because here's Nugent Hopkins and Hyman across the line now looking off the end wall. Over to the corner, Hyman back to Bouchard. The Oilers' top line gets zone time. Shot fired. Bouchard got the puck through, and now McDavid spins. A shot from Ekholm goes wide. And this one again goes down low now for the Oilers off the end wall as McDavid taps it back to Ekholm. He'll flub it up as Hyman's taken out there by the Stars. You're flipping the hands.
Yeah,
You're thinking that's a penalty?
That was a little interference, but it's playoff hockey, so they're not going to call much now.
As that's McDavid down the right wing, darting in on your puck's loose in the crease. Referee didn't blow the whistle. He had sight of that thing the whole way, and the Oilers force it in again. Stars fans are erupting for that save, but what an effort here from the Oilers over this past 4 shifts. Shot over top of the net. I think might have hit Skinner.
I think Skinner got a piece.
11,
Odger was making some good saves.
Again, that's impressive and all, but the fact that the Oilers are up 2-1, that hit Suter's skin.
Oh.
But the Oilers are up 2-1 here, and they continue to attack the net. Have they, are we seeing them actually learn from the collapse in Game 1 against Vancouver?
Yes, you are seeing that.
That's, again, if you're an Oilers fan, coming into this game tonight, especially if you're like me saying Dallas in 6, this is not at all what you thought you were getting tonight.
That's what you and some of the guys on the chat were saying.
Yeah.
But this was the type of hockey I was expecting, because Edmonton's speedy, right? Dallas, they have some speed, but you can see they're getting a little tired out there.
Yeah,
the bodies are a little bigger, so they probably may have worn down a little bit in the game.
Yep.
Right, but they're throwing the hits to wear you down.
Yep.
But Edmonton just said, hey, we're not going to take that. So they gave it back, and they've just been up to the task.
Well, friends, we've got just over half a period here to go. And this is where it's going to get fun, right?
Oh, yes.
Again, we're talking about the Oilers learning from their mistakes. Sure, getting shots in the third period is fine and dandy. But unless you get a goal or two, you've got a 1-goal lead to defend over the next several minutes.
Yep. Well, hey, they did it through Vancouver. They failed in there, and then they learned from it a bit, and they pushed through at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you can look at it as Skinner's made some really good saves tonight.
Now, what is going to be more important for the Oilers in this one? That one more big save from Stuart Skinner or one more goal?
You'd like to see both, but
Ideally,
but you can go with probably the goal to let everyone sit at ease, right? But I'm gonna go with the goal.
That's
just because Skinner, I just don't want to see Edmonton give up that opportunity to keep showing what they've been doing. I think Dallas only has 1 or 2 shots in this period, so Edmonton's holding their own.
Yep, and that's where we find ourselves, friends, just crossing the 6,000 view mark here on the live stream. Face off inside the Oilers zone, 11:13 to go in this third period of play, 7-2. So 2 shots for the Dallas Stars, but still, that's insignificant considering in a third period where the Oilers have the lead, they have 7 shots on net. As it's picked up now, down the wing, Foegele snaps a shot off a shin pad, and that puck will go to play, but again, puck's towards the net instead of passing it.
Yep.
Puck goes out of play off the deflection.
It's always an opportunity.
Face off inside the zone.
Exactly.
As that was, actually, I think that might have went off. Did that go off the crossbar?
Nope, straight out.
So is that going to be a face off in the zone then?
Outside of the zone, it should be. He missed the net.
Let's see here.
I thought goalie tipped it.
Yeah, unless maybe a stick touched it on the way, but the face off is inside the Dallas zone. Jamie Benn will take the draw against Leon Draisaitl as the face-off down as Heiskanen plays the puck along the wall. He tries to flip out in the neutral territory. He does. Stars back the other way as Stankoven fires in. And Stankoven's one guy I really want to watch have a good series, even though he's on the Dallas Stars. As this is Evander Kane up the middle of the ice. That's taken out Holloway through the middle of the ice. And here comes Dallas back across the line. Johnston firing this one near side. He's battling there, trying to get it to the far side corner now as Dallas will roll along the right wing. Shot fired towards the net. Doesn't even hit Stu Skinner as it's picked up now by Holloway. Holloway leading the attack back the other way for Nurse. Nurse across the line will spin off of Heiskanen, firing in the middle of the ice. Dallas able to get it under possession, even though Kane interfered there a little bit with the stick. Back the other way. Here's Dallas firing. No. Holding. Shot towards the net. Stolen away by Nurse in front. And the Oilers are going to dart back the other way. Hyman, all kinds of speed getting into the zone, avoiding icing. And this one will go down low for Hyman off the wall. He'll look to make the play. A little unlucky there. Got his stick in the ref's skates.
Getting tired.
And that one will go to the far side. Puck towards the middle of the ice for Dallas. They can't get it going. 10-minute drill here. This is where you really want to see what the Oilers are made of. Shot fired by Dallas. Blocked in front off of McDavid's skates. Ekholm around behind the net. He sees Nugent-Hopkins win the battle there. And Hyman carries out now for Nugent-Hopkins over to Hyman. Hyman down the right wing. Back to Nuge. Backhander there. I didn't suspect that, but a nice looking little shot right there as this one goes to the far side. As this one will keep along now for Duchesne. Duchesne fires off of an Oiler into the Oilers zone as Stuart Skinner out to play this puck. 9:15 to go in this third period of play. Puck now into the neutral zone as the Oilers try and tie this one up again. Nice play by Brown.
Yep.
Right place, right time. Throws it to Carrick down into the Stars' end. We're inside the last 9 minutes to go in this third period of play. Janmark firing in front. Brown now down along the boards, gets it over to Janmark, pinching his Kulak. He's going to deliver the hit, and then Brown again. Nice, perfect stick. It's an offside for the Oilers.
Yep.
But rather than bleeding that chance the other way, Brown takes the swipe at it, gets the face off. So that was awesome to see. Right since the last commercial break to this one right here.
Yeah, it just seems like they're playing composed.
Yep.
And they're actually settling it down. They're not just giving any opportunities, but they are getting the puck out and still taking opportunities on offense.
That's just it. And that's, again, friends, for those of you that watched Game 1 against Vancouver, you know the Oilers went quiet.
Yeah.
And that's not what you can do in the visiting building as the game wears on and you got the lead. Well, tonight, you're only up 2-1. That's the difference. You were up 4-1 against Vancouver.
Yeah.
You're up 2-1 against Dallas, and maybe almost that attention to detail because it's never actually gone away.
Yep.
Right? You were up 2-0, but you gave it up to 2-1 immediately after.
Mm-hmm.
So it was game on again right out of the gate.
Yep.
So now you've got 9 minutes to go, and I'll ask you again. I don't think the answer's changed, but what's more important at this point? The big save from Stuart Skinner or that next goal?
You know, I still would like to see the goal because they're still pushing, and that's what they should be doing. Because then your best offense is your defense. So if they can keep trying to get opportunities, that helps them more.
But I like your initial answer when I asked the first time. Both. Both.
Yeah.
Both is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah.
But again, I think.
But how they're playing great on defense is the problem.
That's just
so
it.
you don't really Skinner's just a body there.
No, it's
right
going
now.
to take a turnover to create that big save. Right?
Exactly.
So given what the Oilers have done in this hockey game, you would assume that next goal is the one that really says, okay, let's do this. But for right now, we got to get back to action, friends. Obviously, the Oilers' big guns are on the bench here. I don't even think they're going to play 20 minutes tonight. Face off outside the line of the Dallas end as Draisaitl was able to win it back. Holloway helped it, and the Oilers' defense dumped it into the zone. As this one comes now through the middle of the ice, it's fired over to the far side. Draisaitl was able to come up with that puck, and this is going to be fired back inside the Dallas end. Ottinger out to play it. 8:27 to go in this third period. And Ottinger's quietly been a busy guy tonight. 24 shots against. As this across the line, forced to the outside there again, driven down deep. The Oilers are able to get the puck back against Dallas. Really, those shots towards the net, or the chances towards the net, have just been thrown in the end boards here. As this one is Draisaitl back to the high point. Shot coming in. Save made by Ottinger. Now you've got 8 minutes to go.
Yep, and they're still trying to get opportunities.
That's just
They're
it.
not just sitting back.
And as Andrew's saying, right? 2-1 lead is better than a 4-1 because you know you can't stop skating. Right?
Yeah.
You're locked in still.
Yep.
And that's where this Oilers team, out of the gate, maybe that first period, like Scooter said, was feeling out situation.
Yep.
But it was still good playoff style hockey.
Oh.
And now all of a sudden the Oilers have really engaged throughout the last 50 minutes.
Yep.
With a great effort as this puck's back to the blue line, shot by Ekholm off the side wall, off the side of the net, off the end wall is what I tried to say there. The words didn't come out right as this one will come back near side, flipped inside the Oilers zone for icing. Kills off 15 seconds, we'll take it. And yeah, the Oilers need, I think, to get that next goal. Just like you said, for that sense of security, right?
Yeah.
You get that 3-1 lead late, allow Dallas pull the goaltender, pound you in your own zone for a minute and a half. Good to go.
Exactly.
That said, 2-1, you got to keep engaged right here, right now. As Thomas, welcome aboard from New Zealand this evening as this puck's over to the near side boards. Ben sees it back to the defense of Lindell. Puck is eventually fired out by Dallas. Going chasing back for it is Ekholm. Along the boards, fired in, stayed in play. The Dallas guy thought it was out. And this one is coming back now across the line into the Dallas zone. Down low, Bouchard's going to tap this one over. Dallas is able to win the battle there to the far side board. Shot fired towards the net, goes behind the net. Again, down low, Lindell fires it to the far side boards. Dallas is all of a sudden getting something going here. Ben, the shot blocked in front. The Oilers are going to get a breakaway here. Here comes Warren Foegele down on the breakaway. He's spinning, firing the puck towards the net. But that Dallas guy, he fell down and somehow saved a chance on the net.
Great back check.
As this is going to now be Derek Ryan forcing it up off the boards, flipping off the stick of Foegele. Fogel's probably a little gassed after what's been a pretty big game for him.
Oh, yeah.
And this one's going to go to the far side corner. 6:48 to go in this third period of play. Picked up now by Darnell Nurse. 6:40 remains as this one will come now up the wall. Darnell Nurse off the glass. And you know how much everyone's going to love that out of Nurse firing it off the glass. But just shy of the center ice line icing.
Yep. Well, hey, this period though, this game, you've heard more Nurse, right?
Yep.
We've seen him more. First period, he was throwing more hits, which he wasn't, which is a good thing, but in a way, it's a good thing. He's throwing hits back.
That was actually McDavid with the breakaway chance.
Well, he tried just doing a spinorama.
I
just didn't have the room.
Just the way he skated into that puck, it looked more like Foegele. And
a little bit,
the
yeah.
jerseys are a little
they're just all dirty.
Yeah, a little deceiving because
Yep.
the numbers and stuff, and obviously when they're tucked up in the uniform a little bit there as well. But my bad there is this one's going to be flipped off the boards there by Dallas. Edmonton eventually got it in the middle of the ice, fired down into Dallas' zone. Connor Brown spins it off of the Dallas Stars stick right in behind the net, and this is something that's been a theme all game. This fourth line have been absolute pests as this one's across the line now for Duchesne. Shot fired towards the net. Stuart Skinner covers up.
Yep.
You've got 368 seconds to hold on in this hockey game. But I think what you're saying, and I think what every Oilers fan is saying, the Oilers aren't just going to hold on tonight. They're going to still push the pace the rest of the way.
And that's good. That's good to see.
And this is where this one really heats up, friends. If you're just tuning in to Dolynny TV, thanks for being here. Definitely don't forget to hit a like button, and as well, consider hitting that subscribe button. We're about 70 subscribers away from 16,000 this evening, so I'd love to have you aboard as a subscriber to the channel. By the way, it's free. No cost. Free. Heiskanen off the draw fires the shot. Stuart Skinner sees it go up over top, and this is going to be now McLeod along the near side boards, battling Hanley there. Comes now free for Kulak and his skates. He bats it off the wall. The Oilers and Stars collide, and then it's just nicely lifted down by Edmonton. It will be icing, however. And there you have it. The Oilers, again, just kind of doing what it takes, get the puck out. I don't think they're overly concerned if it's an icing call here late. Right? I think the legs for everybody are fresh enough. They've divided the ice time well. Right? The Oilers haven't had crazy amount of power plays. So I think things are looking good here as this puck's going to be scooped up. I mean, that is a stick and a half right there by the Oilers. As this is going to be Ceci batting off the wall down in icing call. But how hard are the Oilers really working on these icings?
No, they know they're getting rest with these two icings in a row and not skating much.
Puck barely even exited the Oilers zone on that one before it was brought back in and they iced it. So here we go, friends. We will see what the Oilers have in this 5:36 to go in this third period. 24-23 the face-offs for Dallas now. Again, the Oilers being around 50, that's a victory in and of itself. Up off of Johnston's skates. Holloway helps it along to Kane. Kane down the left wing, shoots the puck, and again, a save made by Ottinger. Shot fired out by Dallas to the middle of the ice. Bouchard fires it back in, this time across center ice. We like that. That's a little bit more productive for the Oilers, as Ben will start back the other way. 5:15 to go in this third period play. Right on Stuart Skinner, save made, as Bouchard takes a hard jolt along the boards, fired towards the front of the net. That one ended up with Kane along the far side boards, lifted into the Dallas zone, and Lindell will come up with his puck, as this will be fired now in the left wing across the line. Marchment sees it there. Nugent Hopkins battling. He'll get it down low to Bouchard. Bouchard firing back into the middle of the ice. Will be picked up by Dallas's Chris Tanev, and the Oilers will try and get back the other way with Nugent Hopkins skating with his puck. 4:40 to go in this third period of play. 26-21 the shots on net for Edmonton. So across the line, it's a shot in by Ekholm, takes a funny hop there, and McDavid was actually able to jostle up that puck free for Hyman along the wall, as Hyman takes a shot into the back as he continues to battle along the near far side corner. He's got a turn there for McDavid, helped along by Dallas. They gloved it, so it has to be touched. There as Desharnais fires the shot. It's blocked in front, and the Dallas player is in pain on the near side as this will be fired now into the Oilers' end. 4 minutes to go in this third period of play. Darnell Nurse with the puck. The Oilers still just, that was a good offensive zone possession shift. And this will be fired into the neutral zone as Derek Ryan takes a shift here now as Dallas wholesale line changes. Everybody was darting off the bench. It'll be flipped back into the Oilers' end, and somehow onside as Desharnais touches that puck. It'll be now Darnell Nurse to the far side boards against two Dallas Stars. Sagan and Darnell Nurse tied up, and now a shot from the outside goes down below the goal line. Dallas trying to work in behind, and now back to the point. The shot loads up, blocked in front, and this one will be again Dallas firing towards the front of the net. What a hop, back of the net.
That was not Skinner's fault.
Not a chance. That is, I mean, hey, end of the day, I knew Dallas was coming. Not coming back, but they were coming.
Well, they were coming.
And you get that much traffic in front, and you get a guy open in an area by himself, he's going to score a goal.
Oh, yeah. Especially when Skinner was screened, couldn't see it.
Yeah. That was absolutely, like...
That was just a bad
Yeah.
Bad deflection off his own guy.
Yep, hits Nurse in the skates. And I mean, Nurse got a good shot block there. Right? Like, Nurse... Did that hit?
It hit Nurse in the shin.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but you know what? Right there, I always remember Coach always just said, think about base football.
Dylan Holloway across the line, in on goal. Oh, what a toe save by Jake Ottinger, falling down in the crease. As this will now come back the other way for Kulak. Kulak across the line now for Draisaitl at the Oilers' blue line. The Oilers definitely the team now chasing this hockey game, as CC will battle it along the wall. Picked up now by the Oilers, fired out into the neutral zone. Down into the Dallas end, scooped up. Kane, the one-time slap shot, save made Ottinger.
98 mile an hour.
I have not seen Evander Kane load up a shot that good looking in a long while from that far out. But
right.
What a good shot. And the Oilers now, obviously right. I mean, again, anyone that expected to blow this game done with a 2-1 lead, you're incorrect, because we were saying you need that next goal.
Yeah.
Oilers didn't get it. They're tied 2-2. There's still 3 minutes to go. You can still get it.
They had opportunities, though.
And I'm going to wait until the minute and a half mark to touch that thing. I think, right, seeing Holloway come back on the breakaway off the face-off, I like where we're at. So I think we're going to be fine here in this one. So,
well, he had the goalie beat, but he just couldn't beat himself.
And that's just it, right? Is end of the day, the Oilers have had a couple breakaways here where the Oilers have gotten the puck right in the blue paint. Just that little extra handle there would have been nice.
Yep.
Fogle, Holloway, bing bang, and we would have been back in the net. So, friends, welcome aboard to Dolynny TV. Glad to have you aboard here tonight. I think, surprisingly, giving up the lead in this hockey game, the sense of calm I feel right now, and kind of watching your emotions here.
Yep.
there's not a lot to be angry about.
No.
This has been a really good game.
Yep.
And a game that after that first period, if we all said this is going to be a nail biter, hey, nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
So I'm actually, I can't say it, but I think you kind of get where I'm going.
A little
I'm not,
calm.
Yeah, I'm a little calm because I'm not actually upset it's 2-2.
No, exactly.
Right?
Yep. Well, we've seen so many good things in this third period. They weren't sitting back and just dumping it out. They were dumping it out controlly, but then they're still getting offensive chances. And they just got to keep rolling with that.
And as an Oilers fan, being up 2-1 against Dallas in the third period late, assuming you've won the game, doesn't quite translate.
Never.
Right? That doesn't track.
Never.
So that's where it's like, it sucks we coughed up the lead. It's game 1. But we got 3 minutes to work with. The Oilers have been coming this period too. So let's go. Game on. Connor McDavid, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Zach Hyman along the face-off inside the Dallas zone. Here's the Dallas fans. They've gotten into this game now, and they're standing. Everybody's on their feet in the building. Credit to the Dallas Stars fans now, as this is going to be forced into the Oilers' end. Picked up now by Matthias Ekholm. Johnston fires a shot towards traffic in front. That could have been another heartbreaker there for the Oilers as it comes down near side for, I believe that's Stankoven battling against Bouchard. The Oilers trying to wheel and deal this one along the right wing. Over now McDavid to Nugent-Hopkins. Nuge spinning around. He'll go back down low to McDavid. McDavid spinning back now. High point for Ekholm. Over to Bouchard. Bouchard firing the shot towards the net. It goes off a body. 2:06 to go. And that, Ben just slowed the game right down there. He looked like he was, was there a penalty on that play? Am I hurt? And then all of a sudden everybody just stops skating a moment as this will be poked out to center ice. Ekholm back over now to Bouchard. Bouchard fires into the Dallas zone. This is now along the wall, picked up by Lindell. A big hit tried to be landed there by Carrick. And this will now be fired back up for Carrick, who will go across the Dallas line. And that goes to the far side. $1:30 to go here in this third period of play. And this one continues now. Lindell off the glass into the bench.
Yep.
And we will have a stoppage in play with $1:26 to go. So, yeah, there you have it. Obviously, the Oilers blow the lead, give up the goal. But I think it's not a discredit to the Oilers.
No.
But I think the expectation here
Yeah.
was that this one, like you're saying, would be tight the whole way home.
Yep.
And being up 2-1 as an Oilers fan, whether you think the team sucks at holding leads or is good at holding leads, doesn't matter because it just kind of, it's the way the game was going to flow.
Exactly.
Right? This is where we were headed all night. As this will be a face-off now for Leon Draisaitl. He wins, Dallas wins it back. $1:24 to go in this third period as this one's up off the boards and into the neutral zone. Kane forces it back inside the Dallas end. $1:15. And remember, look at where all this play has been since the Dallas goal. A lot in the Stars zone as well. $1:08 to go in this third period as the puck's off the end wall. Now Draisaitl fires around near side. Cece's got the puck. He's going to fire it down low to Kane. Kane's battling along the boards, fires it wildly to the far side. Kulak jams it down low. Picked up by Kane again. He'll go back to the high point, and this will escape out to center. But Kulak, after being burnt in that second period, a nice nifty play right there to just swallow that puck up at his own blue line.
Yep.
42 seconds to go in this third period of play. Shots fired inside the Oilers zone. Ekholm along the wall here. McDavid tying up, and this camera angle kind of sucks now with all these guys standing. Shot fired towards the net, goes wide of the net for Dallas as they get a good looking opportunity towards the Oilers net here in this third period late as 22 seconds to go in the third period. Puck's forced out in the neutral zone. 17 on the clock now. Dallas fires towards Skinner. Nice, calm butterfly save there from distance. Puck's now into the possession for Dallas at the side of the net, forcing it in front. Duchesne's held onto it behind the net. Now Dallas rotating back to the point, looking for the last shot. Save made, Skinner. We are going to overtime, my friend. Let's go. Let's get this done. Stuart Skinner with the last second save.
Yep.
And you know what? I think this is exactly where we deserve to be tonight.
Right.
And that's not because we blew the lead.
No, there was no lead to blow. It was just a close game so far.
Yep, this has been absolutely fantastic. Friends, welcome aboard to Dolynny TV. If you're just tuning in, we've got overtime upcoming here on the channel this evening as the Edmonton Oilers take it to overtime against the Dallas Stars. And now here's, as I think it was Johnny saying there, for those of you that know, every Oilers playoff goal that's an overtime winner becomes a clip that becomes a YouTube short that becomes the pregame intro to every live stream.
Nice.
So if you click on the live stream before it's live, that's the video you will see play as the preview clip. Well, tonight, who are we going to see become that preview clip? And the big thing is we're going to get the high five in there too in the preview clip. So this is going to be fun. Hopefully for the Oilers, they can get the job done tonight. And for the Oilers as well, a bad turnover and a bad break off of a bounce in front.
Yep.
Are the goals against.
Yeah, it's just bad. So it might be just another bad bounce again that might finish this game.
And well, look at this as well. I mean, for Dallas, they didn't tie up Hyman in the slot. That made it 2-0. And a bad bounce in front off a block goes to Drysdale. That made it 1-0.
Exactly.
So you look at the goals in this game. If you're faulting either goaltender, you're wrong.
You can't.
If you're faulting the guys that had it bounce off them, you're wrong.
No.
And if you're faulting the turnover on Kulak, again, that's going to happen. And the Oilers didn't fold because of it.
No, not at all.
So far in a hockey game, I think this is everything and now more than you could possibly want.
Oh,
right?
100%.
If you're getting overtime out of a game like this is free money.
Yep.
So here we go, friends. The Oilers will go to overtime. I'm seeing a bunch of you get the predictions for the overtime winner. We'll get the stats after 60. That seems weird to say. Normally it's the final stats, but tonight it's stats after 60. 27-24 the shots for the Oilers, 27-25 the hits for the Oilers.
Yep.
So, I mean, Dallas is a heavy team, but the Oilers really did a good job at getting in there too.
Yep, no, they did. And that's what Dallas probably wanted. Showed them physicality, try to throw them off their game.
Yep.
But they didn't get to because they were really resilient and came back in the second period. And then Dallas started slowing down on the hits, though, I noticed. And they started just playing hockey.
Yep.
So they were changing it up a little bit.
And obviously that is how they clawed their way back in, right? Started getting committed to getting pucks towards the net and just really finding ways to do it. And they get it to 2-2. I guess, after all, they blew a 2-goal lead, the Oilers did.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm sitting here saying the 2-1. But realistically, they didn't blow a 2-goal lead, right? It was a 2-1 game.
Yep.
The Oilers responded back, controlled the play, did everything right.
Yep.
And then, again, I'm not in the least upset about losing this lead at all tonight.
No.
Again, we get overtime. So for those of you that know, we're about to have the watch time update here before we go upstairs for the break.
Nice.
And I'll tell you, we're about to hit 1,000.
Yep.
As that's thanks to overtime. But realistically, the stats after 60, the only thing to say is the penalty kills tonight, again, a huge factor as well.
Yeah.
Both teams perfect. So maybe that's where you look at the difference maker in tonight's game. I don't know. We'll get to that in a matter of moments, friends. But as we go to the watch time check, we're at 709 hours. And we're about to bring it home here on the live stream in a matter of moments. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. We'll get things going for the intermission. Again, hit that subscribe button, and we'll be right back. All right, friends, we get overtime this evening between the Edmonton Oilers and the Dallas Stars, and let me tell you, this is going to be a fun one tonight again. The Oilers obviously did everything they could to make this one interesting down the stretch, giving up a 2-1 lead, but also playing with a 2-1 lead. The Oilers actually played with a lead. That's something we haven't seen in these playoffs so far. So tonight, friends, we're crossing over now. Just over 700 hours on the stream, so thank you again for being aboard here on the live stream this evening. The numbers are really easy, 7,000 times 6. But, yeah, the Edmonton Oilers, I think everybody's calling the Evan Bouchard shot or a Zach Hyman goal for the Oilers in overtime. I think those are pretty safe bets when it comes to being an Oilers fan in overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs. As we're also seeing here, feel bad for all those fans that are checking out the old Dallas Stars live streams here on the channel. So I look forward to having the call here as the Oilers will try and get things going. But as I do want to get to Wales chat here, talking about the Canuck roundup, basically saying Elias Pettersson was dealing with a knee injury. Yeah, that figures. But again, I think I heard from Canucks fans today enough after that saying that's still no excuse. If you're that hurt, don't play. Like, if you can't play, don't play. I'm tired of this. So that's where we're at. Jack's tuning in for the Stars this evening, and Matthew's saying a McDavid moment is very much overdue. That is true. McDavid has busted free at times in these playoffs against Dallas so far in Game 1, and I would love to see him be the guy that gets it done tonight, but we'll see what they can achieve here. As Nick played awesome all game, blew it in the final minutes, knew they would blow it. They have before. Let's win this. Let's go Oilers, right? That's the thing. You're up 2-1 in the third period against Dallas. Do you think you're going to win this one 2-1? As an Oilers fan, rationally, no. So the 2-2 goal going in, it didn't even bug me. Right? I think you saw the reaction there. Is it just cool? All right, game on. Let's do this. Let's go to overtime. And that's exactly what the Oilers have done here tonight. So, no, this has been an absolute gem of a hockey game. Ottinger's made some big saves. Skinner's made some big saves. We've had deflections. We've had bounces. We've had hits. We've had everything you can possibly count on. So we'll see what the Oilers have for us in this overtime as we go towards puck drop in a matter of moments, as the Oilers need to see what they can do in this overtime. And I think biggest thing is Dallas stay out of the box, because if the Oilers get a power play, they're going to look to end it immediately. And I think for the Oilers as well, stay out of the box, but also keep the rhythm going. They've had a really nice, smooth kind of calmness, I know is what Matt's used at times, to their game. So tonight you got to get that going. And I think as well you're going to see not necessarily the fatigue factor in, but Ryan Suter's played 16, Chris Tanov's played 20, Thomas Harley's played 21, Esa Lindell's played 22, and Miro Heiskanen's played 23. So if we go late tonight, Dallas's defense is definitely well rested, but again, at some point you do have to start playing Petrovic, because those guys will need a break as the game goes on. So we'll keep going on here tonight. Cheryl, welcome aboard. X-Rod, welcome in. Troy, am I getting nervous? No, this is the weird part. I don't know if you missed that a few minutes ago, if you just tuned in, but there's nothing that's made me nervous tonight. I'm actually like, in those Canucks games, I was begging for overtime, and tonight I knew we weren't going to win 2-1. That was the nice part. And to honestly sit here and say overtime is going to be fun, that's a confidence builder, because I'm really excited to see the Oilers now. Okay, hey, you know what? Time to respond and get this job done. And knowing the Oilers in overtime this year compared to the other previous years, that's kind of where I actually think we've got a little bit of better of a chance. So I'm excited to see what we do here in this overtime. I guess that would be the word. I'm excited. As Heath, like the Oilers' goals weren't flukes. They were. That's the thing. The goaltending has not been bad, nor has the defense tonight. It's been absolutely everything a playoff game that goes to overtime is about. And in Game 1 of the Western Conference Final, two great teams that have earned their right to be here, loading us up for a game like tonight. I am loving the heck out of it, that's for sure. So, F-Woods, welcome aboard. Our Sing, welcome in as well, as we are going to get this going here in a matter of moments, as we are about set to head to commercial break here in a matter of a minute or two after they're done asking Rick Bowness some questions on the panel. Again, friends, welcome aboard. If you're tuning in to Dolynny TV, I just want to say, got to tell you, we are closing in on 16,000 subscribers this evening. Now currently at 15,929. If you want to stick around for the Dallas Stars series here against the Oilers, I would encourage you to do as such. So make sure just below the video here on the live stream, or if you flip up on your TV remote pad onto the time bar, there'll be my logo there, and you can hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for the rest of this series. Thank you for being aboard. Matt now rejoins us, and I think we're starting to see some little banter in the chat about how the Stars' goals were fluky, and then some people clapping back the Oilers' goals were fluky. Again, that's what's
good balances.
That's what's made this game great.
Exactly, and the good chances the goalies sit on their head.
Right? I mean, you can sit here and say fluke goals, whatever, but
well, I mean, the first goal for Dallas was a turnover.
Yep, and rightfully so, right? I mean, you have to have some issues in your game throughout 60 minutes. You're never going to be perfect.
Never.
Even if the broadcast, even if guys like you and me say, man, the Oilers were perfect tonight, I can guarantee you in the post-game press conference, Chris Novak or the head coach of the Dallas Stars, if they felt they were perfect, would say, yeah, but I didn't like this.
Yeah, but you know what? What all of us watching see is what the players are feeling. So they see what's going on and what they can do better. And and the game has tightened up. Yep.
And that's the beauty, right? Is it almost feels like justice for this game to go to overtime.
Yep.
Right? 2-1 for the Oilers would have been fantastic. I loved the heck out of that. We're up 1-0 in the series in regulation. Cool.
Yep.
But 2-2 in overtime, I think you and I talked about it, right? You wanted to see the first period to kind of see what started to develop to really get a feel for this series. And now you've gotten 60 minutes plus overtime.
Yep.
And you can really actually say, no matter what, at the end of this hockey game, Game 1 set the tone for the series.
Yes.
You thought Edmonton was tight. Just wait.
Yep, and that's the type of team Dallas is, though. That's what Edmonton has been basically playing all season as tighter games. So they've learned from it. But right now, Dallas has motivation. So they have the actual extra edge going into this because they got the tying goal.
And that's the thing. The Oilers have controlled the game for most of it.
Yep.
Outside of a bad turnover and a late bounce into the back of the net.
Yep.
But when you're the team that gives up the goal to go to overtime, it's on you, right? It's on you to be the team to definitely control.
Well, look at Holloway right now. He had that nice break, right?
Yep.
And then he didn't put it where he wanted. So he's the one that's going to be the hardest on himself right now. So who are you calling for either team to get the winning game goal?
Everybody was saying Bouchard. I saw McDavid in the chat. I really like McDavid for this one.
Yeah. What about for Dallas?
For Dallas,
let's go both ways.
I think Sagan scored both goals for Dallas. Actually.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, I think he was the one. Yeah, he scored both goals. So if Dallas is going to score, it's going to be Sagan for the hat trick. I think, right? Twist that knife for the Oilers fans a little bit.
Yep.
Hall Sagan back in 2010.
Yep.
I think that storylines, right?
Oh, he's playoff player hockey.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
So that's where we'll see what happens. But I think if I'm giving you a percentage on who's more likely to score that overtime goal between McDavid or Sagan, I'm going like watching McDavid dance around tonight, and obviously the breakaway and all that. I'm giving McDavid at least an 80% edge.
Oh, of course.
Because then that's not an Oilers fan bias.
It's just how he's played tonight.
It's how he's played tonight, and he hasn't finished.
No.
So you just rob McDavid of finishing inside regulation to win the game.
Yeah.
Let's go overtime and see what Connor McDavid has for us, as this will be a face-off at center ice. We're seeing some shots there of Leon Draisaitl on the bench. He will start on the bench, and we will have Zach Hyman, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Connor McDavid on the ice here for overtime. Now the Dallas building erupts. You like to see it. They got fans in every single corner in that thing.
Hey, it's called the Green Machine. I always call Dallas.
Jeez. As this will now be a face-off at center ice. McDavid, Nugent-Hopkins taking their time drawing in here as McDavid will pushed the forward face-off forward. It's pushed back towards Bouchard by Dallas. There's a hurt Dallas player. Duchesne's going to the bench here. McDavid kind of gave him an extra shot pushing through. And this puck's now at the blue line for Dallas. Far side point shot from Bouchard. Save made by Ottinger. And okay, you know what? Now the nerves are setting in. It's overtime, right? It's overtime.
Yeah, playoff hockey.
As this one was, we're definitely doing a good job here in this hockey game. The Oilers of giving us a lot to talk about, right? It's been a low-scoring game, but there's been lots to like about this game. Duchesne's headed down the tunnel, and we're gonna have the referees converging here. Are they going to give Connor McDavid a penalty on this one? Are they reviewing for a penalty? Like what?
They're going behind. Normally they don't do that.
McDavid rode up, definitely, no doubt about that. So
he was getting held up though.
Yeah,
and then he was just trying to get him off, but he did stab him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not upset if there's a penalty on that play given that replay.
But why are they going backwards is my question.
That's the question. Pete DeBoer's yelling here.
Is he challenging? Well, that's the only way they should go backwards.
And McDavid gets a high stick out of the play.
That's a late delay call.
I don't know how that works.
We're in Dallas. We don't know how it works.
That's true enough. Dallas Stars fans are fired up here. NHL review. So, what? Maybe there's some playoff overtime rules that the Oilers just haven't had to get to yet in my time calling hockey on YouTube, but that's just a good battle.
Like if you're gonna call a high stick, why don't you call him on a hold?
Well, I want to see this angle here, right? So he's holding on, and then he gets clocked as McDavid tries to bust free. So McDavid's talking things over. McDavid's still talking things over. He's touching the ref. You don't do that.
No.
That's number one. That's a problem. I would expect to see Connor McDavid get fined here for that. And they're going to usher McDavid officially to the box here. 19:43 to go in overtime, and it's a 4-minute major or 4-minute double minor.
In overtime, I'd be calling a 2-minute for holding, and then the 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's
honestly. You can't just have it one way here all night. Dallas having power plays.
I mean, I'm not upset it's penalty. I just again don't understand how that whole thing developed. Is Dallas off the face-off here? Buckle up either way. 10 seconds gone, and the Dallas power play shot from the slot. Save made. Stuart Skinner. Let's go, baby.
Right.
That's what you want to see right out of the gate. Stuart Skinner making a save right there. But yeah, I don't know the rules well enough. I will be honest, I have never read the NHL rulebook to understand fully what happened there, but that was interesting.
And they didn't call it until the whistle, so that was at least a good 20 seconds after then they made a call.
Yeah, I maybe we were missing something. I don't know. Dallas could. Again, it's just kind of weird how that one all shook out, but either way, face off now for Derek Ryan inside the Stars' offensive zone here.
Let's just shake it off and move on.
That's just it. Overtime's 20 minutes, not 5. As it's going to be a face-off, one back by DR, and it's to the boards as Darren A tries to poke ahead, can't do it. Stars load up the attack now inside the Oilers' end, back to the point. The shot from Heiskanen over to the far side. Shot, loads, Skinner, the save, scramble in the crease, puck's down, whistle's blowing, plays dead.
The fans really thought it went in, but Skinner was there.
What a save by Stuart Skinner, 25 seconds into the power play, 4-minute double minor to Connor McDavid, and
I think the crowd was just fired up because they like Skinner safe.
Yeah, that was off the post. That's what it was.
Oh,
that had me fooled. It came out hot.
Wow, what a shot!
Yeah, I mean, there's not much of a shooting angle there. That's why he hit the post. Look at that through traffic. Yeah, no,
that was a really good.
You would have had to go post in to be able to score that one anyway. 3:35 to go. In this one is the face-off. One back by Dallas, far side. Dot shot ripped off of somebody in front as it goes back now behind the net. Back to the point, picked up by Dallas again near side. Johnson fires towards the middle looking for the tip from Ben. Goes wide as this one is battling along the boards. Picked up again by Dallas. Fired down into the far side corner. Now to the high point. Heiskanen.
Stuart
Skinner's saving the bacon right now. He's got 24 saves on 26 shots. I thought it was a good opportunity for Dallas to shoot right there, and they're showing that one. That hit the post as well.
Well, Skinner was completely blocked. He couldn't see anything.
The Oilers getting a little bit of bail here from the iron as Connor McDavid watches on in the box right now. He looks ticked.
Oh, yeah.
If the Oilers survive this penalty kill, you know he's scoring the overtime winner now. I'm sorry, I don't know what else proof you need, but they got 3:10 to go in this one right now as Pete DeBoer was pointing to the clock. As this is going to be McLeod again taking the draw. They're chirping things up on the draw right now. McLeod's upset with the linesman for some reason. He's waved out. Fogle comes in. And this will be a face-off now. One to the point by Dallas. And you can't even see anything along the near side wall. It's like when I'm in Cold Lake in rink number 2. Shot from the far side. Fought off by Skinner. Held up along the net there for a brief moment as Skinner fell down on that puck. And this one coming to the near side will be picked up by Desharnais. Desharnais fires out down the length of the ice. 2:45 to go in the power play to Dallas. We got over 18 minutes to go in overtime as it's picked up by Heiskanen. Heiskanen will go now for Stankoven. Stankoven across the line, picked up by the Oilers defense as CC gets on him. Nurse back to the point, saw that puck past him as it goes now Heiskanen. Heiskanen near side. Far side pass, Marchment fires it over, and Connor Brown gloved it down right on the tape of Sagan, and it'll be batted back to the blue line. The Stars keep it on, pass to the high point, shot from Heiskanen goes off the end wall. Stuart Skinner gloves it down. 2:11 to go in this power play, and we're just about to creep up over 8,000 views on the live stream. So just like that, friends, we are about to hit. Oh, we actually did it. 800 hours on the stream. So Skinner with some big saves here tonight. This will now be an opportunity for the Oilers to take a face-off inside their own zone. We're just about to cross 400 of you back home live with us as the face-off for Nugent Hopkins inside the Oilers zone. This will be Nuge waiting. Pavelski in the draw as well. With McLeod saying Ben jumped the gun there. And again, we'll try and drop this puck as it'll be flipped back to the blue line and all the way down to Ottinger. Ottinger picks it up there and leaves it for Dallas for Harley. Harley with the puck will load up out of his own zone. McLeod sniffing around, trying to keep the puck back as we've got $1:56 to go in this power play for Dallas. Now inside the last 2 minutes of the double minor. And this one comes back now inside Dallas's zone. $1:45 to go. As this to the far side boards, Dallas skates out into the neutral zone, batting back, coming onto the puck now. The Oilers will steal this one at center, turn it immediately right over, and Dallas's fans are all on their feet. I mean, what else do you do here in overtime? As a little collision right there in the neutral ice of the offensive zone for Dallas, freed up a puck at the point. The shot up over top of Skinner, far side now. Janmark pushing this one ahead, got it out. Again, the Oilers have been good at that all game. $1:15 to go in this penalty kill right now. 16:55 to go in this third period. Shot down the wing. Johnston drove it deep, hit the referee. Puck fired down the ice by Brown. We're inside 59. It hit the bench. I was going to say, what happened there? And the linesman was whistling it down immediately. So 1 more minute, Steve says. So
hey, that's a good 3 minutes that they've killed so far.
Yep.
They're playing good defense, getting it out, and just shutting down the clock on them.
And for those of you wondering why the scoreboard on the live stream doesn't have the power play time, unfortunately, the Sportsnet scoreboard that I use does not have power play time. It just says power play on it. So, interesting note there for you back home. The Dallas Stars have taken a timeout here.
Yeah, they want their number one power play to get a rest, but that gives Edmonton their rest too, right?
That's just it. The Oilers penalty killers, a good 3/4 effort so far on this double minor. And the biggest thing they know is who's coming out of the box if they kill it.
Yep.
Right.
And you know what? Look out for when he comes out of the box. If Edmonton gets it, they can do a nice long pass for him.
So we'll see what the Oilers can do here with 16:43 to go. I mean, Banjo guy's got everything going tonight. He's trying to muster everything up as the Dallas Stars fans are chanting along for this one here as Matt Duchene returns to the bench. And I think they took that time out to try and get Matt Duchene on the ice here. Interesting move. Good play by Dallas. They'll see Matt Duchene hit the ice here on this power play, I'm sure, in a few moments' time. Dallas, however, wins the face-off. 58 seconds to go. Pass to the far side. Shot blocked in front. Dallas gets it right back to the point now. Dallas will load up the shot. Steered away by the Oilers in front. As this one comes to the near side, off the near side wall. The Oilers back to the line. Heiskanen over to Johnston. Shot ripped wide of the net there. 40 seconds to go in the power play as this one back to the point, picked up by Heiskanen again, over to Johnston, wheeling and dealing down the right wing, over into the corner, back to Heiskanen. Shot coming, save made by Stuart Skinner. That was a big one. My heart sunk a little bit there.
He was screened. He didn't even see it.
That's why the call was a little weak. 19 seconds to go in the power play as this will be Dallas loading up back the other way. 14 across the line as they fire into the near side corner. In the Oilers zone, face-off dot area now as Ekholm battles over the man as the Oilers looking to come back to full strength here. 2 seconds to go in the power play for Dallas. Loading up the shot, Lindell. Blocked in front by Desharnais. McDavid's out down the left wing. McDavid out of the box now inside the Stars zone. Goes in behind for Fogle and Ryan McLeod. That's who's on the ice. Yep. As this one comes along the near side boards. Lindell picking it up. He will fire it back. And this will go all the way down to Stuart Skinner. Not nice and called there somehow, some way. And puck now near side boards as the Oilers lift up and they will try to get to the offense for the first time. Basically all period. Marchment right in front, blocked by Draisaitl, stealing that one away. As this is going to load up Connor McDavid back the other way one more time. He's turned back by Suter. Across the line comes Hyman down the right wing. The shot save made Ottinger. 14:58 going overtime. And this is where, the heart rate just elevated heavily here. I don't know what else to tell you back home, friends. Thanks for being aboard here on the live stream this evening. Glad to have you as we look forward to seeing the Oilers get back to the offensive draw here in a matter of moments. As that pass there by Dallas right in front, that was one of those moments where a hop could happen, and thankfully it didn't, as I think Chris Knobloch calling everybody over here.
Yep.
And we're going to have now a face-off inside the Oilers zone. The shot from Kane right through again off the rebound, goes wide. And on an opportunity, the far side corner as Draisaitl picked that puck up. He'll tap back down low for Holloway. Now to Kane. Kane along the end wall, battling there against Tanev. Kane and Tanev, old playoff foes from the 22 Flames series, as Holloway's in there grinding against Tanev as well. And obviously Duchene's back on the ice as this one comes back near side boards, and you can't see anything down there. Who knows what's happening? Holloway's battling there for it, and the Stars start away back the other way. Pass for the one breakaway at the blue line for Faxa goes off, and it'll be covered by Skinner. 14:19 to go in this overtime period. This is about the deepest the Oilers have gotten into overtime in a long while. So, right, since that 2023 playoff series against LA, the Game 4 winner by Hyman, coming 10.5 into the period. As this one now near side flipped out by the Oilers. 14:14 to go in this overtime period. As the Oilers see the Stars cross the line, but it's going to be forced onto CC's stick around the boards. To the far side, tied up there. Draisaitl tried to skate away with it. The Stars get it back. Shot from the slot, turned aside by Stuart Skinner. Dylan Holloway backhands over to Kane. Kane in the middle of the ice will lift in, and the referees are going to give him center, but I think Kane knew he wasn't fully at center and flipped that one out of play instead. So there you have it, a good opportunity there for the Oilers to just get a line change. I mean, savvy play by Kane, if it indeed works out. We're on a replay right now. I don't know what the full outcome is here yet. Obviously listening without sound, but Stuart Skinner's strong blocker save there as well. 13:51 to go in overtime. The puck was lifted out at center ice, so it'll be a center ice draw. That is a perfect line change one right there. So here we go. This one will be picked up by Dallas off the draw, fired into the Oilers zone. Back behind the Oilers net now as this one comes fired back into the neutral, across into the Dallas Stars end. Nice play by Nuge to keep it going down low. Hyman in behind. And we've seen Hyman the hero a couple times. We've seen Bouchard the hero a couple times. And this one now, Bouchard over to the far side, over the Stars line. You thought the Oilers had it the way it bounced, but never mind. Is now loading up. Connor McDavid down the right wing. Connor McDavid dragging Hyman. The shot through traffic. Never fully had it. And the Stars developing a 2-on-1 back the other way. A pass to the middle there. Nugent Hopkins. What a back check.
Yep.
What a back check by Ryan Nugent Hopkins right there on that play. Back the other way now. Nuge to the attack. As Nuge will pass this one over now for Bouchard. Bouchard looking down the wall. He'll fire to the far side. Coming onto that puck now is Carrick. Shot fired in front. Ottinger the save. And then Carrick gets tossed away from the blue paint before he can even get there. But you love to see what the Oilers are doing in this hockey game. A solid overtime so far when considering they were shorthanded 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, and they played a very good defense.
Well, here you go. We started at 6:30, and I literally told Bossman that we were going to be done early tonight, right? It's now 9:30, and we're not done.
Nope, never turns out how you want to.
Nope, here we go, friends. Face off inside the Stars zone now. Carrick's 5 for 7 on the draw this evening. Faxa is going to get his stick down in time, but we'll redo this draw. And now Carrick comes down for the draw as this one's picked up now by Desharnais. Shot fired up over top of Ottinger. He jumped for that puck, actually, and still missed it as this one will come back to the Dallas Stars through the neutral zone. They're busting into the Oilers' end. Shot towards the net, steered away by Stuart Skinner. Keep tapping over to you because this is what you want to see. I mean, every save for Stuart Skinner is huge.
Yep.
And this evening he's had a lot of them. As here's Brown down the right wing. As how many Oilers fans would have believed in the Western Conference Final, Connor Brown would be on the ice in overtime?
Right.
That's a story and a half right there. As this one's picked up to the far side corner, Cece's battling into his own zone. Gio joins the chat as this will be picked up now by Kulak through the middle of the ice. Far side shot towards Ottinger off his stick. McLeod's the first one to it. Back to the blue line. The shot from CC goes off a body in front as McLeod will fire back down low. Heiskanen passes this one near side. Oilers keep it in. This is beautiful playoff overtime. My goodness, as the Oilers will see it forced out by Dallas back the other way. Dallas tries to come through the neutral. Kulak tied him up. Pass to nobody there by Kulak though. Down the wing, Sagan in front. Skinner was fooled by that pass. Just about had to bail himself out. Instead, puck goes far as this will now be McLeod over to the near side for Fogle. Fogle across the line, fires it in on Ottinger. 11:25 to go in this overtime period as Tanev starts out to the far side for Dallas, and it's fired back inside. And we have an icing call upcoming against Dallas.
This is big.
This is probably now the biggest face-off of the game for the Oilers, as that was an unforced error for Dallas.
Yep.
And I mean, in overtime, you look for those lucky breaks. I think Skinner might have had that puck if he had to stop it.
Well, yeah, he was there.
As this will be 11:17 to go in overtime. 30 shots for Dallas in this game. And the puck is dropped inadequately according to the back officials. So let's redo this again one more time. 29-33 the face-offs for the Dallas Stars. Obviously, I like to see the Oilers claw that back a little bit here. Ekholm doesn't pump the shot on net. I was getting ready to yell as this pass right in front. Ekholm off the post, I think, right there. And it'll come back the other way for Dallas. It was in behind Jake Ottinger. And, of course, Matthias Ekholm gets back on the play. And this will be chipped up now for the Oilers, busting down the right wing. Here's Hyman. Shot on net goes over top. As this will be Hyman turfed right there and back now across the ice, picked up by the Dallas Stars. They fired it in on Skinner. Thank you so much, Anthony, for the super chat. Appreciate that there. As this one will go now back the other way to the high point. The shot pumped on. Hyman can't get to the rebound. This will now come back for Suter. He'll fire into the Oilers' territory. Bouchard backhands off the wall. Here comes Kane down the wing. He can't get it past Duchesne. And This will now be picked up by Duchesne again inside his own zone. Back now come the Dallas Stars, picked up by Nurse across now. Holloway will get across the blue line, and he will keep that puck in for a brief moment. Pavelski to the near side wing. Darnell Nurse with the puck. We are inside the last 10 minutes of the first overtime period as the Oilers and Stars continue to do battle here. Kane down along the boards as it's fired now for Desharnais. Desharnais along the wall will tap it to Nugent Hopkins. Nuge up the boards. You can't see anything. Everybody's standing against the boards.
There's a stand-in for the last 2 periods.
9:40 to go in this overtime period. Across the line, Dallas to the attack, loading up the slot shot. Johnston never able to get it through. The defense stands tall for the Oilers and gets it back now as a pass again cut off there by Desharnais. Nugent Hopkins through center, lifts in for Connor Brown. Brown in behind the net. He takes a swoop at that puck, can't get that going, and this one will be fired up along the near side boards, and this will be picked up by Ceci, fired into the Dallas Stars zone. Again, you got to almost guess when those pucks are along the near side wall. Dallas fans are on their feet. This one back to the point now as Ceci steps around the defender there, and he'll backhand down low to Carrick. Fourth line shift in overtime. Back to the point, picked up Janmark, keeping it alive at the point for Connor Brown to the near side. As this comes now for Ekholm. Shot fired towards the net, blockered away by Ottinger. Janmark along the end wall for Carrick. Janmark again gets in there. 8:42 to go in this third period. It's flipped back into the Oilers zone, and they will go coasting into their own end to pick this puck up near side. Puck is going to be fired up along the wall into the Dallas end. Icing. You're doing a good job breathing because you're not talking. I'm not doing a good job breathing at all. And Hometown enters the chat here tonight. Don's in as well, and of course, we got everybody tuning in at some point here tonight as we are rolling a long stream this evening. We are at the 3:47 mark. Hyman just couldn't tuck it under the bar over the shoulder.
This is just a really good tight game.
Yes, it's
just chance over chance, right?
Again, if you've watched the last 11 minutes and a half of overtime and you say, well, the Oilers deserve to win in regulation.
No, both teams do right now.
No, this is exactly right. I mean, this is where we were destined. And, well, guess what? We are here now. JJ, welcome aboard again into the chat. But your profile picture is a skeleton. That makes more sense. A little bit of green, a little bit of color in there. Here we go. We have got an opportunity to recap some of the stuff that happened. Hometown throwing down the super chat this evening. Love to see that as we continue along on the live stream tonight. Just rolling towards 9,000 views now. And this is where Jack's saying if this is how this series is going to be, you better buckle up, fasten those seatbelts.
Oh, big time.
For a long
one. Take your heart medicine.
Let's go. As Jonas welcome in as well as really on the edge of their seat shaking. See, that's the nice part about not listening with sound and being the soundtrack yourself is you're on the edge of your seat, but you have to keep composure to some point. Like you as an Oilers fan have done an impressive job, given the 4 games we've done, keeping your composure on camera to boot. But I'm going to tell you, when we score, if we score the overtime winner, it's going to be chaos down here.
Oh, probably.
It's going to be loud.
Yeah.
Brace your ears, as we're going to have the face-off inside the Oilers zone, I believe. Yeah, inside the Oilers zone. As we'll have it to the right of Stuart Skinner. 8.5 to go in overtime. Puck back to the blue line. The Stars bobbled it there. They were able to keep it alive for Tanev near side. Big hit there along the wall. Bouchard battling. Gets it over to McDavid. Back to Bouchard. Up the ice. Turnover. Shot save made by Stuart Skinner. That is, again, one of those. As this one is shot on and saved by Skinner again. And that's you had a no-no in the earlier part of the game.
Yeah.
That's the biggest no-no in overtime.
Right.
Don't come out of the corner up the ice against 3 guys trying to make the chip pass.
Exactly.
That you can't do that. So that's where we're at. Is Andrew, how's the mustache? Well, let me tell you, day by day this thing gets more untamed because I have not cut this once during the playoffs. I've just let it buck, and it is getting out of hand bad. I'm chewing on it when I'm having noodles now. Let's just say that. 8:13 to go in this overtime period. Face off down for Draisaitl. Lost back to the point. Heiskanen, what an effort to keep it onside. as this comes back behind the net. Ben right in front, jammed on Skinner, save made. Scrambling the crease, nobody's going to get too animated. 8:04 to go in this overtime period. I mean, what a period it's been too, right?
Yeah.
This has been a heck of a game so far. As Heiskanen's got 29 minutes and 29 seconds. He leads everybody tonight. Interesting to note right there. So we'll see if that continues to be the trend. Obviously, Mr. Matthias Ekholm's played a lot of time as well. As 8:04 to go as Draisaitl will pick this one up in his own zone as Holloway forces it back to the blue line. Kane's going to come down into the Oilers' offensive end. It was turned back last second at the blue line and fired back inside the Dallas end as Ottinger over to the far side. Heiskanen picks it up, backhands off the glass. And this will now be back in the neutral zone as Dallas will lead ahead. Dallas over the line, backhanded in by Duchesne. Duchesne to the far side, picked up there by the Oilers. Dallas bats it on net. Just give me a second here. I'm just going to go quickly make sure the cats got fed tonight. I don't think I
Yeah. Stuart Skinner with a good save. Slow it down.
Just give me a second here.
Yep.
I'm sure you can still hear me, but sorry.
All good.
Cats did get that. I totally forgot about that earlier on the stream. That's my apologies, friends. As we are waiting for this Oilers game to get back on the right. Carrick will draw into the dot for the Oilers against the Stars. Back again, the Dallas Stars shoot the puck again right off the face-off against Skinner and get the save again. So the Oilers are definitely building here, as this is where we're at. I totally did not remember at all feeding the cats. I think I did it in the first intermission, so my bad. But let's do this, friends. Face off inside the Oilers zone. They finally win one here. 7.5 to go in overtime as Nurse will fire up the boards. Along the wall now, the Dallas Stars tie up the Oilers outside their own line as Janmark pushes it inside the Dallas zone. Big hit there by Carrick, takes a man out. The Oilers collide inside their own bench area, and this will be batted inside the Dallas zone. This is where we got it going, as this one will come back now for the Oilers. Across the line, it'll be Dallas back into the Oilers' end, as this is battled along the boards, picked up by Desharnais. Desharnais over to the far side for Brown. It escapes his stick, shot from the point. Blocked in front. The Oilers at least getting the blocks as well tonight, as this one off the end wall. Pavelski to the far side. Pavelski shoots the puck towards the middle. Tipped! Goes wide of the net. Oh my goodness. As this is going to be the Stars along the wall here. Back to the blue line. Forced out and back into the Stars end. Has enough for icing.
Yep.
6.5 to go in overtime.
Yep.
This is,
I started feeling it that last little rush there by Dallas.
I mean, 4 straight face-offs in the Oilers zone, and then that
one. He did save it.
Skinner. What a save right there. But obviously this is where I think for everybody involved, fatigue starts setting in, and you got to look for Connor Brown to rush this puck up the ice. He's the least fatigued player on the ice right now, and you got to think if he can carry it out, that's going to allow line changes. This back, Dallas is keeping it alive inside the Oilers zone. Back along the near side boards, back to the blue line, shot blocked in front. Turfed aside was Brown, and now Desharnais leaning on his man, battling there. 6:12 in overtime remaining. Puck off the wall. The Sportsnet camera literally had to go to the corner cam to show us what was happening. And here's to the far side. Janmark busting down in front was Brown. Couldn't get free. Janmark turning back to the point. Bouchard with the puck loaded up. Didn't tee it up as this goes along the end wall and picked up now by the near side. Harley across the line, saw it off the end. Offside, yep, there we go. As this will be an opportunity for the Oilers here with 5:44 to hopefully settle down a little bit here. They've been pushed back by Dallas a little bit over the past 5 minutes.
Yep.
And obviously you're fatigued because you've been penalty killing.
Yep.
But tonight, in this period, you need to come up with the effort in this overtime.
Yep.
That proves why this game was so good.
Why you're here.
Yeah, exactly. As this is shot in by Dallas, down into the Oilers zone, picked up, near side, McDavid sees it for Dallas. As this will come now, McDavid through the middle over to Bouchard, far side pass, Hyman. Hyman dragging through the middle, shot fired right in front. McDavid off the stick of Ottinger, just couldn't grab the handle. You were just about to go through my roof.
That was wide open net.
Oh my goodness.
You just couldn't beat the stick.
Holy, what an absolute unreal stop there by Jake Ottinger. A good tie-up of the stick there by, I think, as well, Chris Tanev in front. As, Tanev got the stick right in on Connor. He was lifting that. This has been absolutely a gem by every definition.
Yep.
Wow.
Goalie can't even believe he made that save.
McDavid doesn't even know how that happened, as this is now
He was clutching.
to the far side, boards fired down off the face-off wing into the Oilers' end. We'll have an icing call, 5:15 to go. My friend, we're about to eclipse our first 4-hour live stream of the playoffs. This has been a long go tonight. We're putting in the overtime hours. And look at that stick right there. Yeah, the little combination, both sticks. And Jim Nill just breathes a sigh of relief. Dude just about passes out in the booth. 5:15 to go. All right. This is Kane talking things over here. Let's do this. Face off for Kane, Draisaitl, and Holloway inside the Oilers zone. Draisaitl back to the point for Bouchard. He pounds it on net, gets bounced in front, goes wide. As Draisaitl will backhand this down low to Kane. Kane off the end wall. Kane wraps it around. Dallas coming back now, 3-on-2 the other way. Dallas across the Oilers line, steered away by Bouchard. And along the boards it comes. It's picked up now by Ekholm. This one near side, as this will go now for Kane. Kane along the left wing into the Stars zone. Kane behind the net, still with the puck, trying to push it backwards. Couldn't quite do it. And the Stars will tap this one through traffic into the Oilers zone off of, I believe, Cody Ceci. Nice play by Skinner to get it over to Ceci and Kulak as they were able to clear the zone. McLeod couldn't get that deep, and that's going to cost the Oilers maybe a little bit of zone time here against Dallas. Nice poke there to get it over to Ceci. Ceci up along the boards, gets it back into the neutral, and it's picked up again by Ceci as Ceci will go over, picked up, fired up off the boards, and through the middle now for McLeod. McLeod, good time to be the hero tonight as McLeod circles in behind the net. Suter sees it battled there. It'll be backhanded into the middle of the ice, and this will be again the Oilers battling into the neutral, firing it towards the Stars line. Stars up with it, 4 minutes to go in overtime. Here's back for Desharnais across to Fogle. Fogle winds the shot off the tape of the toe of Ottinger, and then side of the net it jams up, and I'm not sure what happened there, but Derek Ryan just got crunched on by the veteran Ryan Suter. And as Cheryl's saying, make sure you breathe.
Right.
Ooh. So Ottinger flipped that up, and then it was Derek Ryan drilling it right into the glove of Ottinger. So, okay. Face off now. Inside the Stars zone. 340. They got the face paint going tonight. As this will be Connor McDavid taking the draw. 5 for 14. Ben's 11 for 15 tonight.
That's
Talk
Big Ben
about cleaning up. As this will be a face-off for Connor McDavid. He loses it back. The Stars behind the net, fired along the board. Stankoven comes out with the puck, and the Stars are able to come back the other way as Ekholm steers his man wide. Stuart Skinner over to the far side. Bouchard lifts it up into the neutral zone. As this one fires now to the Stuart Skinner guy inside the Oilers zone. Over to Ekholm, 3:25 to go in overtime. As this will be picked up by McDavid in the neutral zone. Across the line, fires the shot, goes up and out of play. And there's been a lot of whistles in this period.
Yeah.
I mean, we are chewing clock hard here on the actual physical clock. It's now 9:54. And I think we started this period just after 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at, friends. We continue to roll tonight. Average view duration this evening, 6.5 minutes on the stream. Just to give you an idea, 6.5 where we're at. How about bing, bang, boom, just crossing 1,003 hours now. Let's do this face-off now for Draisaitl. Draisaitl sees it along the boards for the Dallas Stars as they will exit the zone back into the middle of the ice. Dallas across the Oilers line, pass to the far side as that's going to be tapped up, picked up by Dallas along the side of Stuart Skinner, swept in front, bounced on Skinner, he made the save. 2:59 to go in this overtime frame, and all of a sudden a little dust up behind the net as this is
playoff hockey
this
right
is
here.
playoff hockey and everything it's meant to. So that bounced off of Skinner's stick and then just fluttered right in front of him, I believe, or was it off of CC's stick? It was off of Skinner's stick and he just stomped on it right there. So let's go here. The Oilers inside their own zone, 2:59 to go in this overtime frame. Draisaitl to the face-off dot. He'll take the face-off. The Oilers eventually tap it back after it went back to Dallas for a brief moment. CC up the boards. We'll get it out to center ice, and it comes back inside the Stars zone. Icing call, and
They just want a free timeout.
well, maybe that's just it. Draw up something right now and try to get it back going the other way. As we'll see what the Edmonton Oilers can do here in this one. As they're going to take the face off. 37-35 the shots on goal for the Oilers. 2-2 the goals for both teams.
11 shots for Dallas and 9 shots for Edmonton this period.
Yep. As the face off inside the Oilers zone. Shot fired. Save made by Skinner. Near side as this will be fired up off the boards by Kane into the Dallas zone. Enough for icing again. And it is just whistle after whistle after whistle after whistle in this overtime frame. But that's good. You know what? Let's keep us up late. We're over 4 hours. Hey,
Yeah.
we passed 5 hours on the stream tonight. Go to midnight. Why not? Let's have a triple OT game, as this one is definitely, Randy's saying, the fans are getting their money's worth tonight. And Steve's asking who has the chicken wings. I need something else to chew other than my nails. As this is going to be fired back inside the Dallas zone. 2:27 to go here in overtime. 37-34 now officially the shots. As this one will come back now across the line. Marchment over now for Pavelski. He goes along the boards. He's taken out there. Not that you were able to see that. And here comes Holloway back the other way. He'll lift over to Nurse off the board bounce. Nurse looking down into the far side corner. Again, the Oilers rotate the D down low. Here's now a nice play there by Carrick trying to get in on the forecheck. Kind of forced the Stars to fire it out into the neutral zone. Up now Desharnais into the Stars end again. $1:55 to go here in overtime across the line. The Stars enter the Oilers zone as Desharnais tumbles the man along the boards. That's just a big guy against a small guy, realistically.
Right.
As this comes back now the other way for Brown. Brown will go along the end wall. Picking it up here now, an opportunity off the boards for the Stars to exit. Janmark, a decent little play to turn it back the other way for Ekholm. Ekholm across center ice into the Stars end along the end wall now. And Ekholm's battling down there, picked up by Hyman. Hyman battling, picking it up now. Ekholm trying to free this puck along the wall. $1:17 to go in this overtime frame. Back to the blue line. Bouchard with the puck will rope it in. $1:09 to go. Shot fired up over top of the net. Off the end wall. Back along traffic. Nugent Hopkins sees it hit the ref. He picked it up, but the Stars send it down the ice. And this is maybe the moment the Oilers have waited for.
Yeah, everyone's tired.
An icing call with 57.8 seconds to go here in overtime. Friends, thanks for being aboard. Almost 500 of you aboard here on the live stream tonight. We are just literally trying to get to 500 all night, and we're about to do it here. 57.8 seconds to go in overtime. Face off for Draisaitl. Inside the Stars zone. As Draisaitl's talking to the linesman here, everybody's talking things over. Draisaitl, McDavid, Hyman on the ice here. Ekholm just about clapped one from the point, chose better of it. And here's Ekholm behind the net. He'll spin out of the corner, in behind now the net. Ekholm coming out of the corner. He's trying to keep this puck alive now against the Stars, who take him right into the ice. There's no call on that play. I don't think you're going to see another penalty this overtime or the next one. As this one comes off the wall again, battling there to the near side. The Stars are able to get it. This one, Faxa along the wall, will clear into the Oilers' territory. It immediately hopped back to Draisaitl. 3-on-2. The Oilers back the other way. Right in on net. Hyman drives wide of the net. 20 seconds to go in overtime. Shot there by McDavid. Can't get it through. Back the other way. Stankoven across the line for Dallas. Trying to get one last shot. Kulak keeps him to the outside. Hammers him along the wall. 8 seconds to go in overtime. The Stars behind the Oilers' net. Back to the line. Here's the shot from Tanev, down low, deflected, shot again, loading from Johnson, goes wide. Double OT, buddy.
Coming here.
Oh my goodness. The Oilers and Stars are having a classic tonight.
Yeah.
Wow. Woo.
Gonna need another coffee now.
I am thinking so. Friends, we're going to go take a quick break here. And we'll be right back. Of course, no score in the overtime frame. Stay tuned. Oilers, Dallas going overtime. I'll be right back. Make sure to hit that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV if you want to stay around for the rest of the series. The best chance of the period, Connor McDavid on the doorstep in overtime. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, friends, you're ready for double OT? Oh my goodness, what a disaster tonight between the Dallas Stars and the Edmonton Oilers. This one has been absolutely fantastic, but I mean to tell you, the Oilers have done a great job tonight getting us to this point. That's the huge part, I think. Honestly, you're going into double overtime. Again, if you talk about blowing a lead, you usually blow the game in overtime too if you're the Oilers, but not tonight. 80 minutes of hockey has solved nothing this evening. So we'll see where the Oilers want to take this next. We just crossed 200 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for being aboard, friends, and hitting that like button and doing all the good things. Do give me a moment here as I entertain you on the commercial break to tell you all about me having to message my friends back here, as this has been a very long game now. We're up over 410 minutes streamed this evening, so we've been going a long while. And there we go. Every single message has been replied to, so there you have it. Yeah, friends, this has been a long game tonight so far for the Oilers, but let's go quickly recap this one for Mr. Hometown over there. Leon Draisaitl, Zach Hyman scored to make it 2-0 for the Oilers. Then Tyler Seguin just 2 minutes later after Hyman scored to make it 2-1. Then a period and a half later, Tyler Seguin to score within the last 5 minutes made it, yes indeed, 2-2. We went to overtime, and overtime so far solved nothing. So you like to see that for the Oilers, is you haven't blown it here in this game, and now all of a sudden you get an opportunity to keep this game going into double overtime. John, welcome aboard. Donald, glad to have you again back in the chat. But yeah, we are absolutely rolling here tonight, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Edmonton Oilers can do against the Dallas Stars in double overtime now that everybody's especially gassed. Zach, good evening to you. Yeah, we are continuing to roll here, friends. I just want to quickly say where we're at on the watch time here. It's starting to become a thing. I'm not used to talking on my own anymore. We are now up over 1,097 hours on the stream, so we're starting to really tick up here on the back end of the Dolynny TV live stream tonight. So thank you again for hanging out, being a part of everything this evening. It's been a fun game so far tonight, and I look forward to seeing where we go. Blood, thank you so much for the chat, and of course, well, from Calgary, well, let's be honest, we're down here in southern Alberta myself, so glad to have you this evening on the broadcast from Calgary. Is HW, is McDavid hurt? Just asking. Everybody's hurt. I don't know what the actual answer is. Everybody is hurt, though, for sure. HW, that's how I would tell you that goes. As well, Bryce, welcome aboard, as I'm seeing some newer names join the chat here this evening, friends, as we turnstile some more folks through, as we're going late into the night and a different crowd will start appearing here as we pass 10 o'clock. As, yeah, it's been a long game. I mean, 4 hours, 11 minutes on the live stream so far, by far the longest live stream of the playoffs this year anyway. I think that Zach Hyman live stream was a little bit longer. If I'm not mistaken, I think we ended up around the 4:15 mark, so we will pass that pretty quickly here. But yeah, I mean, to really analyze what the Oilers and Stars have done, they have just played a great game. You can overanalyze it all you want. This has been an absolute treat to have watched thus far. And Janice, welcome aboard. Is tonight, yeah, if we started at 8 o'clock, it ought to be 1 a.m. So we're lucky to be at 10 o'clock only, right? We're lucky to be only there. Greg, welcome in as well. But yeah, thankfully tonight, even if we go into triple overtime, it'll only be shortly after 11 by the time we get that started. So we'll see what the Oilers can do for us getting it over this overtime. But hopefully tonight we can kind of get to a quick solution in double overtime. The Oilers tidy it up, and then we go to bed, because I did promise Boss Man, like I was telling Matt a moment ago, I did tell Boss Man that we would be showing up to work here, me personally, early tomorrow, right? It's a big day tomorrow. We got a lot going on Friday. Nobody wants to work the weekend, and that's what's at stake. So what time would it be in Dallas? I believe it is 11 o'clock right now in Dallas, Jess. And Rory, welcome in. Glad to have you again back aboard. As the chat going fast and furious here, it's midnight. I don't know if I'm going to last. Well, I'll tell you, friends, for those of you out east or on the East Coast, thank you for soldiering on as long as you have tonight. But it is just now getting into late night hours out east. I think it would be, 1:30 in Newfoundland right now. So that's a late night. So we'll hopefully solve this one here before the end of midnight here in Alberta time, as we look to see if the Oilers can do something in overtime. They didn't do much. Connor McDavid's good chance, and I think there was one other good chance there by a couple other guys, but nothing really really stellar there from the Oilers, I could say, in that overtime frame thus far. So again, we're just watching the watch time pretty much in this intermission go up, 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 and up. Pretty much as we go here to now up over 1,117. So just like that, another 20 hours watched. As we go here, we got to reply to some text messages again. We'll see where the Oilers can do here tonight. Yeah, Matt's just about to join us again. As this is where we're at. Heath's even advocating, and Dallas Star's advocating to get us to 300 likes on the stream. Friends, I guess I haven't done a good job advertising it tonight, but if you haven't hit the like button yet on the stream, make sure to do that. Daniel, I missed you earlier, but 12 noon here in the Philippines. It's early over there, late over there right now.
And they're a day ahead.
Right? Not just two. So, again, friends, I will encourage you to hit that subscribe button here on Dolynny TV if you haven't done that already tonight. I mean, if the Oilers want to take this to triple overtime, there is an actual possibility that we very well could hit that 16,000 subscribers tonight. We're closing
How the
in.
game's been going, it can turn out that way. It's tight, cocky.
That's just it. We're at 15,937 now. So we continue along. We're over 1,000 hours.
Yeah,
So that's nice. Andrew, thank you so much for the super chat again. Friends, thanks for the generosity again. We should review that as well. We've had quite a few of those come in this evening. Just to say, let's go quickly here. Recap, we've had Andrew 3 times over. We've had Hometown once. We've had Blood once. And we have had Anthony as well. Throw down the 10 boner there. So,
10 bones.
No, that's not what I said, but that's fine and dandy. As we'll go here, friends, towards this late part, as Ron McLean's even checking his phone. It's that late in the broadcast, but obviously Oilers fans all gathered inside downtown Edmonton right now. It's been a late night.
Yeah.
And we're closing in over 4 hours and 15 minutes tonight. That's by far the longest live stream we've had so far, but be interesting now to see how quickly this one solves up in double overtime, if it does.
Honestly, this one, right now, it's who's got the most endurance. Who's got the legs to make that one play, right? Win that stick battle.
I don't know. What like, is that as simple as it's going to be, or what's it truly going to take in this
everyone's
overtime?
exhausted. Everyone's getting tired. Goalies, even if you only look at that just under 40 shots each, goalies are still tired.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a goalie and I had 10 shots on net after 3 periods, I was still beat because of all that equipment. So it's going to be that one play that's going to be the difference maker here.
And that's where right now for the Oilers, they're looking to push that pace. Is it safe to say the number one thing not to do in this double overtime period is take a penalty 30 seconds in?
Me, it's more don't have any turnovers in your own zone.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And of course, Hometown again throwing down the $5. Friends, you have been absolutely fantastic tonight. Thank you so much for all that. As we are seeing here, everybody talking about pizza. Now, at one point when I thought we might win this hockey game, right? Not that it was common sense that we'd win, but there was a chance. I was thinking about going over to the Big Beef and grabbing some steak sandwiches to celebrate Game 1 victory.
If they're still open.
But at this point on 10:13 on a Thursday night, I doubt they're still open. Maybe if it was Friday, we'd get lucky. But
No, Thursday nights are pretty busy, I've heard.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, we might have to sneak down there for a post-game meal if we get things done here. But Daniel's, of course, hoping for a penalty not to decide it tonight. I think that's...
No, you don't
right?
want to see that.
No, it's been a hockey game which has been awesome the whole way through. Yeah, you don't want to see a penalty decide it. And
No.
I think, too, you really want to see, like you said, win that stick battle, go to the net, score the goal, right? You want to see that happen tonight. And I think we might end up seeing this. So, we just also crossed 10,000 views on the live stream, by the way. Totally missed that. We're now up well over marks that we've normally set.
Have mercy.
Let's go here. 10 times. How about that? We're up over 1,143 hours. So it's a good possibility we finish tonight at 1250 stream. I've told you about the numbers a little bit, but 1250 stream is a pretty big stream all told. I mean, you literally think about that, what you're averaging 300 and some odd hours per hour streamed.
Yeah.
People are spending over 10 days per hour with us.
Hey,
That's pretty big math.
Hey, we gotta thank them for being here.
So friends, thank you once again for being aboard. This live stream started at 5:55 this evening, and here we are now at 10:14 going into double overtime. So
honestly, it's gonna be the big play that's gonna make it.
Yep.
Right.
So here we go. The Edmonton Oilers keep going. Cheryl, thank you for keeping the positivity up in the chat. Of course, Northern Farm Girl getting everybody pumped up. Linda's got the Go Oilers Go chance going here. We are just about to queue up overtime. Start of the second overtime period. Right now, Miro Heiskanen has played 40 shifts, 33.08 minutes, and Matthias Ekholm trails him by about minute 45. Bouchard's behind Ekholm by 15 seconds. So let's do this, friends. Face off, just about set to get down for overtime. Bennett, welcome aboard. And Insane, welcome back in. As Chris in here as well, as the Oilers ready to get things going in this double overtime. Carlin, welcome in. As no more penalties and go score. I think that's a fair sentiment. Let's do this job right here, right now. The Edmonton Oilers, I can already feel the blood pressure rising just right back. I'm watching the veins in my hands pop up as this one goes for a face-off at center ice. McDavid wins it back to Hyman. 19:57 to go as it's tipped into the Stars zone as this one goes near side, picked up by Dallas as it bounces for Ben through the neutral zone. Ben across to the far side. Johnson can't get it going there as this one will be picked up again by Nugent-Hopkins across the line, tapping it down inside Dallas's territory. This again, you got to realize the nerves hit heavy as soon as overtime goes. In front scores!
Yes!
McDavid with the tip back door sends us home. Just 32 seconds into overtime. Absolutely unbelievable. And they are checking this one here. What are they checking this for? The Oilers are celebrating. Picard's on the ice. The referees are reviewing this. We were just 32 seconds in. And Chris Knobloch's going down. He thinks this game's over. Wow. What a finish for the Oilers. Just a harmless puck put to the front. And McDavid 0 to hero right there.
Yeah.
As he was in the box to start the last overtime just 30 seconds in. And this one was pushed down deep by the Oilers as nice play by Nugent-Hopkins down low as it went right in front. McDavid with a perfect tip. And what a goal right there for the Edmonton Oilers. The referees convening here.
What, an offside, I'm guessing?
That's the only thing it possibly could be. The Oilers, Chris Knobloch's in the tunnel. He's waiting for this one. He's saying good goal. He's saying good goal. Vinny Desharnais thinks it's a good goal. The official announcement right here, right now. Point to center ice! Oilers win in overtime, baby! Let's go! 1-0 series lead. After all, 2 overtime periods, just 32 seconds needed. McDavid coasted in, got to the front of the net, found it, tipped it.
Oh, beautiful tip.
What a goal.
What a goal.
I guess we couldn't actually go see if the beefsteak's still there. As what an opportunity in front. McDavid made no mistake with that one, and it goes back in the net. Draisaitl celebrates that one hard. And the Edmonton Oilers, Andrew, the good luck super chat worked. Oilers win game 1.
And look at Nuge. He's the one that dumped it in, and then he kept pushing, and he got that bounce out of the behind the net. It's a good, hard working.
That is exactly what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Go to work, get the puck to the net, score the goal. That's exactly what happens here in this overtime goal. I mean, Nuge outworks along the wall Tanev. It bounces over to, I guess, Bouchard's the one that actually.
I feel like 5-5 again, just because we saw it again. I don't care. That was just beautiful.
Holy, what a game tonight! Obviously, storyline of the game. Stuart Skinner as well, making all the saves, but just that is not a first line looking goal, right?
No.
That's not a pretty Connor McDavid goal. That is really just they went to work right out of the gate in overtime, found the back of the net. So friends, we'll flip to the post-game edition here, and we'll just quickly record that, and then we'll send you off this evening, but thank you for being aboard. If you are tuning out, Stuart Skinner's got a big smile on his face right now.
Oh yeah.
All right,
How
let's
can
do
you
this.
see it with that mustache?
This is Dolynny TV, friends. Welcome aboard to the Game 1 post-game show here on the channel as Matt joins me again after joining me for 4.5 hours on the live stream tonight. The Edmonton Oilers in double overtime defeat the Stars 3-2 on, I think the story of the game is it was amazing.
Yep.
And it took a workmanlike effort from the top line, dumping the puck in, getting along the end boards, getting it along the wall, past the middle, back of the net. That's not a top line goal by any means.
No.
But Connor McDavid's the one that scores it.
Yep. But you can't forget how they got there, right? They're shuffling all four lines. Everyone is playing equal ice time mostly on forward, right? They're digging hard, taking the hits from Dallas, right? And then they start giving it back. So they've been really resilient, adapting with how Dallas plays. And they came out with the win with McDavid getting the winning goal. And where do you go wrong with that?
And I think it was just one of those games. If you're a friend or fan of the Oilers that knows, hey, like Connor McDavid is due.
Oh.
Connor McDavid is a big moment player, and you watched him wind it up a couple times throughout regulation. Then he takes the penalty in overtime to start the extra time.
Yeah.
It's like, is this not going to be Connor McDavid to win the game? Like, there's no way, right?
But look, they killed off all the penalties.
And that's the thing too, right? As much as McDavid won this game in overtime, there are 17 other guys that poured their heart and soul into a victory tonight.
Yeah, it was all around team battle.
And that's where, again, Nugent Hopkins down low, Bouchard with a quick wrister off the boards to the middle of the ice. There's so much about this victory that, I mean, for an Oilers fan going in, any Oilers fan that said, hey, I'm going to be honest here, Stars in 6. This is not the game you were expecting tonight over the Oilers. Again, maybe not even the game you were expecting over the Stars. But this is one that you can sit there and say, I was respectfully wrong.
Yeah.
And maybe, as you said, it's Oilers in 6. If they bring this effort.
Well, look at the Vancouver Canuck fan that joined. He said 4-0 for Dallas, but you can never leave Edmonton out. No. Right? So.
It's been a great night as an Oilers fan, friends. And obviously, I want to tip my hat to Stuart Skinner, too.
Oh, 100%.
He
stood up. He probably made a good 4 or 5 good blocker saves, and he made a good 5 or 7 glove saves.
Well, and it wasn't at one time of the game. It wasn't late in the game. It was from the start.
Yep.
The Oilers had a breakaway given up within the first 3 minutes.
Yep.
And Stuart Skinner made bang bang 2 saves. The Oilers were down 3-0 in shots.
Yep.
And both teams just piled up shots from there. And ultimately, it took 80.5 minutes of hockey to find a goalie that was going to give up 3.
Right.
And I mean, if you're talking that about Stuart Skinner,
yeah,
given what evolved in the first game against LA, evolved in the first game against Vancouver, and then throughout the series against Vancouver, that's a huge victory for an Oilers fan.
Massive.
To see Stuart Skinner survive in overtime, survive giving up the tying goal, and see his team also win the game.
And I've always been worried anytime like Edmonton goes into overtime, it's always a silly goal that goes in right away on Oilers.
Exactly.
Right? Even back in the day with Smith. Same thing. No, they can never get a win out of overtime. And they did it.
Yep.
So you can see how resilient they are, and they had to go a double overtime to do it.
And that's kind of the craziest part, right? Is as an Oilers fan, like you're saying, double overtime is not charted territory.
No.
Right? That's not, like, go back to 06, okay, sure. But, I mean, if you're talking about going back 20 years-ish, 18 years, to, oh yeah, we've been in double overtime. Oh yeah, I think maybe in 17 we'd gotten there at one point. Or maybe against Winnipeg or something.
I think against Dallas in 2001.
But again, there's never, like, I don't think there's a history over the past 20 years of the Oilers winning a bunch of games in double overtime.
No.
Right?
No.
Yeah, okay, maybe 1 or 2 you can find, but again, over the past 20 years, it doesn't happen all that much.
No.
And tonight, the Oilers find a victory in a game they much needed.
Yeah.
I think you fall down 1-0 to Dallas. I said it in the pregame, you don't want to chase.
No.
Now Dallas is chasing on home ice nonetheless.
Yeah, but you know the next game Dallas is going to come to play
Oh,
with a different game plan after seeing how they play.
so now if Dallas is going to bring a different game plan and bring an even more higher compete level, do you think this was the Oilers' best tonight? Like, is this the
It can't
maximum?
be. It can't be.
So this
I didn't see their best. I just saw best all round with all four lines and playing good defense, but I'd like to see the best in their offense.
So that's where I think going into game 2, not saying Dallas is in trouble, not saying the Oilers are going to cakewalk game 2, but if Dallas wants to raise the compete level, I think the Oilers are going to be well challenged to do the exact same.
Oh, exactly. But
And-
you have to look at it as Edmonton had so many good opportunities that they fumbled on that they could have got goals on.
Yeah.
So you can't leave that out. So next game they could be getting more opportunities.
Yep.
So it could have been a higher score game.
And that's, I mean, I guess we've credited Stuart Skinner, but let's not discredit Jake Ottinger by not talking about him. He had some absolute.
You don't even have to
unbelievable
talk
plays.
about him. Everyone already knows he's an amazing goalie. He
Yeah.
made some good saves at critical times.
And you think about that Connor McDavid drag from the right wing to the middle of the ice. We were talking about it, right? The Dallas Stars fans had been a little quiet at times in the game when the Oilers were leading. And then all of a sudden, that save by Ottinger, that's the moment you and I saw on camera that, bang, the lights came on and it was showtime.
Yeah.
And obviously Dallas scored some goals in the game in the third period. We went to overtime. I guess the only thing I want to finish up on is how crucial the Oilers' penalty killing has been. I said if they finish this series with an overall playoffs penalty kill above 90%, they win the series.
Can.
I think they straight up do.
Yep.
As long as they don't get beat on the penalty kill, I think they have what it takes to beat Dallas.
Yep.
But that said, 90% is, I mean, unbelievable. It's
Yep.
it's an impossible target.
Yep.
In the playoffs.
But they've been showing it, so they can do it if they keep sticking to Paul Coffey and the coach's game plan.
And really, tonight was the definition of that, right?
Yep.
Everything they did on the penalty kill was flawless.
Especially with the 4-minute.
It's friends. It's been. I mean, Matt and I can go back and forth about a million different topics tonight. Tonight was phenomenal. That's really the only way to put it.
And you know what? The game was just intense to watch. It was just a good, tight battle game. And I love how Dallas came out hidden. Let's throw them off, right? Get them frustrated, but it didn't work.
Yeah. So now, friends, we go into game number 2, Saturday night, 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
So we'll see what we can settle up there. I got to get my tires changed, and that's a problem. I'm gonna have to let Chris know. We'll figure that out, friends, as we go. I just discovered an issue with my weekend schedule. That said, we'll be here Saturday night. Don't you worry about it. We'll figure out Chris later. But I'm Tyson. That's Matt. Thanks for being aboard here on the Postgame edition. We are up on out of here. Have a great night, friends. The Oilers lead the series 1-0. Bing bang. All right, friends. Thanks for watching back on the live stream. Thank you for being aboard here tonight. Bob's saying the Crowfoot jersey is good luck. Well, let's just say 3 straight victories in the plaid and the Crowfoot jersey.
Hey, can't forget about the Cobra.
Well, the Cobra hat as well. But, friends, what I'm saying here is we're going to have phone calls start coming in now. This is where we're at. These things are going to start stinking by the end of this series if the Oilers really keep putting in efforts like this.
Hey, I'm a plumber. I'm used to it.
It's true enough. All right, friends, we're going to head on out for the evening. One last watch time check, though, for you back home as we try and update you one more time on what we, I guess, altogether achieved tonight. How about this? 1,231 hours. Thank you so much for hanging out this evening. Appreciate everybody being aboard. I would be amiss if I did not once more mention everybody for the super chats this evening. Thank you so much for slamming down the dollars, as you often do. Andrew, multiple times over. Hometown, multiple times over. Anthony, the big one on the board tonight. Blood, thank you so much. And of course, I cannot do it without all of you back home watching that can't donate, can't like, can't subscribe, can't chat. For those of you that just tuned in and hung out, thank you very much. Matt, I think tonight was everything we could wish for in Game 1.
Oh, it was amazing.
And I can't wait to do it again in Game 2.
This is the type of hockey I love watching.
Boom. Well, let's look forward to Saturday, friends. Have a great night.